Alright, we are back. We are so back. I believe I left some loot sorting on the table for myself. Left a lot of loot sorting for myself. I don't know what made me think I would be in the mood for sorting loot at the very beginning of a stream. It's not usually the best of ideas. It doesn't exactly get one hyped. I think, instead, we'll come back for that. Future me is not going to be happy with past me. I do remember that I need to clean up the road. I feel like there were more on the way down. They may have dispersed a little bit. For First Street, that's not bad. But it's also respawns. Ain't nobody like no respawns. Alrighty. We're definitely going in the direction of Grand Ohio today. It is a question of when, not if. No live viewers yet. Shout out to everybody who watches the replays. You guys are mucho appreciation. Today, we are still getting warmed up a bit before we get out there. I mean, it's the end of the day in game. I normally like to end my streams on a daytime or a whatchamacallit in the morning, so that I got a fresh start next time. But I failed at that this time. That's okay. What? Okay, I didn't know this. If you right-click on your main inventory, there's a rename button for it. That's funny. We've got about 10 or so fatigue, maybe 15 to work with here. Usually at 1800 I would be starting to get tired, but we're not in that bad of a spot. Let's do what I forgot to do last time and put all of my loose ammo that we've recently located into the trunk here. I suppose it's good enough to do a survey. We got nice enough weather for it. Clean up any trash on the road, too. Hello, trash. I never did clear the front of the expo center. We're not coming up on the expo center itself. This is a little club of some kind in front of it. The actual expo center is the next big building on the south facing here. Beyond this parking lot. That'll just pull everybody out of the woodwork. Too fast incoming. For that discharge of the shotgun and a couple of M36 there, the number of Zeds it's bringing from around the corner is not entirely unexpected, but a little bit more than I thought. I thought they were concentrated a little further south, but no better way to find out that they aren't than not actually going all that way. Backtrack a little bit. Miss Carnahan, gentlemen. There's a bunch of stragglers down this narrow little alleyway here that do in fact seem to not be part of any major groups, but I do think this is where the stragglers that I'm thinking of are going to be up down there and around that corner a little further. In this case, this guy down here in the pink shirt, the salmon shirt, it's probably one of the ones I'm looking for, but he distributed into the building. Yeah, as predicted. There's a fair few of them inside the building there. That's it for now. We don't need to discharge too much in this area. That may have been one too many discharges right there. Yeah, we're gonna have to keep our head on a swivel. We've got a bit of a clear approach from the north, but everything else, every other cardinal direction is like this. Like that one right there. Where we have genuinely no idea. Okay, I don't want to be leaving the ambulance behind, but I'm not going to get myself surrounded for it. Fall back a little bit. Do a sharpen check, and we're going to need to fall back soon. Got about 3 fatigue left to work with. More than a patrol, but less than a full assault. In fact, I think I am... Yeah, I'm done fighting for now. I'm going to just observe the population on the rest of this side here of the expo center. These are the groups I was expecting to see, and pretty much where I was expecting to see them. Further to the south side of the complex. Just gonna toot the horn a couple times at this crossroads. And that will... Any of the ones not directly aggroed onto us will be moseying towards that crossroads now. I was not quite expecting to see these guys, but, well, what else is new? It's Louisville. You're going to turn a corner and find a pack of them where you don't expect. Thankfully, the north side is still relatively quiet, especially now that we've done our patrol further up here. I almost drove right past a little crowd here at the burger shop. Sorry, folks. Burger shop's closed. Alright, looks like the music is dead. Officially, RIP. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it off, or yeah, I'm gonna turn the volume off, get it replaced with some music that actually plays. Don't have a lot of room to maneuver here. Not the best parking lot that I've designed. Not the worst. Hmm, 22:30 on the dot. That's our bedtime. I need a can of gas up here for the generator. It's not threatened right now, and it probably won't be for a while, but let's get ahead of that. Where I had gas cans somewhere. I must have done something with them. Oh, I've got one gas can here. That's enough for now. Would generally prefer to have one in the vehicle recovery truck, though. I could do worse things than putting together something to eat. There's 2 stews, both of them about in the mid-30s. We will cook those, and then we are going to get rid of the rest of the perishables that are almost dead here. Take some out of the freezer. We got a little bit of kale left. This is the last kale that I just pulled out of the freezer. The last piece of kale from last year's harvest. Maybe later we can finally start eating into this year's harvest, which we've already had our first of many. Kale is great. You plant it once and you harvest it several times. Stew and a 30 stew. That's most of our evening activity right there. Good old-fashioned maintenance. The rain barrel here has actually been filling up a lot longer than we've been using it, because I was a doofus and did not have a pipe wrench up here for a minute. But we have now got plenty of water. That's 30 minutes too early, but we're going to have to go ahead and get to bed now because we've run out of stuff to do. Hopefully the weather's good tomorrow. We've got a lot of killing to do, weather allowing. Convenience store right here. I never looted this place at all. That's unacceptable. It is a convenience store. Very convenient. In my defense, of course, this place has always been a little bit on the more annoying side to get into. It's only been more recently that it has been basically cleared. Not that there's that much stuff in here. Yeah, barely enough to fit in a single garbage bag. If I had room in the ambulance, I would absolutely take the game machines and put them in my base, but, well, we're a bit edged on room right now. In fact, we don't even have room for this garbage bag. Well. Hello. I'll just leave this garbage bag and pick it up on the way back. I know I'll be driving past this area many times yet to come. That garbage bag will be easy to remember, right there on the spot, on the corner there. Alright, before I engage the groups there at the Expo Center, I'm going to north and, whatchamacallit, just clear my angle of approach to the north and, to the, west. Show that to my homies. I am the real sweat. This van caught my eye. Got that Facebook aesthetic, blue background, white text. It is a contractor truck. Nothing particularly impressive here. But what does the engine look like? Ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves an engine quality 100 van. It's just a van. If I wanted a van, I've got vans with light bars and better engines on them. An entire fleet of them. So, I'll probably recover this and leave it here, just for the sake of it. But, yeah. Not immediately. Versus this one, which visually looks similar, but 15.9 quality engine. Bunch of whiskey in the trunk of that bad boy. Oh, well, there's Knox Distillery right there. Hey, look at that. We got a fire truck. I'm going to have to investigate that at some point here. This is the kind of place that would probably, if it wasn't looted and trashed, would probably have lots of propane. But look at this. 3 propane tanks on the floor. They don't say empty next to them, but they're fucking empty. That's deceptive advertising if I ever do say so myself. There's a full one. I will make room for that. I'm gonna prevent future deception and get rid of the empty ones now. Oh yeah? The distillery is a, well, I have no idea what's in there. I've never been in there. I will have to take a look at it. It's just down the road there. before I do that, we need to get rid of the empties here. Got ourselves an entire bag full of empties. Hello there. Seven propane tanks, all empty. Hey there. Sorry about that. I was not able to live stream yesterday. Okay, so I had some time, but that time did not come until like, what was it, like 9 a.m. or something like that? And I have realized that if I don't start my streams before 8 a.m., YouTube just doesn't recommend me. I'll be lucky if I ever break more than 10 concurrents if I start after 8 a.m. Well, it's okay, so like, I think if I start between 8 and 9, I'm still like, that's sort of like my recovery hour, but if I start after 9, for some reason YouTube just doesn't want to recommend me. Larger one near the river. If it's here in Louisville, I think I know where that is. I would have to take a look at that. Because that is, if I remember right, that's going to be one of those industrial buildings on the river there. I'm not going to consider this a safe angle back here. This has probably still got some uglies in it. So here's a full propane tank. If you want to remove propane tanks, you've got to... You can't right-click anymore. The right-click menu is gone. We don't like right-click menus. We're Project Zomboid developers. We are destroying our right-click menus for the console controller players. Hey, there's another full one. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Ah, yes, Scarlet Oak. Professor Oak, where's my Pokemon? Put this one out here with the rest of the empties. I'm just going to leave the full ones over here next to full or not empty ones. Get them all separated from each other. It's actually strategically important that these are here if anybody is actually interested in clearing all of those burned wrecks on the massive roadblock on your way out of Louisville into the north there on 31 West. Probably the biggest roadblock in the game right there. And, well, this is probably one of the easiest to find propane sources in the game right here, right next to it. That'll get you lots of welding. Yeah, that's a damn good question right there. I guess if I had to headcanon this, I caution against doing too much mental labor on behalf of the devs, but what they probably did was just yank them from their connections, yank them from their connections, and not properly seal them. So the propane tanks, I'm guessing when they were first looted, were not empty, but then because they were not secured properly, they just were hissing for a few minutes and then they were empty later. That's my guess. The ones that were on the floor were probably supposed to be attached to something. So this one is like so close to being empty, it's probably not gonna, probably doesn't have a full torch left in it, but that's alright. We're still gonna take it. That just means we'll want to use that first. Could be. I would say that fate smiled upon us that we just located a nearby vehicle that I want to take. This the blue van up here with the has got a quality 100 engine in it, and I kind of wanted to take that just for having another instant start vehicle that'll never fail to start, except for that 0.1% of the chance of time that it'll fail to start for no reason. This is Project Zomboid. Nothing is allowed to be perfect ever. See my ambulance up here? It's a quality 100 engine. It'll almost never fail to start, except for those one times. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I think it's a floating point math error that is actually causing things to not obey what would seem to be 100% chances. And I think the devs are just gonna roll with that. Actually, nothing is perfect. Actually, that sounds like something they would probably do. We are pretty hungry at the moment. We're gonna have a bite of stew. This is not the worst tow job, but it's not the easiest. Let's see if we can do a bit of a maneuver here. Yeah. Parallel connection, or a perpendicular connection. Straight into the trunk with you. 78 encumbrance worth of propane. That's not bad at all. I'm gonna go ahead and steal the hood off of this one, because the other one's got a busted up one. It's got a pretty windshield, 86%. That's one of the best ones I've seen in this area. I remember that specifically because very, very, very few windshields in the area have been over 80. I might actually put that on my ambulance. Yeah, the ambulance has got an 81. Now it has an 86. Good morning, Hassan. How you doing? Or good evening for you. We are doing some fun stuff today. It is a Saturday, so we must do fun stuff. Fate decrees it. Fate definitely decrees it. We just looted a propane store, a barbecue store. Lots of propane in it. We've acquired propane and propane accessories. Okay, I'm gonna shoot these guys. We're just gonna sit there and keep being vagrants if I didn't. Vagrants are actually really annoying because they make sounds as if they're aggroed onto you. And that actually throws me off. I'll pump and pierce. Nightstick, maybe a gun, maybe? Just a nightstick. I've got about 47 nightsticks that have gone unused. Short blunt level 10, it's best in slot for your waist, but I just don't really have a solid use for it at the moment. I'm at the point where long blade is pretty much better than anything, even though I'm not... What am I? I'm level 9 point... Yeah, I'm level 9.1 of Longblade. I've got a long way to go for Longblade level 10 if I don't find the book. Our chances of finding the book will skyrocket once we do more residential exploration in Louisville. Because basically right now, we've confirmed that there's no library on the planet that has Longblade books. The only way to find Longblade books is going to be Survivor Zombies or Survivor Houses. And, well, look at all these houses. That's a lot of houses right there. And that's all further to the south, though. Before we go in that direction, we want to finish what we're doing up here. Otherwise, we try to come back here later, and all the respawns will be making our life way more miserable than it is right now. So we're kind of dug into our current task, but when we are completed with the Grand Ohio Mall, we're definitely going to be taking a look at some residential after that. I want to see if I can get that book. Alright. From the center, this place has been rather clear. Still see some skeletons from the last time I killed them. It was a major sweep, but it wasn't full or anything. Just what was in front of me at the time. Now, most anything that would have been here, I used the horn yesterday to attract down to that crossroads. And they are still right where I want them to be. Hey, KTO, how's it going? We are doing some fun stuff today for sure. I'm gonna leave this van that I picked. I picked up this van. Nothing particularly impressive about it. It's got a nice engine, but it's a van. It's currently full of propane. I'm going to leave it somewhere where I can find it and try to tow it back with me if I don't forget. Let's try this alleyway here. Let's try not having a zombie in the way. Oi. I predict that I'll take the north road to exit from, so this will be a fine place to leave it. This is another coffee shop. I'm pretty sure I looted this one. I wouldn't be doing my due diligence if I didn't double check. No, now that I see the furniture, I'm pretty sure I hit this one. Yeah. I think this was one of the coffee shops that actually had coffee in it. You, if that sounds like it shouldn't be something impressive and noteworthy, you're playing the wrong game, kiddo. We've had several coffee shops with no coffee in them, despite not being looted and trashed. Alright, we are looking good on this side still. You know what? There was a small group over here, and if I get rid of them, I will probably have a very nice, secure, asterisk, area to the north to approach from. There they are. What have we got up here? Vagrants in the garage. Get out of here. Doggy bone on the table. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. You generally want to not leave them on the table if you want your dog to be able to get to them. We must have started playing just before the great, or just after the great turn the Ohio River into coffee event, where everybody tried to boil a bunch of coffee grounds in the Ohio River. Must not have worked out for them very well. Is that a trooper? Yeah, it's a state trooper down there. She might have some shotgun ammo for me. Oi. I need your service weapon, ma'am. You've been relieved of duty. Oh, she doesn't even have any ammo for me. I'm sure this point has been made a billion times, but the early game would be so much more congruous if you didn't have refrigerators in houses full of perishable foods, right? I can accept like an early apocalypse scenario where everybody's so desperate for gas that they're siphoning their neighbors' gas tanks. I can accept that if you don't already have gas stations with 10,000 liters of gas in the pump, and you know, you also have frickin' groceries in the fridge as if somebody just got home from a shopping trip. There's incongruities there. They want to have their world is falling apart cake and eat it too. Switch back and forth between my sword and machete a little bit. Try to distribute the sharpness degradation so that I don't break these things too quickly. Gonna have a bite to eat before we get in this engagement here. Jesus Christ. Maybe reload your fucking weapons, dude. Hi. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna deploy my new, I got a new macro.
You're an idiot, but I still love you.
I've started writing assembly recently. My first code is a pop-up notification that calls me a fucking idiot, along with some Zonos voice of Annie telling me that I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Don't tell the devs too much. Right now, you can do pretty much anything. You can do pretty much anything that you can do while seated. You can do it while driving. I am sure that whatchamacallit, I'm sure that that will be nerfed eventually. I wouldn't say that I'm too reliant on it. It's just very convenient. That was just that was a okay. So I spend a lot of time screwing around with AI in my spare time. I don't ever want to use it for anything seriously creative, but for memes and just for other silly low effort things, it's a lot of fun. And in this particular instance, I'm using a I'm using a text-to-speech generative AI thing called Zonos that will, all you need is about 10 seconds of voice samples to kind of accurately recreate somebody's voice. It's not as good as 11 Labs, but 11 Labs is proprietary and you gotta pay for it, and fuck that. Never. Don't ever pay for AI. Don't pay for AI. AI is fun. It's a great tool. Don't pay for it. Please don't pay for it. It's not worth it. You got a GPU, you got a gaming GPU, you can run it yourself. Maybe not quite as good, but depending on your... I don't actually have that many voice lines for Annie yet. I've generated just a couple. Most of them variations of her calling me an idiot. One part of the script that I have not completed yet is it's supposed to randomly select... It's supposed to randomly select, you know, just whether or not she's going to be mad about it, or whether she's just going to be like, oh, you goofy idiot. I have, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 different versions of it. But right now it just plays the one, so... And is it really necessary to write that in assembly? No, I'm pretty sure there are programs that'll do that for you. VTubers are very popular in all forms that they come in. You'll never see me firing up Holo Live, I promise that. But, I may do some fun things that don't involve proprietary software. Do I still have it open? I think I might. No, I don't. It'll definitely be one of my most recents. Yeah, idiot.asm. So I write I only write assembly code so far at the moment. I don't like every other language I've ever tested, but assembly actually speaks my language a little bit, which makes sense because anytime I do reverse engineering, I'm sitting there staring at assembly code anyway. Might as well go full circle and actually learn how to compile from that. I'm using FASM right now. I'm not going to even act for a second like I fully understand what I'm doing with it. I'm following tutorials. I'm trying to figure it out. I know what some of the instructions are. You know, the JNE, jump not equal. JMP, jump to address. JE, jump if equal. But usually I just... I only know that insofar as, okay, the instructions are telling me to go to this memory address now. Let's go look at that address and see if that is going to be the pointer we're looking for and whatever the hell. I'm used to thinking about things backwards, so I'm trying to challenge myself to think about things forward. Java. Again, Java was the first, technically speaking, that was the first programming language I learned. My computer science teacher in high school. I have not used Java since for anything. And there's a part of me that wants to keep it that way. Because I've made mods for Project Zomboid, and I've modified mods for Project Zomboid, but mods for Project Zomboid almost always just use Lua, as opposed to I have a bit of a long history with Lua too. I'm not a fan of it, but it's not Java. So we got a couple of hangers on in the parking lot over there, and then we got Billy Joe over here, who's late to the party, like always. Alright. I have not actually identified whether I want to use this road here or the back road further north, hugging the river, that brings us next to the baseball bat factory. I have not decided between the two. It's apples and oranges, most likely. I don't expect there's going to be a massive population difference. For anybody joining, welcome. As a recap, we are progressing on the very far north of Louisville here, and we're moving towards the Grand Ohio Mall, finally, after a very long time. Some of my viewers who haven't had a lot of time to watch since the school season started might actually be able to catch some of that today. I remember one of my viewers was asking about Grand Ohio Mall multiple times, but alas, he has been quite busy with school. Today being Saturday, he's probably most likely to swing by at some point. Yeah, Assembly is the final boss, because you hear a lot about, and I'm a really big fan of this mentality. Everything is open source if you can read assembly. If you can't read assembly, then you're stuck in that mentality of, oh, this is proprietary software. Oh, this is open source software. It's better. And if you read assembly, then none of that fucking matters. None of that fucking matters. All you got to do is drop it into IDA, and you can tell exactly what the program's doing. Wow, exactly. I'm never gonna understate the usefulness of named variables, and a lot of named variables get cooked off when you compile. Now, from an ethical standpoint, I do not just from an ethical standpoint, just from a efficiency standpoint, and especially in the modern era, open source is better than proprietary. I'm gonna die on that hill, especially in the current year, because in the current year, where everything is getting shittier, everything in the programming world is getting shittier right now. Both open source projects and proprietary projects. Open source projects, my God, there is some. You would think it's still 2016, the way some open source projects are being run right now. Actively kicking people out of their communities for daring to have the wrong opinions on certain things that have absolutely nothing to fucking do with the code. Just to say the least. But then, of course, you go into the proprietary software circles, and you've got your HR rep coming through and wagging their finger at you if you name your variable something incorrectly. Remember, you're not allowed to call something a blacklist or a whitelist anymore. That's verboten. That's verboten. If you write code for Microsoft, you write code for Oracle, the HR reps will be coming down and wagging their fingers at you for using names like that in your write-ups. Imagine getting a computer science degree and then having some fucking. I need to not give my opinions about HR. I need to not give my opinions about HR. I will get banned from YouTube. Ghidra, I tried Ghidra. Ghidra is, I didn't like it. I didn't like Ghidra. Ghidra is, NSA. And Ghidra is basically our taxpayer dollars paid for Ghidra to be put together by the NSA. I much prefer IDA. I don't even have IDA installed on my main computer. I would have to remote into my old gaming PC to actually run IDA, assuming it even loads. It's still running Windows 10. I need to do something with my old gaming PC. Right now, it's just a really ghetto NAS, and it's storing all of my hard drives and serving them on the network. But it is also running Windows 10, which is no longer getting security updates, and that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. If you're still stuck on Windows 10, you should think about doing something else. Whether that's Windows 11, I highly recommend. I think Windows 11 AME is out. I think. I don't know what the AME project has done recently. They may have just done Windows 10 and then left. If you're not familiar, AME is ameliorated. It's a basically what it is it's just a set of scripts that will yank almost all of the spyware out of Windows for you, so that you can just have the good NT-based operating system without all the shit that Microsoft is shoving in there. But they've shoved it in there so deeply that in order to actually have an AME version of it, you have to have almost an entirely different shell now. Like, you know, File Explorer itself has been so compromised by Microsoft that it's you can't pull the bloat out of it and still have a functional product now. You have to basically just fucking replace it. And if you're going to replace the shell, honestly, if you're going to replace the shell, do you have much of Windows left that a normal person would recognize? I mean, yes, it's still NT under the hood, but I mean, I don't think a normal person's really going to fucking care whether it's NT, Unix, POSIX, or fucking Fortran, as long as it is something that they recognize. And if you take the shell out of the equation, then a normal person's not going to fucking recognize it anymore, so it's, But yeah, here is my, old PC, and I do have... there you are. And it, well, actually, I think it'll kill my connection if I remember right. Oh no, it won't. We're good. Yeah, so all I gotta do is just drag an executable on there, and it'll disassemble it for me, and analyze it and whatnot. But it's a really old version. I don't have the newer version. I'm borrowing the license for that old one. Yeah, vibe coding. Vibe coding. That's what they call it. That's currently the. I'm gonna call it a pejorative. It's an insult. If somebody calls your project vibe coded, then they're insulting you. It means you spent more time writing with AI than anything else. And I find it really funny that some people use the term vibe coding as like a good thing. Yeah, vibe coding isn't bad. No, it's bad. It's bad, don't do it. I have heard people say that error checking is fine. And I wouldn't entirely disagree all the time. Like, my own brother is, he, writes stuff for, database engineering at the moment. And, I think he's been using AI a lot to help him, track down compiler errors, if I remember correctly. And that, okay, again, you're not learning anything if you do that, right? If you just tell the AI, tell me why this won't compile, it might tell you why it won't compile, but you're not gonna fucking learn anything from that. That being said, my brother is in his mid-40s. He's like 10 years older than me, so he is a little bit past the stage where he needs to be sitting there learning new things all the time. At this point, he's got a job to do and he wants to get it done. And I don't fault him for that. I mean, he doesn't want to spend all of his time tracking down silly little errors in programming. He just wants to get the job done and deliver what he's working on. Yeah, I mean, like, again, Windows 10 was always my favorite, and, well, you rip out the bloat from Windows 11 and you give it the shell of Windows 10. Would you guys really know if I didn't tell you? Would you guys know that I'm running Windows 11? Because it looks like Windows 10, doesn't it? It sure looks like Windows 10. I got the taskbar, I got the File Explorer. That's from the user experience. Those right there. Now the settings menu, of course. The settings menu, you're going to recognize this as Windows 11. Anybody's going to recognize this as 11 versus 10. But I mean, how much time do you spend in the settings menu versus the rest of the user interface? Now again, all that being said is, I probably should be learning how to use tabbed File Explorer. I'm very used to just opening a whole bunch of fucking File Explorer windows. I'm used to just opening a whole bunch of File Explorer windows and just navigating that way, but that's not actually very efficient. Tabbed, tabbed folder views have been around in Linux for decades, and Microsoft finally got on that train right when they started introducing rounded edges to their windows, and that was a brick too far. I will never get on board with rounded edges on my windows. I will have hard, sharp edges to my windows, or they will not be on my fucking screen. I'm putting my foot down on that. Oh, bro, fucking grand for Windows. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Regional pricing can be really fucking weird. moving to Linux. I wish I could give more advice, because when it comes to Linux, I've got some experience with server management, but no, I've never used the desktop. Or, like, you know, I've installed the desktop, I've never actually used one. It was, No, I forgot it before. I remember it this time. I'm gonna remember it this time. It was, Damn it. Damn it, I remembered it the other day. I remembered it the other day. I haven't used it enough, and that's why I forgot the distro that I'm using. CentOS Red Hat Linux is what I'm most familiar with from the server side. But from a desktop perspective, I cannot unironically I use Arch, by the way, meme. If I had to get into it, I probably would. Probably would go the Arch route. That sounds like something I would do. Okay, that is way more than I was ready for. Damn it! Fuck! I misclicked. Okay. We're good. Just don't commit to getting into a vehicle if you're not in a good situation to do so. Okay, we're falling back again. I did not expect there to be that many there. Damn it, I may have lost the ambulance temporarily. That's okay. Alright, we'll deal with this. Yeah, no, you're correct. It's not, it wasn't the best choice. Honestly, I was looking for something that would complete everything that I wanted to do at once, and I found Net Server, and Net Server did everything I wanted to do at once. And then I got locked into it. I was a captured audience member. But there was also the fact that I know that CentOS and RHEL are being used elsewhere in my client's enterprise. So I was like, okay, if I learn how to use this in a personal capacity, it couldn't possibly hurt my day job, and it didn't. But I've used almost nothing that I've learned. Shit. I'm making mistakes. I am making mistakes. Yeah, no, Manjaro, I've heard the name before. Manjaro is not bad. We need to have a drink of coffee if we're going to be fighting and getting stuck in here. Yeah. Would have been an awkward situation if we didn't have the coffee. Didn't have the coffee if we didn't have everything else that we have, but no. This is Louisville. You got to be prepared if you're going to have a whole bunch of zombies come out of the building that you're not exactly expecting. I feel this sword is coming on the end of its life here. The number of times it's failing to one-shot, yeah, it is probably well below half integrity now. Not immediately. I've been on the lookout for another pipe bomb opportunity. If I can find one, I'll definitely deploy it. I've got a couple of pipe bombs ready. Maybe just one pipe bomb. I know I have at least one ready. looks like a lot, but there's a lot of them are slow. We accept no flankers here, ma'am. Sharpen check. Nope. Sword is, as I predicted, we're in the bottom third. We're in the bottom third of this sword's integrity. It's about lived its life. If I had any sort of inkling that we would be running into large groups this early on, I would have taken a spare sword out of my vehicle's trunk. But now I've lost access to the vehicle temporarily. That's okay. We will get back to it. Just gotta get these walking corpses out of our way. I may not have to be so crazy about keeping the roads clear, but like I was saying before, I still haven't decided if I'm using the south road or the north road. The north road just seems like it's going to have more traffic on it, as counterintuitive as that feels. I mean, there's no sense in locking myself in. I could use both. If I keep both clear, that'll substantially reduce any flanking. These trucks here are partially disassembled because they had some pretty good parts on them. The other day we did some vehicular repair activities, and our ambulance is actually in great shape. We just gotta get it back now. This will probably be the 16th time I've lost my ambulance temporarily. Nowhere near as bad as the event that occurred when I was visiting Ekron once on one of my... I actually think that was Annie's previous life on 42.7 when I was visiting Ekron. That was my first time going to Ekron, was 42.7. I did not realize that what B42map.com, the website, B42map, it called it a community center. It was actually a community college, with well over 1,500 zombies in it. So when I pulled up to the front door, and I honked my horn a few times, I was not expecting 1,500 zombies to come out of that building. I was not ready for that in the slightest. And I had to fight like a week and a half long ground war to just get my fucking vehicle back. That was how bad it was. But I am much better equipped to deal with situations like that now than I was before. I didn't have enough weapons at the time. I fell back to just using short bats with nails hammered into them. Like I just went to nearby houses and started ripping apart furniture, carving the planks into short bats, using the nails to make nail spike bats. That was a fun time, honestly. I would never intentionally put myself in a situation like that. Yeah. Even on default settings, it is high enough that you definitely don't want to try to take them all at once. Like even as well equipped as I am right now, I would never try to take them all at once. I would use Raven Guard tactics every time. Attack, fall back, and attack again. Do not try to take them all at once. No point. Damn. I've given up on at least half of this road, and that's okay. Hello. Then a fragment of having ragdolls on, sometimes they look like they're dead, but they're not. Okay. I feel like most of them probably came from, oh, I know where they came from now. Okay. I am starting to realize where those guys came from now. That's okay. We were going to kill those guys eventually anyway. So where those guys came from is... there's a little corner right here. You can see by the dried blood here. I did a little bit of killing here a while ago. when I first cleared this area, or tried to clear this area. And I fell back a little bit because I realized we were getting really close to Grand Ohio, and we were not actually... Yeah, here's the rest of them. Here's the rest of them. So we pulled the north part of that pack, but not the south part. So these guys here, I'm not going to try to deal with them right now. I'm just going to see if I can... I did a pipe bomb right here. You can still see my noise generator from it, right on the stop sign there. I mean, do I still have the detonator for that noise generator? It would have been 77K, and I don't have 77K. I don't know why I don't have 77K. But yeah, that means I cannot detonate that noise generator. Sad. That being said, noise generators are, honestly, for groups this big, nah. I'm gonna just use the ambulance when I do my next big trap. There's not a good spot right here. Like, there's obviously where I had that stop sign. That's not a bad spot, but using the tactics that I've been using to gather zombies, I need a little more room. I need like a parking lot. And would you look at that? A parking lot. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We have bought ourselves a little bit of time, but we don't have quite enough time. Maybe we do. Okay, you know what? Hello, everybody. Welcome to South Louisville. Why don't you all get together and come hear the good word of the Lord? So the current goal is just to take everybody that is in this area and remnants from the other area and group them all together up here. That parking lot that we observed to the south there. Shit, this is not good. I'm gonna have to... No, we're good. Okay. Like I said, there's not a lot of room to maneuver here. I would not want to try to do the trap here at this exact spot. I've got an idea. I just saw a zombie throw itself off of a ledge. So there actually is a side road that we can use to flank that group that we just assembled. Because I don't want them to continue moseying down the street in that direction that I left from. And if I just leave things as it were, they will continue to mosey. I want their mosey to be focused in the general... right here direction. And we're just going to not hit that tree, ideally. But I'm not perfect. That's okay. I also don't want them going in this direction, though, so... Shit. Okay, you know what? This spot right here, and then I will circle around one more time. Use the north road to lose them, and... It's the parking lot of the Spiffos a little further south here that I'm going to set. We're going to set up a pipe bomb. And we're going to eliminate a huge portion of those guys all at once. Yeah, we just had rain come through anyway, so Isn't it interesting that rats are more threatening to my vehicle than mud or rain or bad weather, snow or sleet? I'm seeing these fucking tiny ass little rats on the road, and I'm like, okay, I got to make sure to avoid them, otherwise, well, there's just as much damage as the zombie I hit. Oy. Okay, here we go. So I do believe I will have successfully lost the attention of most of the Zeds to the north there, to such an extent that it is now relatively quiet down here. And we circle around nice and long to the Spiffo parking lot right here. Biffos and Jay's chicken. Yeah, they are. Yep. Look at that. Look at that. We've got ourselves a nice big parking lot. A nice big parking lot where we can set a pipe bomb, and we can use the ambulance to attract them to the pipe bomb. We've even got streetlights. I like to use streetlights as a point of reference for where I place the bomb, because once I get a massive group of zombies gathered together, I need to see where the bomb is, you know, without a bunch of zombies blocking it. And a point of reference like a streetlight is probably great for that. Probably the best. I think stop signs might be a close second. So I'm gonna skirmish, melee weapons only, so that I don't attract too much attention. And we're just gonna kill anybody who's gonna disturb us while we attempt to create an attraction zone for the bomb. Houston Peacock. No service weapon. I still need to replace this sword. That's almost lost on me. Yeah. I'm glad I double-checked that now, because it's probably going to break in the next 20 zombies or so if I don't replace it now. Public service announcement, replace your swords before they break, and it's a lot easier to reforge them. I still have not confirmed exactly whether there's any loss of steel if they fully break. It may just be a couple of extra steps to reforge them if that happens, assuming you recover all the parts. Because there will be a broken blade with no tang, and a shard somewhere. Yeah, Echo Creek is... I feel like it's great for people who are, like, kind of new, and are focused just on, learning about zombies. Because Echo Creek, the populations are... Well, they can be bad, but early game Echo Creek is not bad. If you're just focused on learning about zombies, Echo Creek is not good for long-term survival. If you want to learn about long-term survival, I much, much, much sooner would recommend Riverside or... Muldraw is going to be a little hard, honestly, to learn in, but if you want it hard, yeah, Muldraw will, Muldraw's new population numbers. After the first 30 days, Muldraw gets heated. I've gone a little far afield, actually. I've gone a little far afield. I don't need to be this far. I think I'm just going to kill these guys so that I can cut a couple trees here. And the reason I'm going to cut a couple trees is I want to use one of these streetlights as my point of reference for the pipe bomb. Probably this one up here. Yeah, this one right here. So that means I do want to eliminate a few of these trees. Because the trees are blocking my line of sight. I can't see zombies on the other side of them. And they would block my maneuver, as I need to drive in circles around groups of zombies. I need a big, wide open area to drive in circles around the zombies in order to group them up. I'll show a little bit more about how that works when the time comes to do that. But yeah, I would not want to do it. I would not want to do the pipe bomb in this parking lot as is. I need a little bit more driving room. Probably, yeah. No. I actually forgot about... Real talk, I forgot about Rosewood. Rosewood is probably still a great introduction. I don't know about generator prospects in Rosewood. I can't remember if there were people complaining about not finding a single generator in Rosewood. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure there's a guaranteed spawn generator in Echo Creek. So I may have been slightly wrong about long-term survival, because you want access to generators if you're going to learn about long-term survival. Alright, so we always carry around a firefighter axe in our field kit. Yeah, okay. If there were any big trees here, I would have thought twice about doing this, but no, they're all small trees. 3 or 4 swings and they're done. Yeah. It's at the little fair. There's like a fair going on at Echo Creek. I think the fair zone is actually probably the most populated, but that's also where you have a chance of a good chance of a generator spawning. I can't recall if I've ever seen there not be a generator there. Alright, so we did get rid of most of the trees on that side. I'm going to get rid of most of the trees on this side. At least up to the corner of Jay's Chicken. I'm not going to... I don't need to go any further than that. I'm just thinking about being able to drive in circles here, right? I need to be able to drive in big open circles in the parking lot, which is why I cleared trees pretty much just up to here. And then I'm just going to do the same thing on this side, which is just, it's just 2 more trees. A couple more seconds and my stamina is recovered. Kill Chucky over here. Oh no, that was Earl. Early to the party Earl over there. Got rid of him. Alright, now there's just a couple cars. This sports car right here, I'm going to get it out of the way. And then maybe just those 2 trucks and this car right here. And that will leave me with just a very nice wide open area to drive in. I'm going to be real with you guys, I might be able to use this area multiple times for pipe bombs. So all this effort we're putting into it now, probably worth it for more than just the 1 bombing that I have planned right now. I wasn't even going to use this one, but let's get it out of the way too. I did just try to hit that zombie. Not very easy when the vehicles have wheels on them. But if they don't have wheels on them, you can turn them into battering rams, surprisingly easy. But we're not going to do any silly stuff this time. Last time I did silly stuff, I summoned the Chaos Gods of Power Outages. Having a... If you ever have that much fun playing this game... Alright, we get this green car out of the way, and then we're gonna stop by our sleeping place, get a sleep. I may actually want to stop by Reed and make a couple more pipe bombs, because we do have one. But I mean, if we get such good results with this this little spot right here that we're putting together, if we get enough good results, we're gonna want to do that again. You know what? Let's give us a little bit more maneuver space around that. There we go. See, remember, I'm not just thinking about driving space for me. I'm thinking about space to drive when there are 100,000 zombies in this area. So the fewer obstructions, the better. And there's one of the that's like that's the very beginning of the group that we actually want to fight here. So that is perfectly fine. We are going to leave them where they are. We're going to go back, get a sleep. We are probably going to make a couple more pipe bombs. How far from Reed are we at this latitude? I could go straight down Maine. That would actually result in me exploring some new territory. Yeah, let's do that. I actually have not explored all the way down Main Street, which is right here. There's nothing substantial here, but, you know, for the sake of completion, we want to explore. If memory serves, we are going to come by the Spiffos HQ. Hello. Okay, I was about to say, miraculous I didn't run into anybody, but then I did. We're good, we're good. Ooh, that is a very, very big parking lot right there. I'm gonna have to file that in my memory banks. This building is the High Street Apartments. Hard to believe I've never explored anything about that. But then again, this is Main Street. Bateman Office Building. Do you like Huey Lewis in the News? I definitely appreciate the all of the references to horror movies. Okay, this area. I just ran over another fucking rat. Welcome to Project Zomboid. I don't actually. There's more quotes that I remember from American Psycho than it's probably appropriate to say on stream. Just cool it with the anti-zombie remarks, okay? Oh, that's a good movie. Anyway, Reed base right here. It's a little bit more well-equipped than the field outpost we've been sleeping in most of the time so far. It does have a generator, but the generator is not currently running because there's no perishables being stored here. We're going to go ahead and sleep. I'm feeling more and more vindicated about the strategic position of Reed Base. We have not truly seen it shine yet, but... So we are actually at 40 fatigue at 6 a.m. here. We need to sleep again, so we're going to... That's not a bad rhythm at all. We're going to fire up the generator so we got light, and we are going to put together a few pipe bombs before we go back to sleep. My bomb-making kit is here at Reed Base, so we are going over here to the bomb-making area. I am still using... So, pipe bombs, if you're not familiar, 20 bullets worth of gunpowder must be harvested to make one. That's your most annoying to source material. In this case, we have got set aside some boxes of 45 auto rounds. Just going to open one of those bad boys up and rip 40 of those apart. So 40 rounds of 45 auto are being pulled apart now. And now we have 40 units of gunpowder. And now we already have broken iron pipes just laying around on the table there, along with our duffel bag full of bomb-making parts. So, pipe bomb. We can now make 2. Because it's 20 gunpowder, 20 bullets worth of gunpowder each, so there's 2. Now we just want to slap some remote triggers onto them. So we got to make 2 remote triggers. This costs glue to make a remote trigger. So glue is one of those things. Now that's interesting. We've got enough glue to make 6 more. That's something I need to keep in mind. Basically, we can do 6 more remote pipe bombs before we need to go on a search for more glue. Otherwise, you know, without remote triggers are the things you got to put on the bomb itself, so that your remote detonator, can actually blow it up. Otherwise, all you've got are throwing. You can throw a pipe bomb at zombies, and it will detonate on contact. I don't ever recommend doing that, because if it hits something before it gets to the target, it will blow up. I've never seen it happen before, where it just blows up so quickly that it actually hits me too. But because I feel like that is something that could very likely happen in this game. And then, of course, the act of putting the trigger onto the bomb costs duct tape. I haven't even mentioned every single one of these things that we've done so far. The bomb, the trigger, and adding the trigger to the bomb. All 3 of those steps cost a little bit of electrical parts. I don't even think about that anymore. I just have well over 100 electrical parts stored in this crafting area. To such an extent that I just stopped thinking about it. But electrical parts are no problem if you get enough of them and keep track of them and spread them out. I can drop off in these RTB bags some stuff that doesn't need to be with me right now. Yeah, you know what? That's probably not functioning as intended, but you're correct about that. Like, I'm assuming that there are some weird mechanics right now where if you throw a bomb, sometimes it will, like, get stuck in midair before getting to the zombies, and before detonating. So, like, the opposite problem of throwing it and having it detonate too early is throwing it and just having it float for some stupid reason. Yeah, that too. You don't want that to happen. I don't think anybody wants that to happen. Well, if you want that to happen, then you're probably already bitten, so. I've already mentioned, and I'll say it again, if for some reason we actually do get bitten, we are definitely going to go out by just blowing ourselves up along with the zombies. We will have a CJ ending from Dawn of the Dead. Fucking figures. Alright, we need to sleep one more time, and then we are deploying to start attracting some audiences for our sermon of destruction. Alrighty. Was kind of hoping that this rain would not be an ongoing thing, but it looks like it's going to be. Not the worst thing in the world, but also not good. It will not interfere with the pipe bomb itself. My concern with the rain right now is actually the it's gonna give me frame rate drops. An RTX 4090 is not enough to handle Project Zomboid in 4K with rain and hundreds of zombies on screen. It's actually not enough. The best GPU of the current year can't handle a game from 2013. That's the power of Java right there. The sheer throbbing power of Java. Yeah, you already mentioned the stuff on the hard drive that Slanesh would be interested in. That is pure Slanesh bait right there. We've got an entire army of IRL Slanesh worshippers out there. That's actually, I do not. RX5A, that's AMD. I have actually very little comprehension of the power scaling of AMD products. I do know the big number go up. I know that much. Some of the YouTubers that I follow who talk about GPUs and other tech stuff have commented how confusing AMD's product lines are. We need to shut the generator down. There is nothing here that requires ongoing generation. Alright, I'm going to take one generator with me here. 90,001, and I'm going to put one pipe bomb in the trunk, so that I have one generator, or I'm sorry, one detonator and one pipe bomb. That's what we need right now. Yeah, I believe that. Well, okay, is it a problem or is it collusion? I've got a tinfoil hat to wear. I don't have enough tinfoil for to build one, but I'm gonna be wearing it. My current tinfoil theory is that Unreal Engine games are built exclusively to advertise the latest NVIDIA GPU. Not with the knowledge of the devs using Unreal. No, I don't think they're even aware of it. I think the devs using Unreal are about aware of the plans of NVIDIA as these zombies are aware of my plans. I think Sweeney Tim. I think Sweeney Tim is somebody who's got a lot of vested interest in making sure that his engine doesn't do too good with other products, or even the best NVIDIA product. Because what else is going to be out there to force you to buy the next best NVIDIA product? It's nothing like what's going on in AI. But just seeing what's going on in AI has kind of made me think, okay, yeah, if that's what they're doing in that field, they're probably doing some shady shit in other fields too. That is my think about that. My big think, as it were. I got a big think. I got lots of big thinks. Well, lazy devs are... there's a little bit of... I I personally believe that there are more devs out there who don't fully understand Unreal Engine, and in a perfect world, they shouldn't have to. But because Unreal Engine doesn't work right out of the box, they have to, and that sucks. But I'm gonna blame Epic and Sweeney just a little bit more than the devs in that case, because the whole reason that you take you take Unity or Unreal, or much bless you if you try Godot or Red Dot, one of those two. If you go that route, you're obviously not wanting to build your own engine, so why would you want to go out there and learn engine code? Ideally, it would work out of the box, but for some reason it just doesn't. And yet, it's still so popular. Why is that? Big think. Oh no, there's also that. Yeah, I mean the publishers are always going to be a problem because their motive is entirely financial. Well, almost entirely financial. There are still such thing as good publishers out there. They're just they're the role that they play incentivizes them to be only financially motivated, and therefore, if you find a publisher that is not as financially motivated as the others, you found the exception to the rule, basically. Just the way the economy works in its current form, you are incentive. Minus 5% integrity to my door right there. Anyway. Yeah, no, I try not to, like, because, I mean, I've got, there's a couple of devs that I've, like, directly talked to about this. Not in, like, super long-form discussions or anything, but I've had some back and forth with the developer of Clanfolk. Blorf, he goes by on Steam. Great guy. He's put a lot of passion into that game. He's using Unity. He's using Unity with IL-2 CVP, which is something I also have opinions about, but I didn't go too hard on those because, well, there's reasons to do it. Industry standard reasons to do it. It's just not good for modding. But he also doesn't really want the game to be moddable right now because mods generate bug reports that have nothing to do with the game itself. And the guy's a solo dev. He doesn't have time for that shit. But when I think about that guy, and I think about if he had used Unreal, how much time would he have in a day to be fucking around trying to learn Unreal Engine code? Trying to learn, what the fuck do they call it, Nanite? Or whatever their renderer is, that the render pipeline that they're using. I'm not very well informed of the specifics. I just understand it on a very broad conceptual level. You've got to do a lot of effort, apparently, to make the render engine work with your product. If he had to spend all that time, I can't imagine that the game would have made anywhere near as much progress as it has. And it's progressing faster than Zomboid, relatively speaking. And I find that to be quite fascinating, because that actually, in my mind, sounds like a successful use case of an engine that is not a custom one. I loathe to imagine how much time is being lost by the Zomboid devs because they've chosen to use a custom Java engine, but that's okay. They know what they're doing for the most part. I can say almost with reasonable certainty that if this game, Zomboid, was written in Unity or Unreal, it would be... you wouldn't get anything close to this many moving things on screen. None of those game engines are really meant for getting this many things on screen. Not 3D models, at least. Maybe you could get away with it if you would have to make a lot of compromises. A lot more than it seems like these guys are doing. So what we're doing is we're leading them in this direction first. I'm going to pull them out of that main road there. I'm going to pull them out of that main road so that I can get back on that main road and double back. Alright, the double back operation now begins. I don't want to pull them too much farther in this direction. So I'm going to lose them by going over here and swinging around the bottom. This fence is a bit of an annoyance, but I think there's ways through it. Yes, okay, this is not an all-encompassing fence. If there's large groups that need to get around it and they are aggroed, or not aggroed onto me, they will go around it. Like, for example, if they stay flush with this building up here with the rosewood flooring, they can just go right next to that building and make it past the fence. We're good. So, as I desired, most of this road down here is not blocked up. So we're just going to clear a couple more trees out of the way so that we have free range of movement over here. I got so excited with this operation with the pipe bombs, I actually didn't get myself any food. That is... oh, that's a thing. I'll figure that out. I mean, I've got backup food, but I'd rather not rely on that if I don't have to. I do see those guys. I'm not blind to them. Now that the obstructions are clear. I need to get the pipe bombs set. I need to link it and set it really quick here. Damn it. The fast ones always annoy me. Alright, the fast ones are dealt with. Remote pipe bomb has been linked. It is now being armed and set. So, this street light is our point of reference. Right? Yeah. The pipe bomb, you can't even see it, but we have placed it on the tile with the street light. So, the street light is where we are... basically, what we are trying to do. Now that I've said it, I don't like the positioning of these cars. Now that I'm actually here and I'm looking at it, I'm going to move these cars really quick because I have an opportunity to do so. What I need to do is get a huge group of zombies together in this parking lot. I don't really care how far apart they are once they're in the parking lot. I just need to get them here. And then I need to get them to collapse in on themselves. Into like a circular blob. It is a little difficult to do, but if you've got a vehicle with a light bar, like an ambulance, just keep the light bar running and start driving in circles around them. And what happens when you drive circles around them, the fast ones will go into the center of the circle to try to get around to keep following you. The slow ones will kind of start to just get stuck in the middle of the circle. So there's a natural blobbing effect that happens when you get together a large group and you just kind of drive circles around them. I've talked about this a lot when I use the phrase sheepdogging. Sometimes that just refers to going back and forth in front of a group to keep the attention of everybody and keep them moving in one direction. But in this case, I think that's also a tactic that sheepdogs will actually do. You know, I need to watch some YouTube videos of just sheepdog doing their thing. When I was growing up, I had a golden retriever, but she had a doggo friend from down the road. One of my neighbors had a he was a mix. He was a mix. He had some sheepdog in him, and he would just whenever they would play, whenever my golden and her buddy would play, the sheepdog, my neighbor's dog, would just kind of run back and forth, like just when they're screwing around, as dogs do, because it's like, you know, ingrained in their DNA to just run back and forth like that. So I've seen them move a lot. I've seen actual sheepdog movement a lot. I've never seen it actually deployed on actual sheep. So I do want to see what that looks like someday. Alright, firing up the light bar. Let's get a mark. We are at 2 hours and 4 minutes. That is when we begin the pipe bombing attraction operation. And you know what? I'm going to get a little bit of hype. As much as I enjoy this music, we require hype. Bring out your dead, bring out your dead. Interesting. That is interesting to hear. I don't know how I feel about that. Alright. We've got a big old group of them, boys. We got a group. Got a party started. That party's going to be at Spiffos. We are going to have to use them. They're going to have to go through Spiffos to get to the designated location. As a reminder, our pipe bomb is on this tile right here. And now we have finally more or less arrived at the destination. I'm going to backtrack just a little bit. I want to keep the attention to the back lines as best I can here. If I just go straight to the target location and start doing my donuts, then we're actually going to lose track of quite a few in the back line. So we want to avoid that if we can. Trunk damage again, as always. It bothers me a little bit less now. We're down to only 2% diminishing returns, so it's still annoying, but I don't hate it as much. And that's only half of them right there. Okay, we've emptied up the north part. Oops, well. How many more side hits is that? No, we're good, we're good. Could have been more. Now you can finally see exactly why I needed so much room to maneuver. The fast ones that are on us are already blobbed up. That's not a problem. It's the slow ones and the fast ones haven't caught up to us yet. They are a problem, of course. I'm starting to get to a more circular motion here, but going around the entire Spiffos. but you're already starting to see the mega blob. The mega blob is is starting to form here. This is why we need our point of reference. $10-mile-an-hour cruise control is sometimes a blessing, an absolute blessing. Hey, it was already desecrated when I got here. Not a single window at Spiffos has been broken because of me. They were already all broken when I got here. Oh yeah, we're not quite there yet, but we're almost ready to do a loop around the from the inside. I'm gonna pull them a little bit further in this direction and see if I can't get an opening to actually loop around from the inside. It's gonna be tough. Obviously, we've got a lot of fast ones kind of splitting off and getting closer, and the slow ones in the back are taking their sweet time. Absolutely heretical. 200% heretical. We're almost there. See, it's just the slow ones that are stuck inside Spiffos, and they're desecrating the joint. I didn't tell them to go in there. They just do what they want to do. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can now drive in circles around from the inside, now that the back line is through. Well, through. I still would probably not... I would be better served using not my main ambulance for this. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what I would like to call a mega blob. And now that we can drive in circles around it, it will collapse even further. Shit! I'm losing frames, and I can't turn hard enough if I lose too many frames. That's annoying. Alright. We have successfully, almost successfully. Remember that 86% windshield we put on this thing? I don't remember it either. It's like a memory now. Alright, we're almost there. One more pass. Alright, here we go. Once I'm on this side, we are... Woo! We didn't even hear the explosion. But look at that. Look at that. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. As expected, there's a number late to the party. We'll deal with them. They shan't escape us. This just a fine red mist all over the parking lot here. Oh, that was glorious. I have no idea how many we just killed, but that was a solid 90, well over 90% of that group. Well over. Let's put away the detonator here. As much as I like this track, it's only 2 minutes long. We will get some more hype music after we get the cleanup and get another fight going. Here we are. How's about... Try not to imagine the smell. It's probably atrocious. I think we've cleaned up most of the stragglers. If there were too many left within earshot, they probably would have come out by now. Come out, ye green impales. I didn't want to sustain myself on chips all day today, but that's how the cards fell. That's why I keep spare chips on my driver's seat. Didn't make any perishables because I didn't go all the way. I didn't go back to French bread last night. And I have looked at this Flowers truck multiple times at this point. I would like to see what its engine looks like. Got pretty parts. How is about that? Engine quality 58. It is literal dog shit. Bunch of rotten flowers in the back. Hey, a box of chocolates. Hell yeah. I'm holding on to that. I'm going to depressingly assume that I've taken a fair bit of ambulance damage. I think there is a set of good parts on this bad boy right here. Nope, deceptively pretty. I will take its hood, though. Because the hood is what I looked at and saw immediately on this thing. Some water. $5 or less. Now, look at that. I ate 2 bags of salt and vinegar chips, and now I found 2 bags. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. I think I've already seen a map of Louisville East, yeah. It's southeast that I don't have the map for yet. I've got all the Louisville maps except southeast. Someday I'll find it, perhaps. I may just explore the whole thing before I find the rest of it. Let's capture the flag. And then actually get some water, which is what we came in here for. Multiple in here somewhere. Multiple up outside too. I'm not putting myself in that situation right now. I don't like fighting indoors if I don't have to. Not when there's unknown quantities everywhere. No bathroom back there either, is there? One of these places has got a bathroom with a sink in it. That's what I like to see. We took so much trunk damage that I don't have room to put the flags I just picked up. Welcome to Project Zomboid. We bumped into a couple of zombies while driving around, and those bumps occurred on the side, and that's all it takes. Yep, that windshield that we put on there that was 86% earlier, it is now 69%. As nice as that sounds, it's actually not very nice that it got down that fast. And our headlights have fallen below 70. If your headlights fall below 70, it is like a drastic reduction in the distance of the beam distance for your headlights. Thankfully, you can use basically any light in the game, or any light bulb in the game, so I'm just going to take the light bulbs out of these little lights on the wall here. There's new headlights. The windshield is still good for another 10% or so, and we have not taken too much damage on the tires, thankfully. My trunk has taken damage, but what else is new? It always happens. Ambulance, that's probably the weakest aspect of the ambulance, is just the fact that there's that much trunk real estate to accidentally bump into zombies with. Just like step vans. They're like 98% vulnerable surface by surface area. It's tiresome, but that's the game we're playing. Let's fill this garbage bag with a little bit more loot from the dollar store here, assuming there's more relevant stuff. Yes. I will always take small form food in all its forms. I do hear mouth breathing somewhere in this vicinity. I'm just not going to challenge that. I'm not going to challenge it because there is an unknown number that did not make the party who came from the north, and they're probably going to be distributed up there somewhere, so they can rot for now. Eventually I will come back here and go loud on the road to the north, outside of this building. But not just yet, because we don't have a lot of daylight left to work with here. I'm just going to conclude the looting operation here, and we are headed back to French Bread. For anybody joining, if you're not familiar, French Bread is just the nickname I've given to a really, really French-themed bakery and grocery store that I've set up base in. It's, I could never in a million years could I actually pronounce the name of the place. Looks like the name of a gastroenterologist practiced. That definitely doesn't look like a food, the name of a food store. Salt and vinegar chips onto my driver's seat with the rest of them. I am willing to bet we're over 42,000 kills now. 43,000. We're over 43,000 now. That's... I'm still actually... Okay, if pipe bombs are being counted, it feels inconsistent, but... that is good, if they are being counted. That noise generator has been there for quite a while. Now we've recovered it. It's going back into the bomb kit. I toot because that will pull anybody who is inside down to the south out. These skeletons are from the fun that we were having with the towed vehicle. I think the towed vehicle is still up here, most likely. Yeah, whatever's left of it. This was our battering ram. We killed a lot of things just by swinging that thing around. It was fun. That was a lot of fun. So, we are on our way back. We're getting a... We're not hitting rats. We are picking up the van that I left. There it is. That's gonna get the loot that I picked up because I ain't got room for it in the ambulance. Not after all that damage I took. Well, I ain't got room for it back here either. Let's get some of this crap out of here. I don't need more planks. I can get billion planks if I need it. Same with wire. Still won't fit. That's a crime against humanity right there. Alright, we're gonna just put it in the driver, or the passenger seat then. Really? I was gonna recover this vehicle and I don't have the... Okay. This is one of those vehicles that despite not having the key to it, I can still pull the window off of it. One of these propane tanks will actually fit into the glove compartment, as silly as that may sound. And I do believe we've freed up enough room that we can now go grab that other garbage bag full of convenience store loot that we left nearby. Further to the south, I believe. No? May have gone past it. Oh no, I didn't go past it. It is further up north. There you are. Alright. Very successful couple of days, if I do say so myself. Got a shit ton of zombies killed, and coming back to our loot drop with a lot of loot. Got a guest at my loot drop here. This is unacceptable. Got ourselves a bottle of gas here. And a battery that's already been charged over here. And we'll just slap those into this van we've just picked up. And voila, we've got a loot van. a loot van with a 100% chance to start. This is actually going to get, I'm going to give this thing a, I'm going to give this a trunk repair as well. Because trunk's quality is, it can only fit 120 encumbrance. If you fully repair the trunk of a van like this, you'll get something like 169, I think, is peak for a van. Got a couple of steel sheets here. And as fate would have it, the van is full of propane. So we're not losing anything by using some propane on the... my propane... All of my welding kit is currently in the trailer, which is currently back at Reed. However, I do have my field welding kit in the ambulance here. And that just means that I need to No, I won't need to refill the torch. Repair this trunk. And we'll repair the ambulance, again, for like the 75th time. I'm willing to bet that just those couple of uses of that torch... I'm out of daylight. Here we go. Let's refill the welding torch we just used. And that did not fully kill this tank, but it's almost done. We'll just leave it there for now. I want to have the welding torch that's in my field kit to always be 100% full, just in case of the off chance I actually want to get rid of a specific burnt wreck somewhere or something. Alright, we're going to go ahead and go to sleep now. Get some food into us overnight. For anybody joining, welcome. We have just concluded some really fun operations. We've got some more planned. But we have got to get some logistics taken care of so that we can handle that. We are very close to the Grand Ohio Mall. As you can see, the darker area of the map we haven't been to yet, the lighter area we have. I'm willing to bet that I can put some arrows on the map here to indicate that Jackson Street here is pretty much completely... not Jackson, sorry, River Road. River Road is pretty much mostly cleared out. The new map marking system is not quite as good as the mod that lets you draw freely on the map, but it's good. I like it. Definitely sufficient for my purposes as of the moment. So the blue arrows indicate that we have more or less established a clean supply line. Our current supply line is leading from Jericho, which is our power center in the heart of Louisville there. Or, sorry, that's the southwest residential heart there. And then we've got a supply line going from there to Reed, which is this is the beating heart of urban Louisville right here, dead center of the map. And then our current outpost is French Bread up here. I can extend these arrows a little bit, I think. These 90 degrees here. Much better. Okay. So yeah, the blue arrows indicate a safe, relatively safe and secure supply line. I may establish another forward outpost for the Grand Ohio Mall operation. That all depends on if anything catches my eye in this area. So far, nothing has caught my eye so much that I would go out of my way to establish another base. But once I survey the parking lot of the Grand Ohio Mall, that may dictate what I do next. Yeah. I may end up establishing a base somewhere in this area for the Ohio Mall assault, because that would reduce the amount of downtime I have to. Right now, it takes me. I got to drive all the way back up Bruiser and then River Road here to get to the little T intersection at the very far end of Louisville. That's where we are based at right now. I do have to step away briefly IRL. I'm going to go ahead and get the small form loot, or small form food items out of my inventory. That is a lot of what we've looted so far in today's operation. It was just raiding convenience stores. This box of chocolates is pretty. I'm just going to use it as decoration for now. I'll save that for if Annie has a bad day, like a really bad day. Because a box of chocolates is one of those foods that's just got tons of happies in it. When you eat it, you get a lot of happies. I'm a big fan of foods that give you a lot of happies. Oh, now that we've repaired our loot van, I can toss some stuff in there that wasn't in there that needs to be in there. Flags into the van. Planks out of the van. Good trade. I think the ambulance is mostly sorted. I'm going to re-up my shotgun ammo while it's in the forefront of my mind here. 2 boxes of shotgun shells ought to do it. I have very successfully conserved my shotgun ammo so that we should have plenty left for the assault on the mall there. But we are at the tail end of our shotgun supplies. We've got 6 boxes left in the ambulance here. And at Reed, which is the base I showed you guys in the dead center of Louisville here, this is where my ammo dumps are. The ammo dumps are basically the contents of most of the major ammo loot sources on the map. And of what we brought with us, which is basically, like I said, the most loot on the map that I could find so far. We've blown about 80% of our shotgun ammo total. So we've got like another, at least 2 cartons, I think. But we're coming down the home stretch on that, which is unfortunate, but not unexpected. This is what we were saving it for. We were saving it for Louisville. Because especially now that multi-kills are a thing. I do regret using a fair few number of shells before multi-kills were a thing. But in my defense, I had no idea they were coming back. The way the devs have been hostile about multi-hit for melee, I was thinking multi-hit for guns was just going to be over. It wasn't coming back. Pleasantly surprised to see that it did. So we get our second sleep here, and like I said, I do have to step away AFK for a second here. Probably about a minute and a half tops. So I will have Annie take a seat here. I will turn off that silly, I hate the sound of these things. Thankfully it's done charging. Possibly one of the most obnoxious noises in this game is the sound of the battery charger. Alright, I shall be back momentarily here. One moment. Ow. Oh, right on my funny bone. Oof. Alrighty. Hello, hello, we are back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. So, we need some food before we deploy. Let's cook something nice here. I'm gonna do a couple of stir fries, I think. This is the last unit of kale from my garden in Riverside from last year. I brought my entire harvest with me and I've kept it, been very diligent about keeping it frozen. But we're now completely done with that. Bit of a milestone for me. There's a lot more stuff that would have stayed with us until now if I had not had a situation where all of my several freezers worth of food just went bad for no apparent reason. Not sure exactly how that happened, but it did. Unfortunate, to say the least. There's a couple stir fries with really chunky ingredients in them. Get those herbed up here. We're actually not far from a weight gain phase. Right now we are in a weight loss phase. Our floor is 75 kilo and we're at about 78 kilo. So we are going to be thinking about calorie packing our food at some point in the not too distant future, but for now we are just eating to get the hunger off. While those are cooking, I'm going to drop downstairs and get a couple of things sorted out. Get my backpack sorted. We need a couple of new magazines for our M9s. These are all empty ones I'm putting away. And these are all full ones I'm getting back out. Gonna open another one of them. Their boxes of 38 special. Alright, that's everything sorted there. And the food's almost ready. Both of them came out to be right around 60 hungers worth. Pretty much 2 days of food right there. Yeah, I think everything's sorted here. Looking good. Oops. That's enough food and supplies for a couple days in the field as needed. I'm going to get a good start to today. We're going to wash up before we deploy. One of the reasons I decided to base here is free water right here. Just going to take a quick bath. We have a very luxuriant bathtub, as you guys can see. Now, on this road, the north road here, we are going to stop and kill anybody we see. Because the north road here has been marked with the blue arrows on the map. That means it is a supply line officially. I don't even necessarily have a destination base for it yet. It's just, this is now designated as supply line. That means we are going out of our way to make sure that there are no obstructions on this road. More so than we already have. Obviously, if we miss one or two, it's not the end of the world, but the whole goal of having a supply line road is just a road that we can drive down and make sure that we're not going to be tripping over zombies in the process. Now, this is where the marking ends, because I have not yet decided if I want to keep hugging the river for my supply line, or if I want to deviate a little bit. It's apples and oranges, really. I have the reason it's taken me so long to figure out is because it doesn't seem like there's a perfect answer. Now, the Bruiser baseball bat factory here is not a bad looking place for a possible base. I can't really even finish that sentence any further beyond that. I mean, I don't have any buts or weather 2s or Y4s. I just don't know this area very well. I've driven through it a few times, and it's... Now, this place is full of baseball bats, of course, but I don't have... long blunt is not my specialty. I only recently, very recently, got to level 1 long blunt. So, as nice as it is to have all these baseball bats, there's not a lot of use for them in the immediate moment. Oi, stop walking away from me. I'm not allowed to do that. If you'd caught me about 3 or 4 years ago, or 5 or 6 years ago, you would have heard me say, there's no way you need a factory for baseball bats. They don't break that often. Then I started watching, I started watching baseball when I got my day job. My current day job is now 100% remote, but when it was in the office, I would put baseball on a lot just as something to have on my side monitor to pass the time while I was doing other things. And yeah, no, they go through bats quite a lot. I definitely saw quite a few splinter. Hey, Bloody, what is up? I actually just thought of you earlier because you were one of the ones who wanted to see me hit Grand Ohio Mall. We're on the cusp of it. We are on the cusp. We are currently at the baseball bat factory, which is just down the road. I was just taking a look-see through what is here. Surveying it as a possible potential base site, it depends on whether we need a base site. I shall give you all a quick peek at the map. We've got progress all the way up here. This is where the solid progress becomes a little bit more hazy. Grand Ohio Mall right there, of course. We've already started pulling out of the parking lot. We got a very glorious pipe bomb earlier this stream. We killed a solid well into the triple digits. I didn't get an exact kill count, but we killed a lot. But yeah, you know what we're going to do? We're going to move up now and observe the parking lot area. We have already woken up the interior of the Grand Ohio Mall. So all the zombies that are inside of the mall are awake. And therefore, if they are able to hear us and try to get to us, they will. If I didn't already own it, I did. I do own Vermintide. I have played it in the past. Unfortunately, I picked up Vermintide after I already got into Darktide. You see, actually, the timeline was interesting. My buddy picked me up a copy of Darktide for his birthday. My buddy does this weird thing where on his birthday he'll buy gifts for other people. Weirdo, I love him. But yeah, that's how I got Darktide. And that was the open beta though for Darktide. The open beta was at that time. So in between the open beta and actual release, to pass the time, we started playing Vermintide. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't. There's no sprint. Where's the sprint button? Where's the sprint button? I couldn't do it. Bit of a shallow reason, of course. It's still a great game, most likely. I have seen some really cool footage of it. Anyway, here, Grand Ohio Mall. This is the sheer number of enemies that we're most likely going to see in this place will probably be on par with what we would see in Darktide. It's the closest that Darktide will ever get is once we spill the interior of this building. The Grand Ohio Mall. Milestone for me. I've never actually gotten this far. I'm only taking screenshots because this is we're never going to see it again with all these windows. And, look at that. We've already got a broken window. So I'm glad I caught that one screenshot before it. Yeah. Okay. So what's our current strategy in this game? Getting big groups of zombies all together and blowing them all up with a pipe bomb. And how do we do that most effectively? We have a space where we can drive. A very large, wide open space where we can drive. What do y'all see on the screen right now? I see a very, very wide open space where we've got plenty of maneuver space. That will change quickly as soon as we start making noise and pulling them out. So... yeah, trying to imagine... I can't imagine that because the fluidity, the combat flow that you need to have with Darktide, I don't know if you could ever do that and not have it be a first-person game. And then, of course, if we're just talking about first-person Project Zomboid, well, we can dream, can't we? I mean, we're never going to see it in this game, but maybe another game someday will come along and succeed where every other game has failed. Right now, one of the best first-person survival crafting games that I've played is 7 Days to Die. I couldn't finish that sentence with a straight face. It's true though. It's one of the best first-person procedurally generated zombie survival games with crafting mechanics. Those of us who wish that 7 Days to Die was more like Project Zomboid, we're probably going to be disappointed for the rest of our lives, most likely. But that's okay. We don't get to have everything that we want. Sometimes people don't get to have anything that they want, so, you know, I'm okay with close seconds. This game is alright. Oh, there are Zeds in Darktide. I mean, Darktide is... The whole lore of Darktide is you've got an entire hive city, literal billions of people who are under the influence of the plague god Nurgle, and those who disappoint Nurgle, those who are not favored by the Grandfather, basically just become plague zombies. Now, that being said, they don't come at you and bite you, they come at you and smack you with melee weapons. So they're like zombies, but a little smarter. Visually, they're hardly differentiated from zombies. Their flesh is falling off. They don't look very human anymore. Yeah, it's 100%. It's the Nurglings. Nurglings. I forgot that term. That is a very accurate term. And I'm gonna agree with you. Nurglings are zombies that are more realistically plausible than in real life. Because again, I know I've mentioned this before about zombie lore. But zombies violate the laws of thermodynamics. So if you're going to be violating the laws of thermodynamics, why not just lean into the absurdity? Why not just have your zombies be the result of Chaos God magic? I mean, if you're gonna have zombies, you might as well throw some other magic lore into it. Because zombies, you can't have realism and zombies, and unless you want, you know, the existence of the zombies to be the only break in realism, that's the best you're gonna get in games like this right here. Otherwise, if you want to have zombies, but you want to have lore that makes sense with it, just go nuts. Just go nuts. Might as well. Might as well. I have always said this, but like, insane cannibals are a lot more scary to me than zombies. But you can kind of get almost the same kind of horror vibe. Insane human cannibals that have to eat and still have to drink and still have to do the other things to make humans continue. They just are so barbaric that they can never be reasoned with and need to be annihilated in the same way as zombies. Reavers from Firefly series. I found those quite compelling. Tragic when you learn their backstory. I won't spoil it. If you have not watched Firefly, or Serenity was the movie. Firefly was the series. Both good. I liked them both. But the movie is where you learn all the deep lore about the Reavers, I believe. Servitor. I am one of those people who unironically believes the Imperium of Man are the least bad people in a universe full of bad people. You'll never hear me unironically call them the good guys. They are just the least bad of all the bads, and therefore, if I had to choose to donate my human remains and potentially a lifetime of suffering to the god of the plague, or the quote-unquote god emperor of mankind, the corpse emperor maybe, I'm going to pick the corpse emperor every time. So yeah, absolutely, I'm a servitor. Yeah, some servitors get it way worse than others. Wow, okay, so the Taw are a bit of... How much lore do the Taw get? I mean, I don't know the Taw. I have not played a single game with them in it. I have not read a single book with them in it. So, I mean, they exist. I know the army's there. But, what are the Taw? Where do I learn more about them? Well, okay, I mean, you'll still lose your mind. You'll still lose your mind if you're a Nurgle boy. But, and it's just not going to be your mind anymore. It's going to be the grandfather's mind. He'll fill it most with his nonsense. You'll probably have a little bit of your own nonsense left. But at that point, if we're talking about post-death stuff, there's nothing about it is going to be you anymore. So you're just talking about what you're doing with your body, and whatever fragment of your mortal coil is still stuck in it. And in my case, I am a dogmatic to the end. The God Emperor will have my remains to do with as he sees fit. Okay, I'm not quite ready for the big pull. I just kind of started doing that because I didn't have much of a choice. I need to get the fast ones split off. I have spot in mind for the first bomb. Oh yeah, no. Robot suits and railguns. There needs to be more of those in whatchamacallit, in 40K. Definitely needs to be more of those. There is a insane dearth. Okay. One pipe bomb. One remote controller. Damn it, they're moving too fast. I'm trying to set up a bomb here. What are you, mall security? Get out of here. That's okay. I need to link this pipe bomb to that remote controller. And that's a bunch of clicking. I'll just do that clicking over here, shall we? There we go. Link the remote controller. Okay, the pipe bomb is now linked to 90K. I would believe it. I would believe it. I mean, I did play B41. I played B41. I used vehicles in B41. It's just been so long that I could not remember that. Okay, pipe bomb is armed and set. And we've got this lamppost right here on the right side of the center. Right of center is our ground zero. All right, we're gonna get some hype. We are gonna get the hype train rolling here. I'm going to drive over here just a little ways. Ooh, that's a pretty step van. Holy shit, that was a lag spike. I would be curious to see how many just spawned in. You know what? I'm just gonna hit F2 for a second. I want to get some combat music going. Alright. We're gonna put on the good old-fashioned 6-beat loop here, or a 6-track loop. And here goes nothing. Mark at... What are we at? 3 hours and 12 minutes. Let's do 3:13. Okay. Grand Ohio Mall pull begins. Whew. More lag. Now this time, when we do this operation, I'm going to keep track of my... We are at 43,069 kills. I'm really sad that I didn't catch a screenshot of it when we were 1,000 kills behind. Yeah, I'm gonna send that to my buddy. But yeah, we are gathering the entire parking lot. And that is phase 1. Phase 1 is the parking lot. Phase 2 is the front of the mall. Phase 3 is herding the mall into a blob. Yeah, it is. Again, we're literally just 1,000 kills too far ahead. Otherwise, I would have screenshotted that. 42069. Looks like there's a lot in the forest next to the mall. No reason not to gather them too. I mean, they're accessible, and they're within the area. Maybe a lot is a bit of a hard statement. Yeah, there's not actually that much on this side of the road. It was to the north that I saw a bunch between the trees here. Now, I've got to be really careful about these bollards. I think I can get through them, but I'm going to assume that it's going to be difficult. If anybody's been here before, do you know if you can drive through those bollards? Like, Oh yeah, dark. We've already got the pipe bomb planted. We've already got it planted. That's what this is for. That's what this pull is intended to do. Alright, because I don't trust those bollards, I'm going to go ahead and use this. I'm going to use the golf cart path here. A little dangerous, but it'll work. Why we take ambulances with enough power to get through all that shit in second gear. We'd have to drop down to first. Hello. We've got the corner of... This is the corner of the mall. I don't even know what fraction of the mall this actually is, but it is just a fraction. Hey, look at that. Yet another one. I need to make sure to recover this. That is, I think, possibly the most zombies I've ever had on screen right there. At least the most I've ever had distributed that much. Oh shit, wrong button. That was the wrong button. I made a very terrible mistake. Shoot him. Okay, we're good, we're good. That could have turned into a very bad situation right there, but we're good. Yeah, no, I got a little panic there. We're good. I was not supposed to get out, but I fat-fingered the button. Now that my heart rate is sufficiently high, I don't think I'll make that mistake again. Now we're getting Dawn of the Dead vibes. Dawn of the Dead 2009. Those guys screwed up because they tried to plow right through the zombies. I guess they didn't have too much of an option. That mall was in downtown LA, I think. You were never gonna drive anywhere in there without being 100% zombie saturation everywhere you go. It's almost how it is in real life. Oh, this is not good. That got a little tighter than I wanted it to. But that's okay. We're getting lag spikes. We're getting a lot of lag spikes, actually. I don't know if we're going to be able to do this operation without getting some lag spikes. See, as these lag spikes get worse, it's going to be harder and harder to thread the needle like this. I managed to do it, but that's going to get even harder. I'm not going to be able to do that very often. Making precise vehicle movements when, like, every half second I'm getting, like, a quarter-second stutter. Yeah, that's going to be... But our pipe bomb is right over here on this street light. This street light that I'm driving past on the left right here. So, all we've got to do is take our congregation and get them into place for the sermon. We're not in a good position to loop back. I should not have done that. Yeah, we're gonna have to hit some people to get out of this. Damn it. Come on, turn. I'm fighting the lag more than anything right now. There's a reason I'm fighting the lag more than anything right now. Because there's still more joining the party. I may have made a strategic error in my placement. It's too close to the front. They're just going to always be spilling out of the front. Real talk, I might actually want to... Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. As much as I wanted to do this all at once, I can't, the stutters are almost unplayable. I can't corral them. I can't corral them properly when I'm getting a frame rate like this. So, what do we do about that? I'm going to loop back far enough that I can get the attention of the entire crowd right here. And then I'm going to cut the sirens. Said I'm going to cut the sirens. Yeah, see, I can't even open the fucking, I can't even open the vehicle menu. That's how laggy we're getting. Alright, now what I'm going to do is bolt away and lose them. It sucks, but this is what has to be done. I can't play like this. This is, we would lose Annie if I played like this too long. Beyond any shadow of a doubt. It's too stuttery. The shadow zombies, yep. Now this is how I know it's probably not the fact that there's just a lot of zombies. We're outside of render distance from most of them now. We're outside of render distance from most of them, and it's still stuttering. I think the stuttering is just B42 nonsense. So that's okay. We know the solution to that. The solution to the silly stutters is to just close and reopen the game. And that's all we're going to do. We're going to get to we're just getting some distance. We got distance, we got line of sight. Everybody from that parking lot horde is now lost to us, which means they're going to distribute all over the place and make my life difficult. That's all right. We'll deal with it. We've gotten them partially assembled. We have not wasted any time. They have been partially assembled, and that's great. I guess it's okay. You guys want to see what I got from my last pipe bomb? My last pipe bomb is right here. We're gonna get something similar, and you see how they're all crowded around one street light? That's because I used the street light as a point of reference. You have to. When you get hordes that big, you need something really tall and, you know, something that stands out from the rest of the zombies. Otherwise, it's very, very easy to lose track of the tile that you've placed the bomb on. Okay, I think we are far enough away from anything dangerous. We're just going to close and reopen the game. That's all you got to do when it gets laggy and stuttery like that. I do think that just general memory leak problems with B42 were more at fault than the sheer number of zombies on screen. And I'm saying that because I had enough on screen at one point very early on in this character's lifespan when we hit the Brandenburg military checkpoint. When we did that, the Brandenburg military checkpoint, we actually had some shadow zombies. The shadow zombies that Dark mentioned in chat there, shadow zombies happen when there are literally so many on screen that I'm thinking it's a texture buffering problem. Some of the zombies just don't render with a texture, so they just look like they've just got an all-black texture on them. We call those the shadow zombies because there are so many zombies on screen that some of them just show up as shadows at this point. But we were seeing shadow zombies when we were doing Brandenburg, and we were not getting lag spikes at all. So I do think, as you guys can see, the stuttering is completely gone now, just because we closed and reopened. Of course, we're going to get a frame rate drop of some proportion once we get pulling the group again. But it's probably not going to be quite as bad. It's kind of sad that I have to be in this state of mind, but I've actually gotten to the point where I can recognize the different types of frame drops that this game suffers from. There's several different types of frame drops. Let's see how badly they've been redistributed. Oh, that's not too bad. They are a little bit messy, but we'll get them back. I think what I'm going to try to do is hoard them to the south. We'll try to hoard them to the south, and then bring them all up north at once. Yeah, see, we're still getting a little bit of lower frame rate, but there's no stutters. The frame rate is at least consistent. That's all I can ask for. Hey, how's it going? You joined us at the right moment. We just got over some lag spike problems, and we are now resuming a rather large fight, as it might seem. A rather large fight. Yeah, that frickin', the frickin' hut with the unbreakable, shutter, those really need to be frickin' breakable. They should not have made them attackable without making them breakable. Yep, we got a shadow zombie. In dead center, to the top there, in the top center of the screen. Yeah, we got some shadow zombies. I was describing those before. It's just the texture buffer probably is too loaded. Java engine can't handle it. Now, what is our goal with this group of zombies? The goal is to get them into a very tight blob. And how do we do that? We drive circles around the group. That's the long and short of it. Because this group is so big, that's why we need this big parking lot. That's why I moved some cars earlier to give ourselves plenty of driving room. And we got it. We got our driving room. Now this street light that I've zoomed in on in the top center of the screen right now, this street light has got my pipe bomb on it. So that is our destination. I definitely made a strategic mistake putting it there. I was not quite expecting the horde group to get this big. Yeah. I should have known. This is the biggest POI in the game. Bar none. So, we'll handle it. We'll definitely get a lot of kills with it. may not be the most optimal distribution, but it will be... My bar for getting pipe bomb kills is 20 zombies. I think we're going to get more than 20. That may have been a strategic error. Tactical error, not strategic. I don't like putting myself in a position where I have to ram one. But that's every once in a while you got no choice. Now we want to be able to traverse towards the top of the parking lot, so we've got to spend a lot of time screwing around down to the south here, just to pull everybody out of where we need to drive to the north. Now, I think we're almost to the point where I can drive in circles around them. I wasn't really planning on driving in circles around the entire parking lot, but that's what we gotta do. And here's the target once more. But we don't want to just sit here and attract them to us. We kind of want to go back and forth as best we can, so that we actually have room to drive up there. If anybody joining us was not here when I explained this earlier, it's just, I won't explain the whole thing again, it's sheepdogging mechanics. Like a sheepdog herding sheep, just go back and forth and around the group to keep them together. I swear if I keep doing this, I'm gonna change my avatar to a sheepdog with a clippy on it. I'm not beyond that. Now, the purpose that is served by driving in circles around them, the fast ones, who can keep up with us better, will continue to keep up with us and follow us in circles. The slow ones that can't keep track of us are going to get stuck in the middle of the circle. So that has the natural effect of making a huge blob of zombies progressively tighter. And that is... It's not yet to the point where we can do that and not have to leave the parking lot. That will be a milestone when we get to that point. It's good to know that I can drive straight through those hedgerows. I was a little bit hesitant to do that, but I think we're good. Like I said, I did not really want to have to do that, but it got the job done. We got ourselves a nice circle around the group without having to leave the parking lot. Leaving the parking lot would let them spread a little bit more than I'd like. We need them tighter now. We need them tighter. We just put a new hood on the ambulance, so the hood was like 81% when we put it on. So we're still a little ways out from even visual damage, let alone engine damage. We just got to keep a close eye on it. We'll probably get windshield damage before we get hood damage. I think the windshield was in the high 60s when I looked at it last. Okay, never mind. That, when you start seeing visual damage on the hood, that means your hood's at 50% integrity. Take that as a warning. But, as you guys can see, the intended effects that I described, yeah, they're a lot more blobbed up now than they were before. And that's just because we drive in circles around them. The fast ones keep up with us and keep going in circles, while the slow ones get stuck in the middle. And, but the slow ones are still moving, of course. So you get a blob that is very slowly blobbing its way in a certain direction. In that direction, our destination is here. This lamppost right here. I've been a little hesitant to actually get on the lamppost because they're still coming out of the building. They're probably going to be coming out of the building still for a minute. I think we're finally at a safe point where I can... Yeah. Ooh, look at this. More than half of them are shadows now. Shadows, what else? Shadows, what else? Shadows and a wheelchair. You'll have to forgive me, I quote obscure YTPs sometimes. But we can now very easily drive in circles around the entire group. Just as God intended. Almost had the stutters back again for a second there, but we're good. Oh, now that is a lot of shadow zombies right there. But the group is now so tight that I can almost... Yeah, I'm going straight through the hedgerows both times now. I definitely need more momentum if I'm going to go through hedgerows. Definitely need more momentum. Yeah, no, we had a bit of like a, I don't know, maybe a 1 second pause last time we did a pipe bomb of a huge group. There was like a 1 second pause to the game. I'm starting to think the shadowing is almost intentional. I mean, can you really see how much is behind a group that big? In real life, you wouldn't be able to. You would just see a huge, massive humanity is all you'd see. Former humanity. Former humans. Once again, these assholes still coming out of the building, but they're all slow ones now. Well, except for the ones on the right. Again, our target is the tile highlighted in green right now. The top center of the screen, that is our target. That's where the bomb is. Like I said, I made a mistake putting it there. I was not quite expecting this much. Nor was I expecting them to take this long to be still emptying out of the front of the building. Skill issue. This is the biggest POI in the game. I should have known. You know, I probably should just do a semicircle instead of a full circle. We'll do a semicircle until the actual interior of the building is emptied. I'm gonna have a drink of coffee here. But, as you guys can see, my blobbing strategy has been so successful that we don't even have to use the hedgerows anymore. That is a milestone right there. All we need is to use the same strategy we've been using to get this massive humanity a little further over here. But we're not yet at the point where we can just park right here and use the sirens. We've got to keep them grouped, and in order to keep them grouped, we've got to keep going around them. Now, the least time we spend on this side, the better. Hello. Oh god, yeah, no, her panic has been a constant state of 100. And the thing is, it's like she gets panicked for like a brief second when she sees a zombie for the first time in a while. And yeah, she's seeing a lot of zombies right now, so. I would be, my heart would be pounding through my fucking chest if I was doing this IRL. I mean, my heart is pounding through my chest right now, and I'm not even in there IRL. We're putting 610 hours of work on the line right now. There are much safer ways we could be doing this, but we're doing the very, very efficient way of doing it. Okay, I think we're ready to just pull the blob right across. No, one more pass. Almost there. We're almost there. Don't lag out on me. Come on. We're almost there. All right. Kill count is 4387. Here goes nothing. Oh, I'm too far away. Shit. Oh, man, I'm way too far away. Okay. That's okay. We haven't lost anything. We just need to group them up a little harder. Double back, and here we are on the pass, on the back pass. We got to have the menu open and our finger on the button. This is why I wish you could equip the detonators. Okay, here goes nothing. Why isn't it blowing? We're still too far away. Having a Joker moment, boys. We're having a Joker moment. Okay, now we're definitely close enough. Come on. Whoa! There it goes. Ah! That was about half of them. That was about half of them. Okay. We got our money's worth. But there was too many. There was too many. You know what we're gonna do? I've got another pipe bomb here. Hang on. Pop and control. Pop and control. Grab. Link. Remote trigger. We're gonna use this white car as a point of reference. Okay, the white car is now our bomb point of reference. Welcome back, KTO. You came back to some bombing operations. I would say maybe not even half. Maybe about a third of them. We can get a close estimation. We were at. I don't think. No, we didn't get credit. We didn't get credit for that. It sucks. It really does. But we did not get credit for that. I made sure very specifically to check my kill counts this time, and we did not get credit for that. That's sad, but that's okay. We know we killed a lot. Yeah, we made a nice dent. We made a very nice dent. Now, I would never normally want to do this, now that we've lost daylight. Without daylight, our view cone is so narrow, it's hard to keep good track of the horde, but they're still tightly enough grouped. That I think I can collapse a very large group onto this white car without too much more effort. It'll take a little bit of effort, but yeah. It's the slow ones that are obviously, you know, the slow ones are always going to be a bit of an issue when you're trying to group big groups like this. Yeah, look at all that. All those with one pipe bomb worth 20 bullets worth of gunpowder. I don't see any more shadow zombies, but it's also nighttime, so. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. If you're just coming back now, welcome back. You came back at the right moment. We've already taken a huge chunk out of these guys with one pipe bomb, and now we've got another pipe bomb on this white car right here to the left of me. That white car is my point of reference. It's on the front, like on the hood of the white car. So we just want to get a huge group and pull them towards the hood, and detonate once a large enough group of them are beyond the hood. Now, normally I wouldn't want to use a car. Normally I'd want to use a street light, but that car was really well placed, relatively speaking, so. Hey, he might be proud of this. We didn't even get any good effects. Didn't even get any good effects. We just got like almost, what was that, like 2.5 seconds? Like a 2.5 second lag spike when we blew the first one. But yeah, for anybody joining or rejoining, just the strategy here is get a group together and drive in circles around them. And when you drive in circles, the fast ones keep up with you. The fast ones will keep walking in circles as you go around, while the slow ones will just kind of get stuck in the middle. And then you very slowly bring the group to where you want them to be by driving in circles periodically. The act of driving in circles keeps them together, and then just make sure that you don't pause too long in the wrong direction. We can also go back and forth. Going back and forth doesn't have quite as good of an effect. Semicircles aren't bad either, but if we were to go back and forth too much, we would lose access to the north area here, so we can go back and forth once or twice here. Then we gotta do another circle. Can I get away without the... Yes! Okay. This is a milestone. I don't have to get blocked by the hedgerows anymore. Now that I don't have to get blocked by the hedgerows, I can freely drive in a circle around the group. And that means we're in the green here. This is much easier to collapse them now. Oops, shit. I turned a little too hard. It's alright, we're good. We've taken a lot of hood damage. I expect we'll need a full repair, but that's okay. I can think of no task more worth it than wiping out a huge chunk of Grand Ohio Mall. This is the culmination of all of our efforts here. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. We've almost got the big kaboom. We're almost there. Just one or two more passes. I noticed a few shadow zombies there. So they're harder to spot at night, but they're there. All right, one more pass. I don't think we're going to be able to tighten these guys up enough to get all of them. Just going over it in my head, how big the radius is. We'll get close, but not quite there. But we are going to peel out after we finish this one. We do have one more pipe bomb, but I'm not doing another one at night. We'll wait for tomorrow for daylight. I'm out of coffee, so I don't have much of a choice. Alright. One more pass. I'm going to spend a little bit more time on this side. Let the fast ones on the other side come over back in. Alright. Got our trigger ready. Woo! Oh, we didn't even get a boom that time. There's no sound effect. Oh, now we hear it. Now we hear it. The zombie cushioned the sound so much it was delayed by 2 seconds, but we're good. No, that we've killed at least 4/5 of the initial horde. There's still a 5th remaining, which is way more than I want to deal with tonight, but we have had great success for 2 pipe bombs. We have had great success for 2 pipe bombs. And now we go dark and peel the hell out of here. And like I said, unfortunately, we didn't get any credit for that in the zombies killed, so we don't know the exact number. But you know what? Kills are just a number. Kills are just a number. I'm not that worried about the big number getting bigger. The big number will continue to get bigger as we kill them with hand weapons to mop them up. We can safely be rest assured that we've probably killed more than 1,000 between those 2 pipe bombs. Probably. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's so much, like, when I do a supercut for this, maybe I'll superimpose some special effects. But, I mean, it's not like, even in the base game, there's no explosion effect yet. The explosions, you hear sounds, you'll hear sounds for the explosions, but there's no special effects. What's our timestamp right now? 3:56. So that did take us... We started our pipe bomb operation here at 3:14 or so. So that took us a solid... right around 40 minutes to get those... to wipe out most of the Grand Ohio Mall's massive initial horde. I predict there's still probably quite a few that have not made it out of the building yet, but we'll see. We'll see. For now, we are falling back. We are in desperate need of some vehicle repairs. The hood that's on it right now has not been repaired yet, so we can slap a steel sheet onto it, and it'll go straight back to 100%. I very seriously regret that I did a repair of the trunk between my previous bombing operation and the current one. I should not have done that. I should have just... because, I mean, you get diminishing returns every time you repair it. I should have just let it get a little lower and then repaired it afterwards, but whatever. What are we at right now for the trunk? Yeah, basically, we took as many side hits to the vehicle and lost as much trunk storage space because of those side hits as we did last pipe bomb operation. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now, the the fire system is actually pretty good. I think they've done a good job improving that. I know, right? No, that in real life, there are so many better options of dealing with massive crowds of just, just humanoid-sized things that move under the same rules as the zombies in this game move. You would need explosives. Explosives would work if you were in a situation where maybe you I could see people using explosives for situations where you did not have time to get rid of a huge number of zombies, right? If you had to get rid of them quickly. You might actually do something like what I just did if there was a time-sensitive situation afoot. Maybe you needed to wipe out a horde before they got to a certain civilian population area or something. I don't know. I could lore speculate on that, but if you had time, which in this game we have all the time in the world, in real life you would probably also have all the time in the world. If you had time, there are so many more efficient ways to get rid of zombies and safer ways too. I imagine that if anybody in the audience has read World War Z, the book, not the movie. The movie's okay, it's just not the book. The book tells you all about killing massive groups of zombies without direct engagement. You want to save your direct engagements for when you have no other choice, right? Okay, then. So we've got one remote pipe bomb left. I have a feeling we might need more than one. And that's okay. Because we can make more easily. The only thing that we're going to start... We're coming down the home stretch on is glue. If you want to make pipe bombs like I just did, I guess this is a great time to go over this. We open the crafting menu. If you do a search for pipe bomb, the recipe for pipe bomb was actually the hardest for me to find in the game. And that's because I think there's something wrong with the magazine that's supposed to teach a recipe. I think there's something wrong with the spawn table. I still have not found the magazine for this. The only reason I know the pipe bomb recipe is because I got really lucky and found a survivor vehicle that already had a pipe bomb in it, and I just researched the recipe from that. So there's two ways to learn the recipe. You can either get really lucky, more lucky than I've been in 610 hours, and find the magazine, or you can find an existing pipe bomb and research it. I think you'll have to be at probably level 6 electrical, maybe level 5, I don't know. We were level 8 electrical, I think, when I learned this. And I'm currently level 8.5. Yeah, so now the materials are not hard. An iron pipe, 20 bullets worth of gunpowder. You just get pliers, you can pull gunpowder out of a bullet. And then just some scrap electronics, twine, hacksaw, that's all easy. Everything to make the pipe bomb itself is not that hard. It's the stuff you got to put on the pipe bomb to get it to remotely detonate that's going to be... It's going to be annoying if you don't pay attention. So, remote trigger... if I spell right, make remote trigger. That costs 2 units of glue, and it can only be glue. It cannot be epoxy, it cannot be wood glue, it cannot be duct tape, it cannot be any other form of adhesive you could find in this game. It has to be very specifically glue. And that's actually really fucking annoying. Because I've got literally dozens of encumbrance worth of epoxy and wood glue. In a pinch, that would be perfectly fine in real life. Anything you could do with Elmer's glue, which that's let's be real, this is a stand-in for Elmer's glue. Your most reliable place to find this kind of glue is in a fucking school. You go in the school, you search all the student desks, you'll come away with plenty of tubes of these. But we only have enough glue left in our local loot center. We only have enough glue left for about 4 more pipe bombs. And then of course, to actually once you make the trigger, to actually put the trigger on the bomb, that costs duct tape. Thankfully, duct tape is nowhere near as hard to find as glue is, as silly as that might sound. Yeah, I'm not gonna yap any further about how annoying it is that some of these things are really hard to find and there are no substitutes. It might be by design, or it might be accidentally. It might be accidentally making our lives more annoying, which is why the devs... That might as well be the same. Because if it's accidentally making our lives more annoying, the devs aren't going to be in any rush to fix it. There's no incentive. So, we're going to go ahead and go back to my loot center for the area, which is Reed, Reed office building. And we are going to refuel Weber there. Yeah, we're going to refuel Weber there. We're going to pick up a couple cans of gas. Am I going to tow a loot vehicle with me? I think I'm going to tow a loot vehicle with me. There's multiple schools here in Louisville. I think there is actually a school that I have not fully looted yet. That might be partially clear still. What I'm probably going to do is make a couple more pipe bombs and see if that's enough to deal with Grand Ohio. So, I mean, seeing the mileage we just got out of just 2 pipe bombs, I think if I just make like 2 or 3... I'm going to use up the rest of my glue. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use up the rest of my glue to make as many pipe bombs as I can. And then I am going to use them. And as I get close to being out of them, I will stop what I'm doing and loot more glue. But I might be able to handle Grand Ohio with just whatever pipe bombs left that I can build. But yeah, that's the lowdown on pipe bombs. Honestly, something I should have done a while ago that I might actually do. Going forward. I need to start, like, getting bags of specific materials. Like a duffel bag full of nothing but glue. And a duffel bag full of nothing but duct tape. I have duffel bags in almost every color you can imagine. Right? So I just gotta go find a white one, fill it with glue. Go find a nice light silvery gray one, fill it with duct tape. And then just, because right now all I have is just one, I call it my bomb kit. It's just a duffel bag full of bomb making materials. And I kind of run out of space in that pretty quickly. So anyway, here's Reed office building. It's kind of in the beating heart of urban Louisville right here. And it's got my surname on the front of it. Reed is my last name IRL, so that, obviously I'm going to set up here. But yeah, that's, it's a little far away from Grand Ohio, but it's not that far. It's great to operate from here because we can go in any direction in urban Louisville, and this is center to it. Once we're done with urban Louisville, that's going to be a different story. We're going to mothball this base and probably work from Jericho. Jericho down here in the southwest. That can probably be a good power center for the rest of this area in the southeast of Louisville. Maybe even this far away, but that would be TBA. That is TBA. I don't know if I will build any sort of base or outpost in the northeast side of Louisville up here, the northeast side of Louisville, because once we're done with Grand Ohio, what we're really planning on doing with the rest of this place is just we're surveying these residentials. We're going to survey these residentials, and we're going to look for survivor houses. If we don't find survivor houses, that's all I care about right now. When it comes to massed urban residential like this, I care about survivor houses and nothing else, because nothing else would ever justify trying to navigate this area. Survivor houses or GTFO, and then what's beyond that? Nothing. Literally nothing beyond that. So it doesn't necessarily behoove me to want to build a permanent presence on this side of the base, or this side of the city. That said, I also haven't really explored much down here. Still have not found a map for Southeast. But anyway, yeah, here's my bomb-making station. That duffel bag that I mentioned earlier, bomb-making duffel bag, has got 1 tube of glue left in it, and the cabinet beneath it has a bunch of half-filled tubes of glue. Like I said before, I'm pretty sure we've got, like... Let's just focus on triggers for now. Yeah, we can make 4 more triggers. I'm just going to do that right now. That's going to use up all of our glue. And that means we're making 4 more pipe bombs, so I'll pull apart some bullets for that after this. Yeah, so we've got 1 use of glue left. I think a full tube of glue is 5 uses, I believe. And making a remote trigger does 2 uses, which is why we've got just a partial tube left here. We need bullets. I'm currently using 45 auto, but I'm going to run out of boxes of those soon. So like I said before, it says 20 units of gunpowder for the pipe bomb, and one unit of gunpowder is basically a bullet, and it does not matter the caliber of bullet. I have a feeling this is all TBA when it comes to like the fact that all bullets seem to give the same amount of gunpowder. That feels very TBA. That feels very TBA because I mean, obviously, this should be sufficiently obvious. You're not going to get the same amount of powder if you pull apart a 9mm round versus a 308 round or a 223 round. There is absolutely a massive difference in the amount of powder per bullet, at least. But right now, it's just 1 for 1. And I would say that 45 auto is probably just my most plentiful at the moment. It's 50 to a box, and we haven't shot it nearly as much as the other calibers. If we want to do 40 pipe bombs, that's going to be 80 bullets, which is why we just opened 2 boxes and got 100 out. So this will take a minute. I can't wait for the 2% chance to accidentally cause a bullet to cook off when ripping it apart update note. I'm sure that's coming. Okay, 80 units of gunpowder. And the leftover bullets just go into my backpack because I do have my big iron. The M625 is what I shoot 45 auto with right now. Since that was all we needed to do, now we've got plenty of broken iron pipes. I do recommend, if you are doing welding, to get iron pipes, which is, right now, in the current build of the game, the only way to get iron pipes is to weld. I can make this beautiful steel sword that can one-shot zombies, that this one sword will probably release more than 200 souls from their mortal coil. I can do that with blacksmithing. I can't make an iron pipe, though. No. I can make one of the most coveted forms of steel known to man, but I can't make a hollow tube. No. It's probably just an oversight, but I'm not going to lie. It feels like something that they're like, we'll get around to fixing that someday. Yeah, I don't know. It just, for some reason, they've chosen not to prioritize something that would make us have a lot more fun. I would have a lot more fun if I could reliably source things like iron pipes. Of course, now I can in this particular location of Louisville. There is no shortage of burned cars. There's a massive roadblock up here. I can rip apart burned cars all day, come back with a billion iron pipes. That's not true for 98% of the map. 98% of the map is not going to be close enough to a burned wreck to just reliably walk outside and get another one. Yeah, forbidden tech for 100%. But anyway, that's my yap on bombs. It was relevant, and it continues to be, but we're going to go ahead and put them together now. So make pipe bomb times 4. And now just add a remote trigger times 4. So we made 4 triggers, we made 4 bombs, we added 4 triggers to the bombs. Now we've got 4 more remote pipe bombs. They're going to go into the ambulance's bomb bag. I still have smoke bombs, I just don't know what I'm doing with them yet. I don't know what I'm doing with them yet. I will someday know what I'm doing with them. This sword that is almost broken is slated to go back to base. I will repair it once I get back to a base that has a forge at it. I can just barely fit everything into my trunk right now. That's cool. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to switch my 7. So a little note. I haven't done a lot. I haven't done too much shooting on this particular stream. So if you're new, I just want to go over my firearm strategy a little bit. Saying it out loud helps me think about it sometimes too. So anyway, obviously shotgun is on our back. We save the shotgun for an opportunistic shot where we can get at least 2 zombies hit. I have gotten as much as a pentakill with a single shotgun shell. If zombies are close enough grouped together, yeah, I've gotten a couple of pentakills. I've not seen any hexakills, but you know, by the time you're killing 5 zombies with 1 shot, it's kind of hard to count, isn't it? Anyway, that's really what the shotgun's there for. It's opportunistic. Right now, we don't have anything on our belt that can reliably do long range. That being said, the closest thing we can get is our 7, which is left holster that is M625 shooting 45 auto. Now, when I say long range, I would never try to shoot farther than this crop plot over here that's currently highlighted with the green tile. I would never try to take a shot longer than that. Even that shot is pushing it just a little bit. Now, the 8 is competitive. This is 9mm. This is competitive to 45 auto. 9mm is actually competitive to 45 auto just in terms of range, reliability to get a headshot at range. In fact, I think the 9mm might be a little better than my current 45 auto. Because 45 auto comes in 2 forms. I prefer the big iron, because you can reload it. It's a revolver. You just hit the R button and you shove bullets into it. That's much easier to keep track of than something with a magazine. You do have the 1911. The 1911 is magazine fed and it shoots 45 auto. Unfortunately, the magazine can only fit 7 bullets. And meanwhile, this gun, the big iron, it's a 6-shooter. So I have a magazine size of 7+1 that gets slightly better, but comes with all the baggage of managing magazines, versus this thing, which I can just carry 100 bullets with and just shove them in as I need to, and it's only got 2 less capacity. Now, of course, the slight addendum to that is I will get better range with the 1911. The 1911 will get better range than the big iron here. So that's just, something I think about all the damn time, really, is I want 7 to be my something that I can whip out and shoot medium range killing. And then obviously the last one that I always have with me in the ankle holster, because the only gun that can fit there is the 38 special shooter, which is M36. I very, very, very eagerly await the day that we can get a concealed carry 9mm. I would very much like that, but unfortunately, that day is not today. Right now, the only thing that can fit in your ankle holster, which is a CCW holster, is your the M36. So, we do have an M16. I have not done magazine work for the M16 in a while. M16 is basically, in my mind, it's like a 9mm in its use case. Right, I whip out the 9mm when I want to get lots of quick shots on heads, without having to think about reloading quite as quickly. That's literally the M16 is that, but better. The M16 has got always set it to single fire. Don't do auto. Don't ever shoot auto. I wouldn't shoot auto IRL. I would never shoot it in game either. Use semi-auto fire and click the heads, and enjoy the 30 bullet size magazine. That's what the M16 is really there for. I've seen people on Steam bitching about the M16 and that it doesn't feel like it gets better one-shots than other guns. And honestly, that's kind of true. But no other gun has a 30 capacity magazine in it. The magazine capacity is by far the best aspect of the M16. So we're gonna... we've got 6 M16 magazines that need to be reloaded if we're gonna carry around the M16. And the way I would probably do that is I would probably hand carry it. I would probably hand carry the M16 and equip it when the situation called for it, and then just put it back in my backpack when it didn't. Because I much prefer to have the shotgun on my back so that I can switch to it for those opportunistic multi-kills. But yeah, now that I've said all that out loud, I actually have assisted myself a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and make the call. We're going to carry around the M16 as we work further towards the Grand Ohio Mall's interior, and I am going to reload all of the M16 magazines that I have, which means I'm opening a couple of boxes of 5.56 for that. And I already ejected the one that was in there that needed to be topped off. There it is. We'll do that first. Get that reloaded, and then I can put the M16 in my backpack. And then we're just going to load up the rest of these magazines. You get 50 bullets to a box. And you get 30 to a magazine. What was the ratio for that? 150. You want to open boxes. You want to open 3 boxes, and then that is. Oh, I'm sorry. Mental math is sometimes my strong suit. Today is not that day. 5. You want to open 3 boxes to reload 5 magazines. That's your golden ratio for M16s. And I don't even have 5 more magazines, so that's okay. I'm not okay with having some leftover. I'm not okay. Leftover rounds that don't fill a box are lightweight enough to not be too concerned with it. I eagerly await the update that announces that cross-chambering has been added. You should be able to shove 308 into an M16. You're going to damage it, and that doing so should come at a cost of a higher condition degradation when shooting it, but you should be able to do that. Because that's something you can do IRL. It'll shoot it. You'll probably get a lot. You'll probably get some jams. You'll probably get some. The lower receiver will probably fuck up a little bit. I'm no gun nut, but I have been reliably informed by people who are closer to gun nuts than I am that 308 and 223 are basically just civilian and military variants of the same cartridge. And when it comes to just guns being designed for one or the other, it's really a question of optimization, not just There should be nothing stopping me from just shoving 308 into one of these magazines and trying to make it work. There needs to be more of that in this game, but unfortunately there's not, so we just take what we get. We take what they get. Triggers, what are they made of? Hang on a second. Triggers, the tools required are a screwdriver, in my case I'm using a handy knife, pliers, a receiver. You get receivers from, well, I mean, a lot of different things, radios, yeah, any type of radio has a chance of spawning a receiver, higher chance when you're higher level. And then that's just one receiver, that's all you need. And then a scrap electronics times 2. But glue was the linchpin material that I keep bitching about. And like I said, it has to be glue, just GLUE, glue. It cannot be wood glue, it cannot be epoxy, it cannot be anything else that sounds remotely close to glue. It has to very specifically be glue, sadly. What can I say? What can I say? It annoys me, but I'm not that mad about it. So we have successfully loaded the M16 and all the magazines that we found for a M16. Again, 610 hours on this character. We have found 1 M16 and 6 spare magazines for M16s. That is all we've found on this character. Now, that being said, I have also very highly neglected what actually I should probably know as the most dense military loot table on the map. I've never been to the research center. There is a military research center on the map. I've never been there. The hardest military targets I've ever hit have been checkpoints. And checkpoints don't actually have a lot of loot, relatively speaking. For the amount of zombies you have to fight through, you get like a dozen lockers. And each locker technically has a chance of spawning an M16. It's like 6%. It's like 6% if I remember right, and I'm looking at the loot tables. A 6% chance? No wonder I haven't seen any. I'm a person who has grinded for Ashes of Alar in World of Warcraft. I know how painful it is to deal with low percentage loot chances. I know when to fold them, trust me. I know when to fold them. I am a wielder of Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker, Sulfuros, Hand of Ragnaros. I never got the glaives. I wasn't a warrior in Burning Crusade, and Demon Hunters are a bit overrated in my opinion. Also, haven't played in several years, so I have not tried anything. Dragonflight was when I said that was when I backed out. I played all the way up through. I was one of the first in my. I was the first on Anderhall. I was the first Anderhall person to get to level 80 on. Wait a minute, it was 80, wasn't it? I forget the squish. I think it was 80 for when Shadowlands dropped. Not that that's really much of a milestone, especially now that Simple Math disbanded. Or I don't know if they disbanded, but they're no longer supporting their hunter who was getting all the realm firsts. There's no realm first achievement. All I've got is a screenshot of the slash who is for when I got it. There was nobody else in Anderhall who had no other hunters in Anderhall. Sorry, I was the first hunter in Anderhall to get to max level. There were 2 druids who beat me because of course they did. They're druids. Okay, that's enough World of Warcraft, yep. World of Warcraft is probably one game that I've actually put more hours into than anything on Steam. I want to say... My slash played on my Hunter is like 1 year and 9 months. Yeah. And that's one character. I have 20. I have 20 characters that were max level as of Shadowlands. Max level of every class on both Alliance and Horde. I went a little hard. If you guys wonder where I learned how to go this hard, it was World of Warcraft where I learned how to go this hard. I'm just double checking to make sure I didn't forget anything. I don't think I did. Oh, this doesn't count as forgetting anything, but I was gonna switch my 7. I was yapping about the 7. I'm actually gonna switch it from 45 auto to 44 magnum, because I have a whole bunch of... Well, partially because my 45 auto here, the 625, the big iron, that is about to break. Like, its condition is like down to like 10%. We're gonna put that away, and we're gonna put the 45 auto away for the moment, and we are gonna switch to Desert Eagles, which use 44 magnum. Interrupting me in the middle of the road. Get over here. Out of my road. I worked hard for this road, bitch. This is my road. Okay, yeah, Desert Eagle magazines. I've only got 11. I literally can't even fit those. I need to get the 625 out. And the 45 auto. I'm just going to pack that back into boxes. I really hate this. Do I really have to click on all 50 of these? There we go. Okay, I've packed up most of the 45 auto back into boxes for now. We'll switch back to that after we've expended these Desert Eagle mags, which probably won't take very long. Desert Eagle is, it's a meme in real life and in this game. I've always wanted to make it work in real life and in this game, so I'm gonna try. I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm very insulted that the Desert Eagle in this game only comes in 44 mag. I want 50 Action Express. I want 50 AE. I need 50 AE. I need that in my life. But I also don't... we don't need more calibers of ammunition in this game. This is another thing I was talking about on Steam recently. Some people were saying, oh, we're missing this, and this caliber in the game, and I had to come in there and disagree with them too hard. It's just the way the game's loot tables work right now. It already has too much, and that is more of a commentary on the loot tables than it is, the not having enough gun types. The loot tables mean that the way they are now is basically every time you see ammunition in a loot place, it's usually because there is, it's usually like you just get a box and it's full of different types of ammunition. That's basically the same way in every loot center for ammunition. You'll come across these big crates full of different calibers, and it doesn't really matter what kind of place you're in, whether it's army, whether it's a gun store, whether it's even a hunting store or just a regular gun store. We went to a hunting store that only had rifles, and we came away with every type of caliber of ammunition, because that's currently just how loot tables work. Basically, every type of caliber ammunition there's just kind of an even split of chances for it to spawn in a loot box. So what does that mean? That means if you go to a loot box and there's more types of different ammo, the more types there are, the harder it is to find something specific. So something about the way the loot tables work right now needs to change fundamentally before we start talking about adding more calibers of ammunition to this game. That's my hot take on that. Hardly a hot take. I mean, I feel like that's a very reasonable take, but, well, we're talking about Steam forum discussions here. There's no such thing as reasonable. I would go hunting. Is there any reason not to? We can take the MSR 700. We've got some loose 223. Yeah. So right now, we're carrying around, like, 6 different guns, and I'm here for it. So, in our hands right now is the MSR 700, which shoots 223. Pretty good cartridge. It's got an 8-time scope on it. I would never want to use an 8-time scope unless I had very clear weather, which I don't know if y'all are seeing the screen right now. It's very clear today. A very small amount of cloud cover, but yeah. Holy Priest from 1 to 80 before that was a long time ago, before respecking was free. I think, if memory serves, they made respecs free right around the time they made it so that you can just change to a different loadout just out in the field. I was never not in support of that when I saw it. I thought it was the coolest shit ever when I saw it. And there were people who complained about it, and of course, at the time I was in my 20s, so I was much more competitive. But now these days I'm a lot more. What's the way to phrase it? I'm less combative, and I see where they were coming from when they said that it would kind of reduce the. There were several criticisms. I think the one who said that it would reduce actual skill specialization, like not specs, but just players who are good at playing Holy Priest, for example. It would reduce that, because if everybody can just switch, if everybody's a Holy Priest, then nobody is, right? If anybody can just switch from Shadow to Holy at any given moment, then what's the point in picking one and sticking to it and actually becoming really, really good at it? That, I think, is a bit more of a valid criticism in hindsight, because, I mean, that you basically the way it used to be set up, you were kind of very strongly incentivized to pick something and stick with it and get good at it, because you had these barriers in place to constantly be switching back and forth between other things, and nowadays you have jacks of many trades and aces of none. Well, back in the day, you either had aces of one or aces of none. So, I mean, nothing has changed when it comes to some people being bad at the game and other people not. You'll never change that. It's an MMO. So all those discussions about skill thresholds and people being different, none of that really matters at the end of the day when we're talking about MMO. MMOs are always going to be casual focused from the outset. And if you get somebody who's trying to get into the upper echelon of things, but they're already not, like, fundamentally comfortable with one spec and sticking to that, if they're still in the phase where they're trying to be good at everything but not being masterful at everything, then they're just not for end-game rating. They're not your mythic buddies. They're not your sweats. They're not your tryhards. And they probably wouldn't have been, even if the game was trying to force them to be. Now, this... Okay. That should not be happening. My understanding is that they should be vulnerable to gunshots even if I'm outside of active range. What the fuck? I shot that guy 6 times. 6 times. Whatever. I'm a little salty about it. But yeah, this is defense position right here that I built myself. I wasn't ever expecting to use it again, but I'm not okay with the fact that I'm using it again. That's what it's here for. I was also not expecting this many zombies, so... Right, no. Holy Priests will always have a... I mean, I like Discipline a lot. Like, I loved Discipline. Because, I mean, at least the way I played it back in the day. I could heal instances, I could heal PvP. And I also could build my own in Battlegrounds. Yeah, you know what? Hunting is a lot of fun. But there's some dumb shit going on right now. We're just gonna kill these guys the old-fashioned way. Let's get used to the Desert Eagle here. I like it. I really like it. You get those. It's just chunky. Even if you don't get a solid crosshair, it's still a pretty solid one-shot. As long as you click the head. Okay, neither of those were one-shots. That sucks. I think we're already ready to reload, too. We need one more shot, then we're ready to reload. I have no qualms killing all these zombies because I need First Street to be clear. Now, right now, in my professional opinion, and I do think I can actually call myself a professional at this game at this point, professional time waster. In my professional opinion, it is not worth it. If you're not like attached, if you're not attached to keeping up with the dev's vision for the game, and you're not a fan of ragdolls, it is not worth it to keep it on. I'm currently keeping it on because sometimes it's amusing. But if you're just trying to play the game and have fun and have reliable combat, ragdolls are counterintuitive to reliable combat right now. Because ragdolls are very... Like this zombie right here. Watch this. I'm attacking her as if she was standing up. Why? Because a downed ragdoll target is just... There's the targeting system for ragdolls on the ground in front of you is just broken. It's broken. Melee treats it as if they're standing up, and range treats it as if they're the hardest thing ever to hit. I could shoot this guy 4 or 5 times probably and I wouldn't kill him, even at this range. And it's just because the ragdoll system is just that broken when it comes to targeting specifically. Targeting zombies with weapons of any kind when they are in the ragdolled state. Yeah, I recommend turning it off if you're not like interested in specifically providing feedback on the ragdoll system, or you know, maybe you enjoy it. I do. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I do kind of enjoy it. The only value that it has right now that would make it slightly more interesting to have on and off, from a combat perspective and a survivability perspective, is that if you hit a zombie but don't kill it, and you put it into a ragdoll state instead, the downtime that the zombie has before they get back up is significantly longer when they're ragdolled than it is if they just get knocked down by a regular bullet without ragdoll system. So that's your calculus right there. If you are here for the reliability of the combat, ragdoll does not necessarily make it reliable for the better on the whole, in my professional opinion. We played quite a bit recently with it off, so I've got a pretty solid gauge of how it feels both on and off, and I think combat just on the whole is more reliable while it's off. But yeah, we'll keep it on for now, just for a little bit of amusement. Just for a little bit of amusement. After all, I do want to try. That's just another thing I mentioned before. I'm pathologically trying to keep the game as close to the dev's vision as I can, because it can get really hard to provide meaningful feedback, or you know, for people who are new to the game, who are dropping by the stream, shout out if you're one of them. If you're new to the game, it would be a little bit, I feel like it would be hard to give a good sense of how the game plays if we changed a whole bunch of the sandbox settings and we added a whole bunch of mods. Other streamers do that, and that's cool. That's not my style, necessarily. When I play other games like Darktide, I mod the ever-living shit out of them. That's because Darktide doesn't have the same problems, I don't think. Darktide, you don't really have to worry about giving solid feedback for them to develop it better. The game has been developed. It's got a very, very, very good core experience. Just the core experience, just the gameplay, just jumping into a mission, killing a bunch of dudes. That's great. The metagame sucks, but playing the regular combat missions with mods doesn't change anything about my feedback on the meta experience. And, well, I mean, the meta experience is done and dusted. It's not going to change anymore. The devs are quite set on going down a rabbit hole of increasing difficulty in ways that would make it more annoying for people to just jump into matches. Right now, their focuses are on Havoc and whatever the fuck the, I think the other one might be a little bit less sweaty than Havoc. But I have not touched Havoc, and I intend not to. Havoc is not what I play Darktide for. I play Darktide so that I can click the button and join the game. Havoc requires you to plan and group up ahead of time and talk to your group and make sure that everybody's got the correct spec, and that there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but that takes a lot of effort. Darktide is kind of a game that I want to just pick up and play. And you know, games like Darktide are a lot more. I feel like Fat Shark would be better off just making it so you can just pick it up and play it. Which you can still do, of course. I don't want to bury the lead on that. You can still pick it up and play it, even if you want some of the hardest difficulty it has to offer. There are still quite a few people who would never touch Arc Quick Play. That's all I do. Arc Quick Play. They've changed a little bit about the way the difficulties are split up. It used to be that Arc was like its own category of mission that would just all have heavy-duty modifiers. They backtracked on that. Arc is now just... Arc is what they call the highest difficulty. Damnation is now the level 4 difficulty. It's that... yeah, I understand why they did that, but it was in service of not fragmenting their player base any further than they did already when they got us into, Oh, my hunting knife should probably be replaced. My hunting knife is down to half capacity. I'm going to go ahead and replace that now. There we go. Okay. So I've got a lot of Desert Eagle magazines, a metric lot, as it were. I'm going to go ahead and remove the spare backpacks from my bag. Normally I carry those around all the time. Oh, there we are. But right now I'm actually trying to keep as much room as possible in my backpack. So that spare 4 encumbrance will actually be necessary. I mean, we're carrying ammo of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different 7 different calibers. Almost all the ammunition calibers we're currently carrying. The only thing we're not carrying around is 45 auto and 308. Yeah, we're gonna have a good time when we deploy tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day we're deploying to Grand Ohio, and we're gonna fight on foot. Now, if there are still massive groups, then of course we will do another pipe bomb. But if the groups are not massive enough to justify it, then we're just gonna fight them mano a mano, mano y mano. I apologize to anybody who's just here for the combat, because of course this game, if you're not familiar, especially the way I play it on default settings, it incentivizes lots and lots and lots of preparation. And while I prep, I sometimes get a little lost in the yap. I may have been able to prep a little bit faster than I have, but the yap got in the way. That's alright. I know some of my viewers are here for the yap. Hey Richard, how you doing today? We have gotten some lovely pipe bombs earlier in stream today. I do have timestamps for it. I'll put those in the pinned comment in the future. We spent almost 40 minutes pulling together a huge group of zombies in the parking lot of the Grand Ohio Mall, and we blew 2 pipe bombs. One, I think, was here, and one was right about here. And each pipe bomb probably killed multiple hundreds. We have no measure whatsoever because we didn't get any kills recorded. We were at, and I remember this number specifically, we were at 43069 kills before we started our pipe bombing operations, and despite killing multiple hundreds, we are only at 143 right now, so that is unfortunate that it doesn't count them, but as I've said in the past, kills are just a number. Kills are just a number. We are not too worried about that number because it's always going to be going up. It's always going to be going up. I know some people think some people might, and I think this is a mistake, some people might try to think in terms of how many kills can I get before I die. Don't think like that. Don't think like that. I think mind over matter is an important thing. Treat every character as if they're going to survive forever. That doesn't mean you have to play them forever. Just think that, you know, when you decide not to play them anymore. Just that's from there on out, they sailed into the sunset. I think that's the correct mentality to have, even if you're the kind of person who dies a lot. I'm a big fan of mind over matter, and I think that you should, even if you can't always do this in practice, you should try to act as if you're going to survive forever every time. Don't even think about the fact that you're dying a lot. If you are dying a lot, just try to keep in mind that, you know, there's things to learn to get better, but mentality is always an important. There was a guy on the Steam forums that I was actually having a discussion where, I was doing a long post. I was long posting. Somebody posted about they wish the music would just turn off. Now, if you guys watch my streams, you all know when the music has turned off. The music turns itself off like 10 minutes into the game. Maybe homie was playing build 41, or maybe he doesn't quite play long enough to, or maybe doesn't play B42 long enough to actually hear it happen. But in the current build, the music just shuts off pretty quickly on its own. But the justification is that he didn't like hearing sad music. He didn't like hearing sad music while he was trying to just chill and build his base. And I could see where he was coming from with that, but I kind of came back with him. I was like, this is a bit of a mentality, I think. A question of mentality. If I'm hearing sad music while I'm building my base, what does that tell me in my mind with the way I play? That doesn't tell me that I should be sad. That tells me that my character is probably just, thinking about something that makes her sad. But I keep her hands busy, and she's probably grateful for that. Idle hands are the devil's plaything. And I know from very personal experience, that if you just sit there and think about things, if you don't keep yourself busy, bad things that are going on in your life are going to seem worse the more time you spend thinking about them. I mean, that should be like, life 101 right there. But if you just sit there and dwell on the bad things, then, well, that sucks. That sucks for you, because you should be thinking about what you're going to do next. Just that mentality. I have that mentality in real life. I don't necessarily think about what's going. Man, it's a good thing I don't think about what's going wrong, because there's a lot of things that could be better in my life right now. I focus as much as humanly possible on just what I'm doing next. Take it day by day and whatnot. And I think that, of course, me and homie were just talking about music in a video game. And it got existential real fast, because that he was talking about some things that are, he was speaking some real shit. He doesn't want to be bothered, or bothered. He just doesn't. I guess he was complaining ultimately that it didn't fit the mood. And I think that's just a question of interpretation. And if he were to interpret it differently, I think he would probably have had a better experience with that. So I tried to articulate that. I gave him some examples from. I actually pulled up a really cool example. In 30, what part was it? 40-something of our character series. You know what? This is relevant. I actually have to wait for a minute so she can sleep again. So we're going to let Annie wait for a minute to sleep again. I'm going to just show you guys this moment from one of my previous streams where the music just did almost a 180. And it felt really cool. Because when I found this example for this discussion I was having, I was like, that's actually pretty cool. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah, here it is. So this is a long post. I'll post it in chat if you guys are actually interested in reading the whole thing. I'm not going to bore you guys with that on screen here. But I actually have a timestamp specifically. So we've got the ambience. We've got the really spooky ambience, right? We can't see very well right now because of all the snow. It's the middle of the night. We're about to sleep. And we shut off the lights. Spooky, isn't it? It's spooky at first. It is cold enough that I'm going to go ahead and light the fire tonight. It's spooky, and it feels foreboding, right? Like, some people would be like, don't light the fire, you're going to attract a zombie or something. But we light the fire. It's cold. We want to stay warm. It's almost freezing indoors. That's how cold it was. So we light the fire. We put a log on it. That's beautiful. Look at that. It's pretty. So it's spooky at first, and then we get our sleep in. Yeah, it was so good I had to take a screenshot. Alright, I do have to step away IRL for a minute. So we'll have a sleep, and I will step away here. and I shall be back momentarily. I wasn't thinking any of this at the time. Like at the time, I was just, what's next on my plate. For anybody joining, welcome. We've been kind of taking it chill and exploring for a bit because we have a lot of snowfall and had a lot of fog over the past couple days. It is currently February 8th, so we'll see how that is. I'll be back in just a moment, probably about a minute and a half here. And after I step away, the music changes. It changes from what was the previous track? Everyone Is Gone, I think. Hang on, I mentioned it specifically. Yeah, the previous track is Where Is Everyone? It's real spooky. But after we catch our first night's sleep, we got the fire going, there's no zombies, and it's just snowfall. And then Traveling comes on. That's the song we're listening to now, is Traveling. It's just fucking cozy now. Like, it goes from dark and foreboding to just straight up cozy. But the point I was trying to get to, and I may have not even articulated this really well, is that none of that was going through my head at the time. At the time, I mean, yeah, I noticed it was cozy, but it was just, that was just like looking at a pretty field while you're in the middle of doing a construction job, right? It's just one of those brief moments of nicety before you get back to work. And that was kind of what I was trying to get at with homie who was getting sad by the music. If you're getting sad because of the music, you're probably just focusing on it too much. Just let the music be something that your character is experiencing. And when you notice your character is experiencing that, that's cool. That's part of the experience. Don't let it get to you, personally, if you can. I mean, don't let it get to you personally, because then you're kind of detracting from the separation that you get here. The separation of, you're the person controlling the character. You're not the character. I can understand some people would want to do the role play thing, to actually consider themselves to be their character. And I can understand that, but it's also not first person. Maybe this is just a me thing, but whenever a game is not first person, I find it very difficult to actually put myself directly into their shoes. It's so much easier. It's like about 100 times easier for me to put myself into the shoes of somebody who is a guide for the character, right? And obviously that you empathize. I empathize very deeply with my character. I call her my girl. Annie is my girl. I very deeply empathize with her, but I'm not trying to put myself directly into her shoes. I'm the guiding light on her shoulder, if that makes sense. I've mentioned this before, but she probably both loves and hates me because I have kept her safe. She is the 0.000001% of humanity that has survived the apocalypse. But I also keep putting her in danger. If the goal was just to keep her safe, we could have done that. We could have done that a very long time ago. We could have gotten to a point where we never saw another zombie again. But that's not how we roll here. Here we've got things to do. And those things involve searching for better loot, searching for survivors that we're never going to find, as tragic as that is, and everything that comes along with that. Now, unfortunately, I've got 10 fatigue that I have to build up before I can sleep again, and it's 3 a.m. If I were to just start my next day right now and not sleep, I would get tired like early afternoon. That's not acceptable. Restless sleeper problems right here. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to brew a third cup of coffee, and I'm going to drink that I'm going to drink that when the sun rises. And that'll keep me going for the whole day, pretty much. Because the 2 coffees that I just put together, that are in my backpack, those are literally just, those are situational. I basically just want to always be carrying around some coffee in my backpack. That is a very important thing. We're going to put some sugar packets in each of these. Maybe some brown sugar, too. But yeah, I do apologize if you're not here for the yap, because I have a lot of yap. Especially when we're in a down moment. We're in a bit of a down moment right here. Perfect. That is perfect right there. That is, I really need, okay, so I have been considering, my lifestyle IRL right now is very strongly focused on minimizing perishables as much as humanly possible. I've been very bad at keeping track of perishables in my fridge. to the point where I've had a lot of things go bad on me that I probably shouldn't have. And if you were going to say skill issue, 100%. That is a skill issue. That's just a genuine life skill issue. If you feel like you are not able to keep track of things enough to actually maintain a fridge full of perishables and use them all in a reasonable amount of time, that's probably a skill issue. I don't have a very strong incentive to improve on it, though. I'm not cooking for anybody else. I'm just cooking for me. And I've tried. I have tried cooking for myself. I don't get anywhere near as much enjoyment out of cooking for myself as I do for cooking a meal for somebody else. Meals are better when shared. I think almost everybody would agree that meals are better when shared. And because of that, it feels a lot more natural to put effort into cooking when it's not just me. But since it is just me, I'm focusing on as little mental energy as possible. Easy recipes, non-perishable ingredients that I can buy in bulk. And to include that, I have started doing certain substitutes in recipes. I think I have nailed a pretty solid substitute for both milk and eggs. Hang on a second. I actually have a picture. I mean, we're cooking stuff in game, right? So this is relevant almost. Dropbox. Here's my recipe. This is the latest cake that I've tried to make. I used Bailey's Irish cream instead of milk. Okay, now that's actually not. It worked. It actually did work. I used Bailey's Irish cream instead of milk. That worked. It worked great. Bailey's is actually really fucking expensive though. And if you're not familiar, it's basically just alcohol with the consistency of milk. So Bailey's is just basically just booze. But yeah, I would not do this. There's something else I've got for milk substitute. But I have found that eggs, 2 tablespoons of cashew dust. I'm sorry. The ratio is 1 tablespoon of cashew dust and 2 tablespoons of water for each egg. Or no, sorry, 3, 1 to 3 ratio. So 1 tablespoon of cashew dust and 3 tablespoons of water. And just put those together when you would put an egg into a recipe. And that, it's not perfect, obviously. I mean, there's a reason everybody on the planet uses eggs for almost everything. Almost everybody on the planet will use eggs for cooking. And there's a reason for that. But if you're trying to substitute them, eggs are perishable, they'll go bad. If you want to substitute all perishables where possible, you can buy massive bags of cashews, unsalted cashews, and grind up just a few of them into dust every once in a while, and add that to a little bit of water, and you've got a passable egg substitute. Because eggs, what they really are, they're binding agents, and they add a little bit of texture. At that correct ratio, you can get a similar effect from just ground up, and it doesn't even have to be cashew dust. Cashews are what works for me. You can do that with other sorts of probably do it with other sorts of nuts, any sort of anything that gets you a very fine non-sugary powder. I think I used protein powder in a different recipe at the same ratio. Protein powder, because I actually own a lot of protein powder. I used to be a little bit nuts going to the gym, not recently. Speaking of cooking, I've done all this yap about cooking. I need to actually cook. I went downstairs thinking I had something for that, but I don't. So we are going to do some steak and beef stir fries. Yeah. So 2 units of meat and 2 units of eggs. We could just think of these as bacon and eggs. It's not actually bacon, but it is actually eggs. And both of those came out, well, one's going to be 60, the other's going to be like 40-something. That's okay. This is probably a couple days of food right here. We are a little closer to needing to put on weight, but we're not there yet. Empanadas. I don't know exactly what kind of bread those use. One of the first things I did when I worked in a grocery store in the bakery department, but I never actually made things from scratch in that grocery store baking department. So I'm actually, despite spending several months as a quote-unquote baker, I never baked my own stuff. So starting from scratch is something I've done more recently. I baked my own flatbread, and then I experimented with that, and that was a lot of fun. Flatbread, I mean, it's just flour and water. flour and water, and you knead it to the correct amount. A little bit of salt. And you knead it together, and you put it in a pan. Just treat it like a pancake when you fry it. That was a lot of fun, because what I did after that, obviously, the moment I got the regular recipe done, I started screwing with the recipe. Tried adding a little bit of peanut butter and what the hell was a little bit of peanut butter and something else. I forget what else. And I ended up with some like some sweet pancakes, some really sweet pancakes that actually came out really good. Like sweet pancakes with the consistency of bread, so they would last a lot longer than regular pancakes. But yeah, doing whatchamacallit, anything that requires something akin to flatbread or tortillas, I look forward to trying that. I have wanted to try some form of baking the meat into the flatbread, some form of that. I've wanted to try that for a while now, but I haven't quite gotten my theory right on that. That is a 50 fry right there, and this one is a 70. It would basically be, you cook the meat first, as if you were gonna like brown it for a, as if you're gonna brown it for like, you know, like taco meat almost. You do that first, and then you get out the dough for your flatbread, and put the meat into the dough, like around the dough, and then, but the meat has already been cooked, so you don't have to worry about overcooking the dough in order to actually get the meat to the, you know, you don't want to undercook the meat, just to make sure not to burn the dough. So you cook the meat first, and then while it's still sizzling hot, put the meat into the dough, and then get the dough in the pan really quick. That's going to require some finesse. Finesse mostly because I want to make sure I don't get the, I don't want to screw with the fat of the meat. That would be a bit of a mistake if I were to do that. I need to free up a little bit of space in my backpack. We can put away the MSR 700. The MSR 700 is good, but we actually blew most of our loose ammo of it. And right now we need to actually be able to carry food. And carrying around 2 different guns in our backpack is making it so we're so heavy we can't carry around food. So we're putting away the MSR 700. We will engage at medium and close range for now. It's fine. Well, okay. Make sure I fit the food. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to open those boxes at 223. We're going to do some sniping. But when the time comes, we can no longer do long range. We'll just drop the rifle and come back for it. I mean, it's not like the rifle's going to go anywhere. It's going to still be there. Yeah, we don't have to worry about that. The rifle will still be there. Just make sure we drop it and don't kill any zombies on top of it. That's the most important thing. Alright, yeah. So, as a recap, we have got our backpack more full than it would ever normally be. And most of its inventory space is taken up by an M16 and magazines. Lots and lots of magazines. There's a little bit more space I can free up if I pull these bottles out. I usually like to carry around just one spare bottle. And then I need to actually drink this coffee. Now that I wanted to wait. Coffee reduces 24 fatigue. And we were at like 20 when I made the coffee. So now we did not waste any of it. We drank it at the correct moment. Perfect. Okay, perfect. Now we can fit everything. Will be a little bit heavy, but that's... Anybody who's been watching my streams long enough knows why I just... My soul just departed from my mortal body. Fog is rolling in. You can't shoot in fog. Well, that's okay. We're not going to let that stop us. It's fucking annoying, but that's not going to stop us. I should have known. I should have known the game would do this to me. Won't be the first. It's not the first time, and it won't be the last. But we have pulled out the M16. Damn. I need to... Let's just repair the trunk again. Why not? Like I said before, We're in the age of diminishing returns, but we're also... This is the most use I'm ever going to get out of the ambulance, so this is what we're saving it for. I actually ran out of steel sheets. We're going to get another steel sheet, repair the ambulance trunk, so that we can actually fit some stuff in it. We're going to do a couple more pipe bombings. And we're going to do that... We're going to do that because we are surrounded by what I like to call no shooty juice. The fog means you don't want to shoot because you might as well be wasting ammo. Alright, so we are going to use that steel sheet to fix the trunk of the ambulance so that we can put a couple more things back. Potentially repairs only 69%. And now, okay, so previously we were getting diminishing returns on repairs by 2%. Now it just went down by 1. So I think we're getting diminishing returns on the diminishing returns. I did not know that that was a thing. I've never actually had to repair a vehicle that many times to find that out. So, once again, after 2,300 hours in this game, I'm still learning new things. That's okay. That's a good thing. I like learning things. File that away in the memory banks. We do still get diminishing returns on repairs, but it doesn't seem like those returns diminish forever. And I don't have words for how okay I am with that. Now, we also have some damage on the rear door. The rear door is just about to fall below 50%. I'm going to go ahead and fix that. Now, one might assume that this is going to be light fog because it's light right now. It's still rolling in. We are probably going to get pea soup. At least that's what I'm going to assume. Assume the worst, hope for the best, usual. This rear door has already been repaired once. So I'm going to leave it here and take the other one that has not been repaired yet and use that one. I appreciate everybody sticking around through the boring parts, because there are some boring parts, unfortunately. Not much I can do about that. I'm definitely not getting usual Saturday numbers for YouTube here. I'm not 100% sure why. I wish I knew more about that. Sometimes YouTube will recommend me, and it seems to be time-based most often these days. But I started right around the usual time that I would start to get good results, and well, it's not like I'm getting, you know, almost 30 concurrents. That's nice. About 100 views. Average watch time is great. I'm definitely getting a lot of folks who just love to put me on and just leave me on as background noise. That's, you know, shout out to you guys. I appreciate that just as much. I'm not one of those people who's like, people should watch and engage. No. If you're getting any sort of enjoyment by putting me on, then that's more than enough for me. I'm here to get my voice out there and see if people like to see what I have to say. That's more than anything what I'm here for. And if people are willing to put me on as background noise, that tells me they're interested in what I have to say, because I got a lot to say. If nothing else, I can say that for damn sure. But maybe you're here for the music, maybe you're here for the chill. Who knows? In any case, I'm doing something right. But algorithm doesn't always have anything to do with what the viewers want. So sometimes I've got to do weird things to appease the algorithm gods. Up to and including, most likely, yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to... So, I think what may be contributing is just pure speculation theory. It may be the simple fact that I haven't changed my thumbnail in a couple days. That's a skill issue on my part. I was a little bit demoralized by the fact that I had a power outage 2 streams ago. And the power outage... That's also true. That's also true. Don't talk in class. So if you're here for the background noise and you... yeah, absolutely. But yeah, when I had the power outage, I couldn't shut OBS off in enough time. So the recording for that session is corrupted because I record to MP4, and if you get something, if you blue screen to death or power outage or something, if your computer shuts down or OBS crashes or something, and you're trying to record to MP4, I think that's a loss. I have not tried to recover it yet. I want to do that, because that would be a hell of a lot easier than accepting the downgrade of quality that you get if you re-download your own footage from YouTube. There is a quality loss there. Some YouTubers, what they'll do, especially like people who live stream, sometimes what they'll do is they'll live stream a session, and then if people still like the VODs, for example, the streamer will record the high quality version themselves and re-upload it afterwards, and then just get rid of the live replay. I have not had to do that yet, and I don't want to have to do that, but I'm also running into storage problems. My Seagate Exos, 20 terabytes, is down to just 1.12 terabytes. So that is unfortunate. Things I'll think about. But yeah, I bring up all that because usually when I make thumbnails, I will either use screenshots that I remembered to take or go back through my own footage. And it's a little hard to go back through my own footage when it's corrupted. So I have not been very diligent about thumbnails. Bitch, get out of the road! I'm right here! I'm right here. Come on. There you go. Look this way, please. Out of the road. Thank you. Damn it! Imagine being a short blade enjoyer and having to deal with zombies on the ground. Ugh. RIP to the short blade enjoyers. That bitch almost got her hands on my ankles. That was probably a class 3 mistake right there. I don't know if a zombie grabbing your feet would actually pull you down all the way. I feel like they would stumble you before they did that, but I don't know. I'm also clumsy. And because I'm clumsy, I don't want to ever roll the dice on that. I recently used up all the steel sheets that I had at the outpost there. Steel sheets are not hard to find if you know where to look. Most of the time when zombies break down a steel door, you get a big old steel sheet laying on the ground where the door was. Now okay, so this is not, it's almost 9 a.m. and the fog is not pea soup. So it does look like light fog. I don't think that is any sort of indication as to how long it'll be here. Light fog, I think, can still last all day. Usually I've noticed that fog, if it's gonna go away, your greatest chances of seeing it go away are gonna happen by around noon. 11, 12, or 1300 hours. If it's still around in its morning thickness by 1300 hours, you're most likely going to be fogged in for the rest of the day, rest of the afternoon at that point. The only time fog won't go away by 1800 hours. The only time fog won't go away by 1800 will be if it is actually like part of a thunderstorm. I think right now thunderstorms are the only thing that will spawn overnight fog. And thunderstorms could mean either snow or rain. We do actually have snowstorms that will spawn fog. Figure if I'm going to check these cars, I might as well check all of them. So we're going past the baseball bat factory again. I'm still an open mind as to whether I would set up base here. What if I just set up base behind it? Yeah, I could do that. I would do that. You know, I could do that, Richard. That would probably not be... my last chance to do it would be after we finish our activities in Grand Ohio Mall. We'll probably do a little bit of residential exploration, but Grand Ohio Mall is my last big target on this side of Louisville. Once I'm done with Grand Ohio Mall, French Bread will probably get mothballed, at which point I will want to set up a new outpost for my next activities, and that outpost is going to be farther away from the Memorial Bridge. So actually crossing that bridge just to see how far things go, my last opportunity to do so without having to fight through respawns, is going to be after we take the Ohio Mall. You know what? I've never been to Fossil Fields. I do want to look at it. I don't know if I'm going to fight my way through and actually get in there, but just in terms of sightseeing, I do want to see it. So that's on the bucket list for Louisville, as it were. But yeah, I have been mulling over setting up a base right here specifically, and that's because it seems like one of the best locations close to Grand Ohio. I also have no bearing as to how much more work I have to do for Grand Ohio, and I've been in that state for a while now. So I might just keep at it. I'm going to keep at what I'm doing for now. I'm not going to worry about setting up any new bases, because I have plenty of pipe bombs, and pipe bombs do not get screwed up by fog, except for the fact that, well, frame rate drops. Fog contributes to your lower frame rate, and that is something that you have to deal with if you're going to fight massive groups of zombies. You know, I memed on this building before. I've never actually been inside of it. I think it's literally just a window shop. Yeah, it is literally just a window shop. I appreciate the jab at Microsoft. I very much appreciate the jab at Microsoft. It'd be amazing if we could actually do something with these windows. Some of them we can pick up, but I mean, you know, they're not really in sufficient quantity to make use of elsewhere. This is why we assume there's a zombie behind every door. Yeah, there's more windows back here, but I think that's just a total of 5 of each type. That's not a very big building you could build with them. Okay, so it's a window shop, but all the back shelves are full of whiskey. Okay, okay. Get away from the door. The only reason I wouldn't just kill her where she stands is I actually am getting a few ideas about this place. This is actually, if I need just a field base, I could hardly do worse than a place like this. What I would want to be able to do, though, is drive to the back. Oh, look at this. We got a double door. We have a double door in the back. That tells me I could, with very minimal effort, I could turn this into a place that I could drive through. Anybody who's seen my other base designs, you know that I like to be able to drive through places. Very convenient, logistically speaking. How many more places can I drive through in this area? Because there's probably multiple stores here that are like that. Hit vids. Also double doors in the front. Double doors in the front with space between the shelves here. And look at that, double doors in the back. So basically all these places have got what is almost the equivalent of garage doors. As silly as it might sound, you can drive any vehicle through double doors as long as they're open. And now that I'm thinking about basing, what comes to mind beyond that is fewer points of ingress. So this place is out, too many windows on this place, but these 3 other spots with those double doors, I like everything about that. I would probably just turn some of those double doors into a proper gate if I was going to be here for any amount of time. think I'll group down to the south. Just gonna clear the interior here. Here's the this is the alcohol store. I think the other containers were just supposed to be a part of this place. Alright, you can't threaten me with this. Those Zeds were technically under a roof, so they did not get affected by the fog juice. As silly as that might sound, all it matters is where the targets are. If you're shooting from outdoors in bad weather, to a location that is indoors, then the targets you hit indoors will be as if there were no weather effects at all. I'm sure the devs will correct that as soon as they hear about it, so don't tell them. So what is this place? This is an office. What is an office? Potential glue. No actual glue, though. I'm always down for potential glue, though. You can also take people's lunch. Twine. Okay. So no glue, but a couple things. Got a little cavalier with my footwork there. Let's have a quick bite to eat. I think the fog is clearing up. Okay. I was a little bit distraught when I saw the fog there, but it's not bad. These two, you know what? As far as these places go, this place has the most intact windows. Do worse. This is not a bad spot. Far from the best, but it's not bad at all. With a little bit of work, you could drive straight through it. Real talk, I only care about the front windows being tacked because I would want to put bars on them. Some of them. We would put sheets over the ones that are broken. What am I level glasswork? I am level 7 glasswork, well on my way to level 8. Can't repair windows though. You can make the kind of windows that are like you can make really generic carpentry kind of windows. You cannot make anything that would ever go into like, you know, pretty big pane commercial glass windows. Nope. Those, once they're broken forever. Unfortunate. There is a bit of an aesthetic to sheet metal blockers though to windows that are broken. There's a bit of an aesthetic to it. Yeah, okay. So I'm not gonna like set it up or anything, but I think this is a likely location for a base right here. Very likely, in fact. This was part of the reason I kept leaving all the doors open, because if I am going to base here, then I want to try to use the doors as best I can. And for that, I need to have them not be broken, so that's why I left them open. I mean, this parking lot right here is not bad either. Just in terms of, like, you know, if I needed to kill a bunch of Zeds. But I think anything that would have spawned here has already been dealt with further on. Alright, so 12 p.m. and we've got good weather. We are going to stop moving. We're going to stop slow rolling it. I was just kind of slow rolling it at first there because, well, wasn't exactly in a rush to get anything done in fog. But now we are done with fog. And we return to Grand Ohio Mall here. Looks like we still got plenty on the road on this side of it. And I'm willing to bet we've still got plenty in the parking lot itself. They likely will have distributed all over the place now that nothing is keeping their attention. Again, we killed a lot of zombies. I wouldn't even want to try to count those. I'm sure it's possible, but now that's interesting. A car alarm just went off and I did nothing to do anything with that. Why did a car alarm just go off down there? I have never been so tempted to try to get out and throw a pipe bomb. No. I'm not going to get out and throw one. I'm going to get out and set one. Because right now, there's a car alarm going on. I have no idea what set off that car alarm. And I guess right now, I don't really fucking care. I'm going to use it to the best of my ability, because it's going to create a blob for me. It's that car alarm that's going off right now is going to create a blob for me. So I'm just going to take this car and get it out of the way. And put down another pipe bomb nearby where that car alarm just went off. Let's reach into the bomb kit, and we've got, we want the detonator on 90,000 here. 90,000, one unlinked pipe bomb. Link the pipe bomb to 90,000. The pipe bomb is now linked. I just got to get out and set it. Okay, the car alarm attracted quite a few of them. It no longer seems to be going off. We are going to use the edge of... There's a part of me that wants to just see how I can get how much I can get away with something that I can't see from a distance. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the corner of those... See these concrete dividers for the parking lots? I'm going to use the corner of these. Because that looks like the most open area thing that I can make use of here. So we are going to pipe bomb this tile right here. Normally I would like a taller point of reference, like a street light. But the street light, doing it on a street light before, that made it really hard to circle around to the north because of all these bollards up here. So we're going to avoid the problem of the bollards entirely this time. Now, that does create a slight problem with these hedgerows. But these hedgerows are not as big of a problem if I get up enough speed. If I get to, like, third gear and I'm in good speed, I will power right through the hedgerows without blinking. I just need to... That's just, that's a skill issue right there. I just need to maintain speed when I'm going through these hedgerows. You know what? While we have a brief moment, let's just test that. I think I can do it at this distance. Nope, that was not enough. That was not enough. If you get stuck in hedgerows, just keep going. You'll eventually get out. The 6-seater Franklin Pauline might be the only one that wouldn't be able to make that. Those things are so fucking weak that it probably is possible to get them stuck in such a way that you would have to tow them out. Alright, here goes. Let's get another mark. We're at 5 hours and 27 minutes. We're not going to go too hype with the music this time because it's not... I think we know exactly what we're doing now, and this is nowhere near as big of a group. I eagerly await the opportunity to steal this van. I would steal it just because it's pretty. I don't even care if it has a bad engine. If it has a bad engine, I'll just use it as storage. Previously, these Zeds were distributed pretty much all over the right side of the screen here, but now they are a lot tighter than they were initially. So what we're doing by going back and forth in sort of a semicircle here, we're not blobbing them up just yet, but we are getting the fast shamblers a little bit something to do while the slow ones catch up. We're keeping the iPad babies engaged while the older kids enjoy their Minecraft. It is not a very solid strategy to keep going with very long, because they distribute themselves, the fast ones. You see how they're kind of widely distributed a little bit there? It's imperfect. Circling them really is always going to be the best thing to do if you can pull it off. Alright, thanks to these slow ones, I'm not quite yet in a position where I can, well, no, I can just do this. It's not the perfect solution, but it works. Now, to be honest, this group is so small, I should be able to get away without hitting any of them, so that was a skill issue right there. I did not have to hit that one, I just did because, oops. This is still my princely ambulance, I would prefer not to touch it at all if I don't have to. This is why I sometimes move a bunch of cars out of the way. See, this little parking spot right here is just always got to have some asshole blocking it. But we've gotten them collapsed enough. I don't have to go all the way around the. I don't have to go all the way around the other kill zone anymore. So that actually feels nice and tight right there. That is nice and tight. We are now translating to the final destination. Much less effort to herd this group than the other ones, and that's just that's a question of size. Is all that is. If we play our cards right, I'm willing to bet we could probably get about 99% of this group. Because we no longer got them spilling out of the mall, finally, at long last. That was probably a side head, wasn't it? Yep. She can take it. She's a tough ambulance. Alright, I'm not going to wait for those last two to group up. Okay, we're almost there. Damn it. It's the fucking slow ones in the back line, man. They're like... They're obstacles is what they are. They're always just obstacles. Alright. Now we collapse them as much as humanly possible. If we collapse them hard enough, we'll form a zombie singularity. The 3 dimensions, or the 2.5 dimensions shall become 1. Alright, I think that's enough. A little less than 98%, but a damn fine number right there. Probably in the mid 80s, if not 90. That was a fair... That was almost exactly what I hoped for. I mean, you know, I would have been very happy if we got even more, but, yeah, that was great. And they're no longer coming out of the mall. We've basically, I'm not going to say we've wiped out the mall. There's still plenty inside. There are still plenty inside. This mall is so big, I don't even think the map cell that it's in, I don't think you could attract zombies from the other side, even if you were, like, point blank with the building. I've got to make sure I do not accidentally start trying to reload bullet by bullet in 7 here. Now, the only reason I feel safe doing this is because there haven't been anybody coming from the south for quite a while now. If there were anybody coming from the south, I would not want to be standing here and fighting right now, because I would not have a clear 6. And if I'm going to fight a group this big, I want to make sure I don't have anybody coming up behind me. One more shot, and this one is ready for a mag reload. I love the shotgun. It is a lovely, weighty, chunky, multi-hitter weapon. that guy's like, nah, I'm out.
Hey!
I had to remind him I'm still here. He saw his buddies get blown away, and he's like, nah.
Hey!
Come on, dude. I believe in you. You're still a zombie. Don't ask me why I shot that other guy first. I was very clearly aimed. Okay. Here's the ones from the south that I thought were going to still be there, but... Okay, we found them. I'm glad I didn't get too tunnel vision there. There are still definitely plenty to the south. So we have briefly lost access to the ambulance, but we're fine. In fact, we're so fine, we're going to use this fence a little bit. Now, discharging right here is going to bring more from the south, most likely. Maybe more that would not have come from the Ohio Mall itself. That's okay. I do not want anything coming at me while I'm inside the mall, so I will, without blinking an eye, I will spend plenty of time out here just clearing the parking lot long before I go inside. Two shots left before I relive the DE. I was expecting more from the south, to be honest, but that's good. If I can discharge right here and only pull that much, I will feel a hell of a lot safer going inside the building once the parking lot is actually empty. Because I want to be able to go inside the building and then pull a bunch of zombies from the inside that are definitely still in there somewhere, and then come outside and fight them out here. I'd never recommend fighting indoors, unless you absolutely have to. One of the scariest situations in Zomboid was when I literally had no choice but to fight indoors for a little while, because there was a tunnel. I was stuck in a tunnel in the sanatorium era, and in order to get out of that tunnel, I had to either come back out where I came in, where the place was on fire due to a fucking lightning strike from a fluke, or fight my way through 1,500 zombies on the other side of the well over 1,500, but about 1,500 at the time. Upper floors hadn't spawned in yet, and I didn't understand how that mechanic worked yet. But I did. Since then, I've learned that the upper floors of the sanitarium had not spawned in. Alright, let's do an ammo check. We expended a few shotties. Still a full bandolier there. Enough 44 mag to top these DE magazines back up. Okay. We've got a mostly secure parking lot. Let's see how quickly we can make that an unsecure parking lot, because that's what we want to make sure that we've got. Is there anywhere I can park the vehicle where I can see all three piles of corpses? I think there is. Yeah, okay, here we go. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. Move a little bit of stuff out of the way. This one is going to go on Reddit. Actually, just leave that where it is and hide it. Let's move up just a little further. There we go. That's good. You can see the name of Grand Ohio Mall and all the corpse piles. And this is more than just the parking lot and the interior. This is also the forest off to the east there. All right, now I get my UI back here. There we go. Gotta monitor things. I am big on monitoring things. My ugly face and the chat, that's actually overlaid on top of the window. It's not like through OBS, but it's also not a part of the game. So the actual Steam screenshots won't capture that. So that was a nice, big, wide open screenshot there. The time stamp for the screenshot is 5:43. $5:27 for the pipe bomb. Yeah, we got a lot of fun activity to put in the pinned comments. Okay, so just stepping inside just a little bit, just dipping our toes in. We want to keep this atrium nice and wide open. As expected, plenty indoors who have not. I'm predicting a lot of them will be in the medium to slow movement speed range, because we spent enough time out front making noise. I have an idea. It's really stupid. I have a really, really fucking stupid idea. And I'm going for it. I was thinking about going in there and shooting a gun so that I could attract any zombies that like are in the area but are not coming outside to play with us. I've got a slightly better idea. I should probably do this more often. I'm gonna put a pipe bomb down, and I don't even know if I'm gonna detonate it. I'm just gonna put it down, and if enough of them come outside, if enough zombies come outside, then yeah, we'll have it in place. So we've got a bomb linked to channel 90K here. We're gonna put that bomb. We're gonna do the same thing we just did. We're gonna use the edge of the concrete barriers here as a frame of reference, and that worked out fantastically for me. So we're doing that again, because I can't always see where they end if there's a thick group of zombies around it, but I can see where the other ones end. Right, this rope here, I can see where that ends, and that gives my eyes something to lock onto. So that's why we placed that there. That makes sense to me. Let's have a bite to eat before we get started with this part of the operation. As I mentioned before, vehicles can go right through double doors, as long as both are open. In this case, well, both are gone. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to erase a couple of these bollards that are bothering me. These have been bothering me the whole time. Bollards have been erased. We are going to drive straight in there, and we're going to punch as deep as we can, and we're going to fire up the light bar. And we are going to lure as many zombies out from inside as we humanly can. It doesn't look like I should be able to fit in there, but I can. It's great. I love it. That was not punching as deep as I can. I really need to pick up one of those other vehicles. There's a couple of trucks in the area that have light bars. Now, let's see who has heeded the call. Do we have the Riders of Rohan, or do we have the Gondor Tower Guard? Because one of those are more numerous than the other. We do still need to keep their interest. But at this point, the sirens are just going to be annoying me a little bit. We just need to toot every once in a while to make sure we don't lose the interest of the midline there that are still inside and might have line of sighted. I'm thinking that we've definitely got another pipe bomb opportunity here. Yeah, definitely. I'm glad I set that. It won't be as big as the next one. Or, I mean, it won't be as big as the one we just blew. It's like each one that we blow is going to get a little smaller, but that's okay. Well, I mentioned this many times in the past. As long as I get at least 20 kills with a pipe bomb, I am a very happy man. And even then, something close to 20, like 18, 19, that's perfectly fine because the bullets are not always guaranteed to be one shot, even if you get a solid headshot. And it costs 20 bullets to make a pipe bomb, so... Yeah, you know what? We're going to go ahead and... we'll light bar it up again. We're still getting plenty from the side of the building, too. I almost forgot about them. I feel like it might be more work than it's worth to try to merge the group we're pulling now with everybody on the side of the mall, because there's actually quite a few over there. But the ones on the side of the mall are very distributed. I would have to spend quite a bit of time gathering them all up. Yeah, I think we've got a fair... We got a fair group right here. It'll be very... I actually don't have a lot of daylight left to work with here. It's already... I lost track of time there. It's already 2000 hours. Or 1900, close enough. So after we blow this pipe bomb, we fall back. We'll probably spend, as an overnight task, we will establish our base nearby. Based on what I'm seeing inside the mall right now, what I just saw going in there, there's still going to be plenty. Because once we get rid of the guys out here, we're going to go back inside, and there's going to be a bunch more inside who came in but didn't make it outside. So that is my current prediction. And that tells me we're going to be at this for a few more days, which means we definitely want to establish a lightweight base in the area. Now, whenever I say lightweight base, sometimes I go a little harder with my bases than I have to. I have done pure minimalism bases in the past. I can be satisfied with a wooden shack the size of a shed. But wooden shacks, if the player builds them, if the player builds a wooden shack, then they can be attacked from any direction. And that's annoying. I would prefer a base of some sort that can, at least in this case, the location I have in mind, only 2 points of ingress. Only 2 directions. Which is perfect. One for me to escape from if it gets too heavy. That back line all the way up there, we might be able to actually keep them moving faster at this point if we briefly shut off the light bar. Because one of the reasons... That wasn't good. One of the reasons that the back line sometimes takes a while to get to us is that the light bar is technically pulsing noise as opposed to, like, constantly... It seems like it's constantly making noise, and it is, but the way the noise system works, the way zombies react to noise, is sometimes they will actually lose track of the fact that there's a noise going on, and then instantly hear a noise again, and perk up. And the fact that they have to stop and perk up, that actually leads to the back line sometimes getting stuck longer than they have to. So right now, because I'm mostly focused on getting the fucking back line into the main group, I am okay with the fact that the constant noise is allowing a little bit of the faster ones to spread out, because the faster ones, I can easily get them back into a group. So that, I think that was actually a very successful little pause there. I will probably try to incorporate that in the future if I have backline problems again. It's kind of hard to point out because, I mean, you know, it's kind of hard to point out anything in a big group like this. But if you watch the slow ones specifically, you will notice that they randomly just stop and then turn as if they just noticed a sound is playing. That's just the slow ones with low attention spans. The slow low ones, the slow lows. Maybe I'll call them the slow lows from now on. And again, do we really need to get everybody onto the bomb? No. Not really. If I were to just detonate it and just blow away the fast ones, I would be more than okay with that. It's really getting the slow ones into the group is partially just important because I need to be able to drive circles around the group, and I can't drive circles around the group. The fucking slow lows are back there shitting up my driving path. But of all the things that could go wrong trying to do something like this, that's hardly the worst. I couldn't explain exactly why some of those fast ones actually started fucking off in the southward direction there just now. I have a few theories, but I would have to test them, and I'm not going to do that now. I've spent enough time on this particular group. I don't want to test anything else. Alright, this feels good. I think we've got our party. Damn it, where's my detonator? It's still in my backpack, like a doofus. Let's unpack that. We'll do one more pass. Oh, that's great. We got percentage-wise, I think that's one of the best ones we've got, just in terms of how many are in the group and how many we want to get at once. Yeah, that was some of our best results, actually. Six rounds. Yeah, that was pretty good. I mean, now I can say that I've wiped out a huge chunk of the Grand Ohio exclusively with pipe bombs. The only thing I slightly regret about this is because of the ragdoll distribution. Okay, so here's actually, this is not a bad thing. The ragdoll system limit by default is 20. And most settings are by default, so we've turned ragdolls on and off. We've not changed the maximum active, which is still 20. So what happened there is 20 of them got blown away as a ragdoll, and the rest of them did not. So we actually have now direct evidence that at least 20 were blown away. And whatever is still, like, you know, flush with the pipe bomb and never got ragdolled, that's beyond 20. And just by right-clicking, look at that. Absolutely, way more than 20. Beautiful. Being as 20 is our minimum and whatnot. Yeah, I'm gonna take one more screenshot because that. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe maybe this will be the first of many more pipe bombs. But for now, protection window, health window off, stat bar not easy to shut off. That's more like it. Oops. F12, please. Okay, the game just froze. Really? I'm gonna give it 10 seconds. I've never had Steam screenshots freeze the game before. 9, 8. We're gonna check for we're gonna check for a dump. If your game freezes, go to your saves folder, sort by. There is nothing __ crash, so it's not trying to do a crash dump. It's just broken. That's fine. We'll just close and reopen the game. Yeah, been over 10 seconds. The simulation might still be running. So if you ever get a freeze up like this in the simulation, you'll still hear like ambient noise if the simulation is still running. So because of that, I don't like risking. The simulation might still be running, so the window might be frozen, but there might still be zombies shuffling towards you. So I don't like to risk sitting there and waiting for it. If I don't see a save dump happening, I'm just gonna force close the game and reload it. You know what? I kind of actually want my character's info on the screen for the screenshot anyway. So maybe it's a good thing that it didn't finish taking it. P to close protection window, info window. Here we go. Lag spikes when we zoom out because of all these corpses it's got to draw. I would have to go back into my footage and compare. I feel like a bunch of the ones we just killed actually despawned. I feel like this pile over here that we just set up was actually way bigger. But I'm not really worried about that. Like I said, kill count's just a number. I would just like to... These are the best numbers I've ever had, so... There we go. All right. That was really good. I'm going to do that one more time before I leave. I'm not going to do any more bombing tonight, but I am going to poke my vehicle... I'm going to poke my vehicle into both of these doorways. Because there's actually multiple doorways I could do this for. I'm not going to do the center, because the center would just take me into Gigamart. That's not like a little... that's not a little long haul that I can drive down. But I will take the sledgehammer and break out a few bollards on this side and just mosey as far in as I can go, and then mosey straight back out after blowing the siren. And this accomplishes pulling large swathes of anything that may have been too far in to hear all of the activities in the parking lot here. Sledgehammer back into the passenger seat. Detonator gets put back away. And we just ate, so we're good on food. Lights and light bar on, because the light bar actually helps me see indoors. The way lighting works in the game right now, not actually very good indoors. Like the headlights by themselves don't light up the vehicle. That's why it kind of looks like the vehicle is disappearing and reappearing. It might as well be, because that's how little illumination headlights give, like on the backsplash. I kind of like that. We can actually hear a little bit of reverb. It actually kind of sounds like we're blowing a siren indoors. Now this is spooky. This is really spooky, because this is what we got to do now. I'm going to set my cruise control for 5 miles an hour. 5 miles an hour will generally keep you ahead of any fast shamblers, like directly on your tail. It won't be fast enough for anybody coming at you from like a T-bone. Alright, so that was that. That's all I wanted to do for that side. But I'm going to do the same thing on this side really quick. And this just accomplishes the movement, internal movement within the building of anybody who is not further out enough to be captured by the parking lot. Okay, I'm not doing that. For a second, I was like, I'm gonna get out. No. There's that guy to the right. I didn't know exactly where he was. Fuck that. Not worth it. Not worth it. Hello. I wasn't looking forward, so I didn't see her. That's okay. Just a hood hit for that one. So that is going to pull a whole bunch of people who were further in the mall out here. There probably was some cross-pollination too. Like some of the people that we were grabbing from that side probably started going through the mall towards the other side. That is fine. That's actually golden. We are good to go. Kind of. I would be a hell of a lot more risky if I had gotten out of the car and stayed out for longer than a second. Yeah, that would have been super, super risky. But I recognize that for the bad idea that it was before it cost me anything. What would have been much more likely to happen than like me getting hurt? I mean, that of course I could have gotten hurt, and I didn't want to do that. But what was much more likely to happen than that would have been a situation where the ambulance got encircled enough that I would not have been able to safely get back into it. At which point I would have to abandon the ambulance, and that would fucking suck. That would be one of the worst places I could abandon the ambulance, because I would almost guaranteed lose its light bar. The light bar would still be running, and I would have to back out. I would have to back out and fight my way back to it. And in the process of doing so, I would probably, the light bar on this ambulance, which I can't overstate this enough, is I repaired it all the way to like 74% when it started at like 12 when I found this vehicle as a wreck. Yeah, I put a lot of effort into this light bar. I do not want to sacrifice this one. This one is not a throwaway. We've got other vehicles for that. And, you know, bringing a generator in there isn't the worst idea. But at this point, I have more vehicles with light bars on them that I could sacrifice than I do generators. I would probably sooner sacrifice a throwaway vehicle with a light bar. Not this one, but a throwaway. Definitely could get away with sacrificing one or two of those if the situation called for it. But leaving one deep inside the place, I think that would be a little bit inefficient if I tried to do a bomb. Could get a fair number of kills, but it would be, I like being able to detonating the bomb would be hard, because I would have to sneak inside, and get pretty close. The fact that it says long range in parentheses next to these controllers is, some of the most deceptive advertising in this game. There's nothing long about that range. Nothing even slightly long about it. Yeah, back in the 90s, people had detonators that could go as far as line of sight could go. There were laser detonators back in the 90s. I guess I could understand that most civilians are not going to have something like that. The military should. We should be able to actually, maybe we can't make our own laser detonators. I would understand that. But the military should have them, and we should be able to, they should, I mean, the military should have C4 as well. Why is there no C4 in this game? I'm sure every one of the military checkpoints in this game, if they were in IRL, there'd be boxes full of Semtex. We still have a little bit of food left, but it's kind of limited. I think we could get away with some cooking tonight. Yeah, if we cook ourselves something nice to eat right now, I think we'll have enough fatigue generated to get a second sleep in. We might be a little late, but that'll work. So I'll just go ahead and finish off this stir fry a little bit. We're down to 76.2 kilo. It's actually a perfect moment for me to start putting on weight. So I just overate quite a bit by eating that, but that's perfectly fine. We are going to make something with lots of calories in it. I'm going to start with helpings of beef. Everything in my fridge right now is leftovers. Both the eggs, beef, and steak. All leftovers. That is almost unacceptable to me. What I'm going to do is just toss all of those in the oven right now and cook them into something I can like stick into a salad. Meanwhile, I'm also going to toss into the oven some stuff that is frozen. We're going to do 2 cuts of steak and 1 chicken. Because chicken is actually good on calories, believe it or not. As long as you get a good one. This chicken is not a good one. That chicken only removes 20 hunger total. That is a very weak chicken. Oh, they both only give 20 each. These chickens are almost nothing. Maybe I waited too long to use them. I don't know. The amount of hunger that gets reduced from, like, you know, if you right-click the whole chicken, you don't want to eat it. You don't want to eat a chicken whole under any circumstances, but the amount of hunger that it would reduce will tell you how much the parts will give you each. And that means we're probably going to get very little out of these parts. That's unfortunate. Honestly, this chicken might just qualify as leftovers as well. In any case... Oh, I was supposed to thaw this steak as well. Let's cut the chicken up and see what we get from it. Can you imagine how crazy it would be if this game actually cared about the fact that I'm using a knife that has zombie blood all over it to cook my food with? RIP to how many people would forget that they're using their field knife. I would definitely have forgotten a couple times, unless I knew that it was a thing. If I knew that it was a thing, I would probably have some sort of established method to make sure I never accidentally did that. But as for the moment, I don't. Yeah, these chicken parts are basically useless. That's unfortunate, but at least we confirmed as much. At this point, I would sooner put some, we're going to put like some peanuts and ramen if we have it. Except we don't. Damn. Because we chose to do stir fries. Yeah, that's okay. You can't always go by hunger when it comes to calories, but it's proportional. Something that only gives you 3 hunger is very, very, very unlikely to have any sort of calorie amount in it. Alright, so now we've got 4 ingredients in each. That's all that matters. We're just going to butter them up and margarine them up and lard them up and oil them up. Basically, these things are not going to reduce too much hunger, but they're going to be fucking loaded with calories now. We will go straight back into weight gain as soon as we finish eating all 3 of these. So yeah, that's butter, margarine, lard, and olive oil in all 3 of these stir fries. You could say I am compensating for something with all that. Probably compensating for the very poor nutrition that I'm getting. We're going to be a little bit late getting our second sleep. That is perfectly okay with me because we drank some coffee, so... Alright, so we got 240s and an 80. That's good. That's several days worth of food. It will be both filling and calorie dense. 80 stir fry. 40 stir fry. We can just copy pasta this. And it's a bit overeating to eat this right now. We're just going to eat that right now. And that had almost 1,000 calories in just a quarter of that. So we will also augment that with some, you know, we'll eat some junk food as we find it, you know, soda and whatnot. We will eat junk food as it comes across our radar. And all these leftovers, we're going to put what we can fit into these two salads and then toss the rest into the garbage. Now these salads are not going to be as calorie dense, and they're also not really going to be, basically I just made those because the ingredients are going to go bad, and we are kind of, we're a bit running out of perishables, almost in entirety. We've got some beef left, and 2 bits of steak, and these are if I want to go fishing, so we're right next to the river. Now that I know that this chicken is negligible, and the rest of this crap, we're out of eggs now. We can always get many more eggs if we just stop by Jericho, so that's hardly a concern, but just something to be aware of, because that requires a full RTB to go back and get more. All right. So for anybody joining, as a quick recap, we are clearing the Grand Ohio Mall, possibly the densest zombie-infested territory on the map. And we have done an amazing job so far. Just within the remit of this stream, we have killed the vast majority of the parking lot crowd and the forest crowd to the right here, and almost anything that would have come from the south on the other side of Market Street here, and a fair bit of leftovers from the other side of Shelby Road here, and probably anything about this far into all sides of the mall. Anything further in, we've more recently started going all the way into the mall with the ambulance and drawing them outside to play. And look at this beautiful weather we got. This is some beautiful weather right here. Doesn't look like any fog or rain, knock on wood. And yeah, I'm gonna take the pipe wrench with me. And just the pipe wrench for now. Because we have a new base idea. We will establish that new base if it starts looking like a reasonable thing to do. Because if we clear most of the big groups from the Grand Ohio Mall right now, within the remit of this morning, then we won't be needing any more bases. So what I'm going to do is take 2 batteries with me, 2 heavy-duty vehicle batteries. And why am I doing that? Because I have spotted no less than 2 fire trucks, fire marshal trucks with the light bars and the open beds. I haven't gotten a gauge on their engine quality. But even if they don't have a good quality engine at this point, I'm going to take them out of the Grand Ohio Mall and put them somewhere that's not there. think I even have a spare generator somewhere. Oh no, I left that back at Reed. I do have a spare generator, but I left it at Reed. That's fine. Today might be the day we go hunting. Because yesterday we identified there were enough zombies up there that it was probably not the best of ideas. But today, there may only be a small enough group outside to justify just coming at them from a very long distance and using the 223. That may be our course of action today. One of these places was a convenience store. That is a clothing shop. I had the knock-on effect of clearing most of this place out here. Like this entire area. The vast majority of this group was pulled with our first major pipe bomb of the Grand Ohio Mall today. Picked up a lot of folks from this area. Ice Tasty, Anchor Alley, the Orange Anchor. None of these are convenience stores. I was on the lookout for a convenience store because chips like these, but these are tortilla chips. Tortilla chips are not calorie dense. Looking for the regular chips, not the tortilla chips. Believe it or not, a Pharma-Hug, like this place, is actually, the front of it might as well be a convenience store. The back of it is, you know, pharmacy with lots of, I think CVS, that's kind of what this is. It's like, you think of it as something that would have, like, a lot of medicine-related things in it sometimes, but, it's also just a regular convenience store, too. Still can't open and drink while walking. We've got the open and drink button. After much fighting, we've got open and drink, but we still can't do it while walking. That is asking a bit much. Now, I do know for an actual unironic fact, there are people out there who cannot walk and chew gum at the same time. It is actually a thing. But I don't think very many of them will have made it this far into the zombie apocalypse. That would probably be... I could see if somebody who has the clumsy trait, actually. If somebody has the clumsy trait, okay, I would believe that they would not be able to walk and open a soda can, maybe without tripping or something, I don't know. But a regular person? No. That's kind of immersion breaking, to be honest. This is a hair salon, and I always check for exotic hair colors of dye. But being as it's looted and trashed, I don't have very high expectations. This is a nice, like, super saturated pink. Ugly brown, don't care about that. If I still needed to level my electrical, I would have taken these hair dryers and hair irons and whatnot. I've leveled electrical far beyond what any recipes would ever require of me. Ooh, that is like a teal green? Yeah, that's like it would be forest green, but it's got blue in it. That's pretty neat. Usually whenever I see a dye, I care more about what I could mix. Like this right here. This is just plain grayish white. That plain grayish white is very valuable to me for my current hair dyeing operations, because right now we've got a nice, beautiful orange I think I could get it brighter. But I think I've gotten it as bright as I can get by using mixtures of blonde and red. I think if I wanted to get it any brighter using the mixtures I'm currently using, I think straight up white would be necessary. And I might, honestly, I might need white that is brighter than what I just found, but we will think about that later. For now, what I'm going to do is leave a garbage bag full of loot on the street corner right here. Because I don't have room in my backpack or neither my backpack nor the van. Literally neither of them can fit a bunch of loot right now. Shit. I don't even have garbage bags. I put them somewhere. I put the garbage bags somewhere to try to save storage space. That was a bit of a goof move. That's alright. I will recognize these hair dye bottles. Yeah, everything else needs to stay with me. Okay. A little bit of a looting side quest. Nothing overly important. Drinking that soda didn't quite take us out of the calorie deficit, but we are well on our way. Next time we get hungry and we finish off one of those... forgot exactly how many I killed here. I might Photoshop this in and into that screenshot too. Because we've got some... We've been doing some good pipe bombing lately. Way more than my early pipe bombs. My early pipe bombs... And I got excited about those, but they are nothing compared to what I'm getting now. Okay, this I almost forgot about. This is a fully intact gas station right here. Like, fully intact. I may establish a small presence there. Because that would be useful not just for Grand Ohio Mall and fossil fields, but for any other things I would want to do anywhere on this side of the map. Up to and including what else might be on East Market here, or any residential exploration. Yeah, I am very strongly considering this place right here. I mean, the beautiful, perfectly intact windows in Louisville, in the middle of Louisville. That I can't stress how rare that is. It's making me want to stop what I'm doing right now and protect those windows from assholes like this one here. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna do a little something here. I won't like fully block up all the windows. I don't have time for that. I got other things to do. I'm just gonna recover one of those nearby trucks. Maybe two. Because I already have the necessary tools for vehicle recovery. I'm just going to use them to block up a couple of these windows. This thing looks terrible, and it is, believe me. But it'll start if we use the battery we just picked up and put that 2-liter full of gas in there. Oh, no, okay, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I have been on the lookout for a pickup truck with a quality 100 engine for several hundred hours now. Since I set up base at Jericho, I've been on the lookout for one of these. I've checked almost every D6 that I've come across, with a few exceptions, most of those exceptions being wrecks. This thing is a wreck. Everything in it is below 15%. 15% or below, literally everything. And yet the engine quality is actually 100. This has got to be some kind of... This is how we found our current ambulance. Our current ambulance was like this when we found it. Everything on it was absolutely dog shit, except even the engine in terms of its condition. Yeah, no. This is going to be fixed up someday. Like I said before, I still don't intend on doing anything with it immediately. But this is not going to be left here when I leave Louisville. Let me put it that way. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and leave this battery that I'm putting in. I'm going to leave the battery in, because I'm going to need it eventually, aren't I? We'll put this 2-liter of gasoline in here. The windows are 100% useless. So we're gonna get rid of the glass work really quick. Unnecessary crap removed from the seats. I actually needed a box of nails to replace the one I took from the ambulance. The rest of this is garbage. Okay, you know what? I actually will leave those. Fire starter kit. So whenever you have an engine that's extremely low condition, like this one, what that really means is that you have a very high chance for the engine to just cut out randomly. Believe it or not, it doesn't actually affect the startup of the vehicle very much at all. So as I initially stated, my goal for this truck was, for now, just block the windows. Again, I am floored that there is still a gas station in central Louisville here, or, you know, like central northeast Louisville, with fully intact windows on the entire thing. That's never in a million years would I predicted that. But actually, now that gives us a perfect thing to do with the trucks that we intended to recover. We intended to recover two of the fire truck Chevalier D6s, and that's still exactly what we're going to do. And we're going to bring them back here and just leave them here. So we've got a new destination for them. That's all that's changed right now, is the vehicles that we set out this morning to recover have a new destination, and that is they're going to be brought right back here and protect those windows temporarily until I come back here and base this place up. Now, where was the first one? I think the first one was actually... I'm gonna have to drive around a little bit to find the... I know where one is. I'm gonna go get one right now. I'm gonna go get one. I'm gonna run over a fucking rat while I'm doing it because I couldn't see the fucking thing. One of the fire trucks I'm thinking of is right here in Grand Ohio Mall. It may be difficult to get to. If we have to fight our way to it, then we will fight our way to it. There is a group of zombies out in front of the mall, as expected. I could go hunting to clear them up, and I probably will at some point. But I would like to do vehicle recovery in the immediate moment so that I can get these batteries out of my inventory. And we're going to have to be fast about this. Don't even have time to check the engine quality because I don't really care what it is. If it's not good, then it's just another light bar. And if it is good... this is the Chevalier D6 over here. Okay. I don't think I'm going to find the one for the fire truck itself. Oh, no, there it is. It's just a little farther away than I thought. So we got a key. It is recovered and keyed now. Let's get this back to the gas station now. Because then we can make use of the good weather. Because that is another thing I need to be thinking about. We might not have good weather tomorrow. And we're already halfway through today, so let's make use of it. We can always recover vehicles if the weather's bad, but if the weather's bad, we can't shoot as well. And I particularly would like to make use of all that sniper ammo I got. I know that the other Chevalier D6 that I found that has that's the fire truck version. I know that the other one that I know of out here is somewhere between here and Reed. Sorry, somewhere between here and French Bread, but that's all I know. I couldn't even begin to tell you exactly where. I'm going to kind of do a bit of a long drive around here, because these zombies are from buildings that have not been spilled yet, that I don't necessarily want to start spilling yet. Yeah, these apartment complexes, not yet. See, already the windows here are actually not really at too big of a risk based on the zombies' angles of approach. Right, see this one here? She's coming around this corner. She doesn't have as much incentive to get stuck on that wall and then accidentally turn towards the building itself. Still very likely to happen, but less likely. And we're just going to melee for now, so I don't want to go too loud and attract the attention of a billion of them. Yeah, see, I just saw a guy going around it. But he is no threat to the windows because he will come up on the white truck over there and he'll be forced to go around it, and that will leave him... Yes, I do. I have a clear understanding about how zombies move in relation to buildings to ensure that they will smack my windows less often. It's actually something I think about a lot. As crazy as that might sound, I hate it when they fuck my windows up. Especially windows like these, which I can't replace. Okay, engine quality is 79. To be honest, as far as D6s go, this actually might be the best one with a light bar that I have right now. But it is. We just found our actual best one over there. And since we have the key, we got gas, we got battery. She will start almost instantaneously. So we're just going to park blocking all three of these windows here on this side. And when we go get the other fire truck, we'll park blocking all three of the other windows. And that will be most of the surface area of the building blocked. You know what? I'm going to block the door too. Because I don't even need to go inside right now. So just these two blockages. Because there's no way in from the back, don't ask me how I knew that. Somehow I looked at this gas station and instantly knew there was not a back door. I wish I could explain why I knew that. I've gotten to understand POI design in this game a little bit too much. But now, zombies come around these corners, and in order to get to whatever is making noise that is attracting them in my direction, they have to go around these trucks. That leaves them a hell of a lot less likely to accidentally walk past a window. And all they have to do is walk past a window. If they are close enough, if they're within one tile of a window and a player is nearby, there is a sizable chance they'll just start smacking the fucking window for no reason. The window does not have to be between them and the player. It just has to be next to them while they're walking and they know a player is nearby. That's all you need. That is enough for zombies to be like, I'm gonna kill this window in particular. And when you can't replace them, and you actually like the way they look, that's no good. I don't like that. I'm not a fan. Now, the only thing that would ruin my day right now is if there was one inside. But look at that. I think we are good. Okay, I do... Since I'm going to come back and fix this truck at a later date. For now, this truck is going to stay here, blocking the windows until I have a more established presence here. So the battery is going to come back out, and I need this to get the other D6 that I'm thinking about here. We are ready for another bite of food. We are going to eat half of this stir fry. And that almost put us into weight gain. So we overate a little bit, but that was worth it. We are now out of weight loss. That's more important. And our fats are... God damn it. Skill issue. Didn't keep track of things. Our fats are actually already in a good spot that when we get into weight gain, it will be rapid weight gain. Alright, I think the D6 I'm looking for is in this direction. Further away from Spiffos, where we got this last big kill streak. Not in that lot. It might have been further up here. The brain meat is telling me that it was further back than the corner where we've been driving up. The brain meat is a euphemistic reference to my memory banks that I'm not 100% sure of. Unfortunately, the way my memory works, it works well, but I don't always have jurisdiction over what I actually remember. And sometimes I remember something and I don't know if I've remembered it properly. That's probably because it got dropped into the brain meat as opposed to my actual forefront of my consciousness. I'm sure a lot of other people operate that way, but if it ever seems like I'm eidetic, not even close. Not even close. I just memorize a lot of things, and then they get jumbled up a little bit, but as long as they're not too jumbled up, I eagerly do not await the day when I'm no longer able to unjumble the memories. It's coming. Unfortunately, it's coming. Not a lot of people are going to do this, but I have actually mapped out a prediction for how much longer I have in this world. Where is it? It is life.txt on my desktop here. Oh no, that's actually lifespan.txt. So, based on, I use my grandfather as a point of reference. Based on how old my grandfather was when he first started having memory issues, I have, and this is just, the actual date is a complete ballpark, but I have until 2056 is my current prediction. I will start having enough memory issues that it will be hard to be a normal functioning human being. And then this date right here is how old I will be when my grandfather was no longer able to drive. At this age, and at this year, I will be so old that when my grandfather was at that age, he was no longer able to drive. And this is how, this year, 2080, this is how old I will be, or this is when I will be the same age my grandfather passed away. And I use my grandfather as a reference because my brother and I got many, many traits from him. Actually did a little bit of genetics predicting. I think it's because my mom got the X chromosome from my granddad. I think I mentioned this before on stream, but it's fascinating. I love talking about this. Fun fact about women, they have 2 X chromosomes. But which one of those X chromosomes gets passed to their children? Because humans are made up of 2 chromosomes. It's either an XX and for females, or an XY for males. Don't believe anybody who tells you otherwise. But that means that obviously the mother provides one and the father provides the other. The father, if you understand how the distribution of those gametes works, it is basically a 50-50 chance for the father to provide either an X or a Y, but the mother always provides the Y. Or, I'm sorry, other way around. Mother always provides the X, the father provides either an X or Y. So, if women have 2 chromosomes, which one of those 2 X chromosomes does the mother actually present? Because X chromosomes are really important. They account for, 1/23 of our total genetics, which, it doesn't seem like much. That's actually a lot. In terms of genetics, 1/23 can make a hell of a big difference. So if you ever, and this is when I learned about lionization. I think I'm pronouncing that right. It's Lyon-ization, named after Mary Lyon, whatever her name was. She's the one who kind of figured out that women will get both chromosomes, both their X chromosomes, but only one of them will be overly active and present in terms of what traits they manifest. And also, possibly more importantly, what traits are passed on to their children. Whenever a child is born, the mother's X chromosome is always going to be the one that is active that she received, whether it was her mother's X chromosome or her father's. In the case of my mother, she got the X chromosome of her father. So that is the one that was passed on to me and my brother. So me and my brother, now this is manifested in certain things, like I think that are X-linked. Our height, I'm 6'4", my brother is 6'5". Our granddad was 6'6", I think. He may have been 6'5" as well. I don't remember the exact height, but he was a tall guy. My brother's a tall guy. I'm a tall guy. And we both inherited we definitely inherited his brain meat too. Granddad was, he was a machinist, served in the 741st Field Artillery Battalion in World War II, and he, in civilian life, he was one of the people who worked on early iterations of barcode scanners that have since become ubiquitous, and the laser kind, of course. The kids these days will be like, "What are those QR codes?" No, we used to use it with lasers instead of pictures. I swear that the frickin' truck I'm looking for was up here somewhere. But yeah, he wasn't like the sole inventor or anything. He was I think he worked on the manufacturing process. He was a machinist, so he would be the one who would build the chassis and whatnot. Wouldn't have he was not like an electrical engineer or anything, so he wouldn't have done the part that everybody else gets credited for. But yeah, that was an interesting thing to learn. That explains why we got so much seemingly from my grandfather on my mom's side, but we didn't get quite as much. My granddad on my dad's side, Marine Corps Battalion 3C, served in the Pacific Theater. He was a Marine Raider. 3C joined the Raiders a little bit late, so I don't think he was there at some of the bigger ones. I forget exactly which battles he was at. I had them memorized at one point. But he was never like he was never particularly the brain type. He was very much the brawn type. And my brother and I didn't quite turn out like him very much. At least not like my brother was raised in where my granddad was living on my dad's side, so my brother has more social traits of my dad's side, but both of us have the genetic traits on my mom's side. And I just found that to be very interesting. So if you ever get to know a woman and you feel like she takes more after her dad or more after her mom, there's quite literally a genetic aspect to that. I've never been the biggest fan of biological determinism or anything like that, but I am a very strong believer that genetics are very important. Very, very important. That, I think, is not too controversial of a take. There are some people who are sensitive to statements like that, but I ain't one of them. I find them to be very fascinating. And now we're actually getting into unexplored territory now. Damn it. I could have swore there was another D6. I'm not going to spend much more than another in-game hour looking for it. Since I haven't found it yet, that tells me it might be a little further up. I expressed concerns about the weather. I don't want to burn out the clock or anything on today, but if I do get bad weather tomorrow, it will be just as hard to search for a vehicle as it would be to fight zombies from a distance, so I've got both things working against me if I wait too long. Okay, I am going to check. Maybe there's a reason I thought it was actually closer to Reed from the outset. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna go down Main Street. I'm gonna go down Main Street, like all the way, and see if anything jumps out at me. We got Main Street right down here. Because I remember going down this street once already and seeing a few things that I wanted to come back to, but I don't remember all the specifics. So there's Fossil Oil Field. I didn't quite recognize it many times I passed it in the past. But no, this is like this is the baseball field to the south of us right now. It's hard to recognize when you're coming at it from the north like this. Just a big ol' building of darkness to the south there. Okay, I don't think it was back here. No, definitely not back here. We already drove around that park circle there. Knox Pack Kitchens. It was not this parking lot. I remember this parking lot because of the little parking accident here, as if that's something that recently happened. We're almost at the 2-year anniversary here. It is it is June 17th right now. July 9th that's going to be our 2-year anniversary. There's St. Michael's Cathedral. We have gone too far afield. We are not going to notice there because we're exploring new territory right now. So we need to swing back north right now. Yeah, that is a very big building right there. I don't think I would ever go into a building like that. Because every floor you go up, you wake up more of them. If you want to go into a building like that, you need to be very, very, very comfortable with fighting indoors. And I'm not. Ever. Literally ever. It's half the reason I'm still alive. There are so many times where I could have fought indoors, and that could have so easily been the last thing I ever did. So we don't do a lot of that here. Yeah, I don't know where that D6 was. I'm actually kind of miffed about that, to be honest. I know it's out here somewhere. And I regret... the only thing I regret right now, specifically, is that I didn't mark it on the map when I first found it. Should have done that. Wait a minute. What if my brain meat was technically correct, but was actually thinking about something on the north side? I didn't do too much exploration at the north side, so I'm just gonna drive down the road here once and see if anything jumps out at me. If it doesn't, I turn right back. Because there's nothing left in this direction that particularly interests me until we would get to like the Amazon distribution center or something. But that is a little further down the priority list. You know, the reasonable thing to do would be to check... I almost forgot I did another pipe bombing in this area. Just get a screenshot compilation together of all of my recent bombing activities. This place right here, I mentioned this yesterday, or the day before, when last stream I mentioned this. This secure storage building, and I marked this on the map so you can very clearly see what I'm talking about here. This secure storage building would be amazing for a base if I had any strategic use for this corner of the map. I no longer do. Most of what I would use a base for in this corner of the map has long since been taken over by Reed and French bread. But if I were to come to Louisville again from a fresh start and look for a place to build a base in the dead center, I would avoid the dead center and build a base here instead. Because this place has got impassable walls everywhere where the green dotted lines are. Everywhere where the green dotted lines are completely intraversable to zombies. So if it looks like they could only get in through here, yes, that's exactly what makes this place so amazing. It is quite literally a castle, more so than the actual fort on this map. Because the zombies cannot attack any of these walls. All these walls going around it are impenetrable. So if you ever wanted a castle in Louisville, that's the best I've found so far. Just in terms of having impenetrable walls everywhere except for one main entrance. There was probably a fire department too. This is not the one I was thinking of. This is not the one I was thinking of right here. I know it because the one I was thinking of was an open bed truck. But you know what? This one right here is a light bar, so we're grabbing it. I did see another light bar to the north there. It was on the petrol vehicle up here, north center of the screen there. That's not worth recovering at the moment. Oh, another trailer. Another blue trailer. I would have to repair that. Ooh, look at all that. Okay, that's going to send our stress straight to 100 if I spend longer than 30 seconds here. Let's get the fuck out of here. Yeah, just those couple seconds, and our stress is already 22. I would never want to fight zombies in front of a fence like that in that number. I know I'm not misremembering about there being 2 Chevalier D6s out here. I know that for a fact. There are 2 Chevalier D6s with the open bed that have the light bar on them. But I no longer can reliably predict where the other one is. God damn it. I can no longer reliably guess where the other one might be. Come on, come on. This one I'm probably just going to leave at French bread for now. And then I'm going to return... it's actually probably... It's okay to sleep right now, actually. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sleep, and I'm actually going to spend some of the night hours to continue the search. Because darkness actually is not going to affect my ability to find a vehicle anywhere near as much as fog or heavy rain could. Kind of weird how that works. But darkness specifically is not as bad as thick fog or rain. Yeah, normally I like to have my first bedtime at like 22:30. But if I go to sleep now, that is close enough that I can do continue a nighttime search. And if I don't find anything, then I don't find anything. It's whatever. Everybody joining, I do appreciate you sticking around. Not the most compelling content to just hear Bro sit here and yap while he's looking for something. We were definitely doing some very interesting content earlier on in the stream when we were doing massive pipe bomb. I think this particular stream, just by dent of the pipe, I've actually killed more zombies on stream today than I have in all previous 600 hours of this character's content. We didn't do it all by hand, though. Our actual kill count number hasn't gone up much because pipe bombs do not currently get counted properly, which is unfortunate, but that is what it is. Some of this can come out of our inventory here. Okay, so I've still got a little bit of daylight to work with, and I've got... I still have no actual idea where that other D6 might be. I really need to get into the habit of marking light bar vehicles on the map, because they are a strategic resource. In fact, even though I don't know if I'm ever going to use it, I am going to go ahead and mark the petrol vehicle. Petrol D6, and I'm actually going to make that a little smaller. It doesn't need to be big and obnoxious, it just needs to be something I can search for. I am going to... I've got a battery on me right now that's already charged. This one is going to have a dead one in it. We're going to take the one out of this one. All the parts in this are pretty good. Regular tires, regular brakes, regular suspension. So this thing is basically as mid as they come. The light bar is at 50%, and the all the parts are regular. Yeah, nothing particularly special. Nothing particularly special. Just it's got a light bar and it can drive, which is I'm happy with that. But I'm going to take the battery that was in it and toss it upstairs on the charger. So next time I come back here, we've got a charged battery. Now, I no longer have another charged battery on my person right now. There are some weak ones on the floor over here that I could grab. They are charged, but they're kind of weak. And I'll just take this one. Maybe I'll swap it, because this one has a better battery, but it doesn't actually need a better battery, because this one is just storage. So one of my 60s can go in there. The white one over there is just literally a temp. I just used it to drive back with, so it doesn't actually have any good parts or loot in it or anything. I'm gonna go ahead and fix the windshield, because I have a bunch of spares here. Broken windshield gets destroyed. Replacement windshield coming right up. I'm going to save the higher quality one that's in there. I'm going to save that for when I'm done doing massed operations in the area. Or if I have a sufficiently powerful horde vehicle, dedicated horde vehicle. I wish I understood why this game favors regular water over tainted water for car washing. Mostly repaired. The rear door has seen better days, and once again, we've taken enough little side hits that the trunk is below average again. We've been abusing this girl. We've been abusing our ambulance. It's not good, but it's tough. It'll last. I am just about to fall out of weight gain, so I'm just going to eat like a small portion of this stir fry. That is, wow, that was a lot of calories for a small stir fry. Yeah, we are now definitively in weight gain. Our calories are over. I think the way it works is you got to eat so that your calories are like over 900. And then, yeah, like keep them over 900 and keep it gaining. You want your fats or your carbs to be over 300 right now, because pretty much everything we've got in quantities that, you know, we can keep using, like butter, margarine, lard, all that's all fat. We don't have anything with carbs, so we're at the carb floor right now. So that's fine. If your carbs or your lipids, or fats, lipids, are above 300, then you're in rapid weight gain 2 times. You get the 2 double arrows on the info tab, and in the mod here you get the 2 pluses. You actually can get a little higher than this. There's no icon for it. You'll get the double chevron still. If you have both carbs and lipids above 300, you actually get a 3 times weight gain rate. So if you somehow have a varied enough diet that you can have both carbs and fats in high quantities, you will put on weight in like a matter of days. You could get from skinny to fat. But that is not... We have no really solid, reliable sources of carbs right now. Certain crops might be able to get you a lot of carbs, but whatever those are that provide you a lot, I have no idea. I have no idea. Oh God, speaking of crops, I will need to stop by Jericho sometime in the next couple of days. Jericho has got some kale and potatoes growing. I think the potatoes need to be harvested before July. So it is currently June 18th, so next couple days I at least need to go check on them. I may need to harvest them, but at least check on them. So I'm just going to peek at the map really quick. The only area we have not explored recently would probably be... We haven't explored it all on the front of Fosso Field here. We have gone around to Baseball Street to East Liberty here. Maybe this building here, this little green one here. That's the only thing that's jumping out at me right now. Everything else that we've explored in the area is either here or here or here. And we've been back and forth up there a lot. So, Rudy Grady Boulevard. That's a bit of a lull. Grady, one more. Grady. You would be surprised how often I quote Fury when I'm playing this game. I don't usually point it out. Not the most compelling movie ever, but I enjoy it a lot. That's the one where Brad Pitt was the leader of a tank crew. The building that I saw on the map is going to be... That's this one? Is this one? No, we need to go all the way down Rudy Grady here. Past these townhouses. That's a pre-owned car lot. I think we've driven past this lot already in our current search. Yes. I recognize this now. Okay. We were up here recently. We were up here recently. Damn. Yeah, okay, so I think I did check this long building here. That was a potential candidate, but it was checked. And the back side of this is not explored, which means it couldn't be there, because I would never have seen it before. But while we're here, we'll go ahead and explore it, see what's here. It's gonna... I'm gonna find it, like, I don't know, 50 hours from now. 50 hours of in-game time from now, I'll find it and be like, oh, that's where it was. Every time. Every time. It's always how this shit plays out. Always in the last place you look. Let it never be said I am even close to eidetic, because nah, I would have remembered something like that for sure. Yeah, we actually drove through this residential recently, so we can just power through this. As far as Louisville residential goes, this is not that bad. This is a school, isn't it? No, this is apartments. Yeah. This is apartments. Nothing of particular interest. I had to get out if I wanted to see what was behind these 3-story parts right here. You can get the cursor to show you what's behind the building if you lower the window. I am one of those people who, if I lower the window, I will forget to roll it back up. So, I don't. I can barely keep track of whether my van was left running or not. So I don't risk it with windows anymore. I believe this area is too far afield. Something about the pizza world there. Another 5% to the hood and the windshield. Thanks, Rat. More blood on my vehicle. I did have my eyes on this step van right here. But now we are entering the area where I did my most, one of the first pipe bombs of this region. And we actually took a screenshot while we were here, so that is a no dice. We did check the engine of the step van, and it is nothing to write home about. I'm going to take this with me because it's the only thing that I've seen since we grabbed the other vehicle that actually looks worthy of taking, so I'm taking it. I'm not going back empty-handed. I came out here to find a vehicle, and now I've found a vehicle. It's good enough for me for the moment. I should probably mark on the map where that gas station is that we've been considering setting up in, or not even considering, we're doing it. Not even a question anymore. I wonder if it's actually been behind one of the really tall buildings that I thought I had looked past. Well, I have no way to find out now. We've already done our search. We have done our search. It has been completed. Wait a minute. Was that the gas station there? On Butcher Street? I think that was it. I should have marked it on the map already. The moment I started bringing vehicles to it, I should have marked it on the map. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Other side of IHOP here. Something worth noting, this door right here was not broken last time I was here. The fact that it is broken means that there were multiple zombies. One zombie would not have been enough to break it in the amount of time that it took for me to drive by here. So we are keeping our noise discipline strong for now. I'm assuming there's going to be a number of them in there. I would like to wait before pulling any of them until I've got a more defensible situation on that gas station here. Believe it or not, zombies don't react to light. It's pretty much entirely sound. They may react to light someday, but today is not that day. They literally couldn't care less about my light. If it ever seems like they've noticed me, it's because of my footsteps. I'm clumsy. My footsteps make extra noise. No, don't smash windshield, please. I must have already disconnected it. We've already got the battery. Just need a bit of gas. We are, I think, below half tank in the ambulance right now. So we can keep taking gas, but we need to make sure that we stay aware of that. We do have a blue generator up and ready to go. Oh, I probably should actually replace the battery that I mentioned. It's got a decent battery in it, just needs to be charged. See how she goes around? See how she goes around? Nothing would have let her get close to those windows by normal movement. I am very proud of that obscure knowledge. I have made good use of it. Saved me many windows. Anything I'm killing now would have had to die pretty soon anyway. I'm just ignoring that. The only chance for me to get in there and kill that zombie would be to walk right past it and give it a free shot at my neck as I walk past it. fuck no, don't ever do that, in my opinion. If you've got a double door, one of them is open but the other is closed and there's a zombie smacking it, find another way to deal with it. That's my hot take. Now, this building right here is a high-class apartment complex full of beds, and I need a bed. But we're not fighting our way in there and stealing a bed without waking up half the place and pulling it outside, so we're not doing that just yet. We've actually got a very big fight on our hands to deal with before we can safely operate a generator here. And that's why I'm going out of my way to block up all the windows. No, that's right. Whenever I'm building a base, I don't like having corpses all over the place in front of it. So there will be piles, neat piles, in correct locations. I don't see us locating a bed from this area without a big fight. Because everything in this area that would have beds, multi-story apartment buildings, we ain't sneaking in there and stealing any beds. So locally sourced beds for the base that we're putting together here, no, not happening. Sad, but them's the breaks. I do not have a problem with corpses behind the base here. And I think there's one in those trees right there. No? On this side, right here. I don't want the street blocked up, but I don't care as much about proximity. These wooden fences right here used to be a sign of safety and security, because zombies wouldn't attack them. Now, they will wander up and start smacking them over the smallest noise. And, just like chain link fences, your stress shoots up into oblivion if there are enough zombies smacking a wooden fence. But with the wooden fences, you can't see where they're at, and there is nothing in the game that can go through a wooden fence offensively. So if you want to somehow, like, say I put a pipe bomb on one side of the fence, it wouldn't even damage the fence, let alone anything on the other side. I have tried fire bombs. Fire bombs do not even set the fence on fire. These fences apparently are immune to fire. And I find that to be, of all the things to be immune to fire, it's got to be the fucking fences. Chain link fences make sense. I mean, you know, they're made of metal. They're not going to burn very easily. These wooden fences, though, a Molotov cocktail should set the whole damn thing on fire. I don't know. I don't know. I'm a little salty about it. You know what? I'm just going to avoid the problem of sleep. It is my privilege to simply drink a cup of coffee, because I have an entire map's worth of coffee stockpiled here. The devs may have nerfed our soda, but they haven't nerfed our coffee yet. Now, I'm thinking about this place logistically, and what's coming to mind is I've never seen a gas station design that's made me want to say, let me drive through that. But this one, I'm... Through might be a strong word. I don't necessarily want to drive all the way through it. I kind of want to just make one entrance somewhere. Flashlight battery just went out, so we always carry a spare. That's how we roll here. Just need to remember to replace the spare now. If I was gonna sledge open a wall, which one would I do? And why? It would probably be one of the walls with a bunch of windows on it, because those are going to be vulnerable anyway. So I might as well replace them with something useful, if I'm going to delete them. And it would also need to be somewhere easy to drive. I don't like driving into corners. So these 4 tiles right here, a double wide fence would be 4 tiles wide. Those come to mind, but not really. No, I'm going to keep those as is. These 2 tiles right here already constitute a vulnerability. So I think I'm going to make 1 hole in the wall to replace with a gate. And it'll be this side. And the logistical flow will be we drive in and either park or back out. Because we don't have quite enough real estate to have a fully traversable interior. So that's our workflow. I like how that sounds in my head. See how that plays out in reality. Part of the reason I'm considering using a sledgehammer to get in is because I know for a fact that I'm not going to have the key to this place. I'm not going to have the key to this place, and it's going to be locked. Now, if I try that door and it's not locked, then I'll reconsider. But otherwise, if the door is locked, that means I got to break something to get in here. And I hate broken windows so much that I would sooner replace the windows entirely. I would sooner replace the windows entirely by sledgehammering them out than deal with breaking a window and having to fuck with that. We take our windows seriously here, guys. Wondering why this crazy man is obsessed with his windows? No. It's because I can't replace them. And therefore, they have an artificially inflated value in my mind. As I figured, this place has got a lot of them inside. And because they've been woken up a while ago, they are starting to filter outside. We eventually want them all to be outside, but today is not the day I kind of wanted them outside. Alright, identifying sources of Zeds. Basically, this entire 180-degree arc. Anything north of this street that I'm marking right now on the top of the screen and going to the right, anything north of that is relatively okay. But everything south of it is backcountry, as far as I'm concerned. We're going to get out the axe and the sledgehammer. Part of our standard basing kit, among many other things. We're even going to get out the entrenching tool, because that will be used to remove some of the signs. We are going to use the sledgehammer. Okay, before we start sledging anything, door check. I literally didn't even door check this place. Okay, it is locked. Our chances of actually finding a key are astronomical. I'm going to leave the sledgehammer on the floor up here, and it won't hurt to just scroll through the local zombies that we've killed. That can't hurt, because that'll take a second. And if we don't see a key, then we are going to proceed as if we have no key access. You'd be surprised how often, yeah, we got a residence key, and we got 2 residence keys in this pile. That's it. The only other pile that could possibly have a gas station employee is up here. And if it's not in this pile, then it's probably... it either never spawned, that's also possible. Or it is somewhere where we'll never find it. So, 2 key rings, only residence keys. Ron Marks. I wonder if he's a distant relation to Carl. Yeah, 3 key rings on the Zeds here. All key rings for residences. We are now going to cut trees. And we are proceeding with the assumption we have no key access. Not a problem. I was planning for that from the outset. We were just basically checking to see if we got lucky. So what you guys are currently witnessing, if you're not familiar with my long-term strategy, if you just joined recently, we are establishing a field base in Louisville. I don't know how hard I'm going to go with this base. I have options. I could make something as powerful as Jericho within the remit of this stream if I wanted to. I've got all the materials for it. Jericho is my power center in Louisville right now. It's got a forge, an entire grocery store of non-perishables, and a small farm with animals to boot. I wouldn't be building a farm or animals this deep in. No, I wouldn't be doing that. But something that is almost as powerful with a forge. That would just be a question of workflow, just to get everything positioned correctly. That's all that would be. Let's get these trash cans emptied and removed. I actually like having trash cans. I don't like them next to the don't like them having next to the pumps. Oops. Just delete, please. You know what? I've went all this time without realizing I activated my click-through script. So if anybody is not familiar with my streaming style, my ugly face and my camera feeds there on the top left, those are actually on my screen. I can see them just as well as you guys can. Because I don't like it when YouTubers do the thing where they don't even know where their fucking face is on screen, and they forget, and they start pointing out shit. And no, that's not me. I just forgot to run my script that makes it so that I can click through them. There we go. All the windows that are on this side of the screen are now click through. I literally just forgot to do that. Oops. Alright, now I can actually click the pickup button. And why do I do that? There's not really a good reason for it. It's just a little pedantic pet peeve of mine. I just like to be able to see what the stream sees to the best of my ability. The only thing that I can't really do that with is the input overlay in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen where you see what my keyboard and mouse are doing. There's no programs that will put that on the screen anywhere near as easily as OBS will. I took the battery out of this one, so we're going to borrow the ambulance battery here. The ambulance battery is actually a perfect battery. 100% charge, 100% condition. All the hood collisions we've taken in the ambulance have not touched the battery. So, good question. I run many AI models. And a lot of them do different purposes. If you're talking, I guess just classify, are you talking about large language models like the text generators like ChatGPT? Or are you talking about the image generators or video generators? Those are the 3 things I currently do with AI. I also got voice generators, so I do 4 things with AI just as a hobby, just for screwing around. I do not think AI is ever useful for serious creative work, but I love just screwing around with it and having fun. I'd use image creation, short video creation, like sub 5-second videos. 720p would take like an hour for 5-second video. And then Zonos for that. Zonos is the only option I have for text to speech, AI generated text to speech that actually sounds. Actually, I have an example. I coupled my AI experiments with my recent foray into learning how to write assembly code. This is some assembly code right here I compiled with FASM, F-A-S-M. And all it does is throw up a error message on the screen. Warning, idiot detected. And I used AutoHotkey to execute it. And in the AutoHotkey script, it also plays a voice line that I generated for Zonos for Annie. So she can actually call me a fucking idiot now. All I gotta do is hold Win Q.
You're an idiot, but I still love you.
The goal is to get a whole set of voice lines for her and just have it randomly select whether she's okay with it. or whether she's actually mad at me. Because just like in real life, it will be completely random. If you piss off a woman in your life, it is going to be completely random whether she's okay with it or whether she is actually mad. I think even actual women in my audience, of which I know there are at least 2 or 3. Please chime in if I'm right about that, because I'm pretty sure that even the ladies will be like, yeah, it's completely random. Photo, video would be cool. Yeah, so VRAM. VRAM is the most important thing. If you just pull up Task Manager and look at performance and then your GPUs, I'm rocking dual 4090s. Basically, my computer represents the best of 2023. That's what this computer represents. So dual 4090s is probably the best money could buy at the time. I don't know if I would ever recommend, like, you know, even somebody who wanted to put money into AI, I would never recommend, like, dual 5090s, for example. I think 5090s are so overpriced right now. Look at this. Look at all this shit. Get away from that door. Get away from the door. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. He almost wandered into the door. I don't know where that other one is going, but I don't think she's going to be a threat. Yeah, we're good. That I think that group was just a random wander. That's all right. We've got a little bit of muscle strain right now, so our melee is actually going to be a bit weak. If we have to, we'll switch to range. But yeah, VRAM more than anything is going to be what prevents you from getting further into AI. Because if your card is weaker, but it's got better VRAM, like one of the older data center, like the A100s, the older A100s, that they'll still have like 70 or like 60-something gigs of VRAM, despite being from several years ago. But those are also never something anybody who's not an enthusiast would buy. Those are still thousands of dollars more than even an older gaming GPU. That's because VRAM is literally just the nectar of the gods if you're doing any AI-related things. Did I leave the truck running? I might have left the truck running. If I left the truck running, that would explain everything about why these zombies came up here. Because that truck has probably got a really shit muffler on it. Something I left running, and I don't know what. Otherwise, these two would have had no problem keeping up with me. It couldn't have been the sledgehammer, because the sledgehammer is done. I'm done with that. It wouldn't keep attracting them. I got nothing. Sometimes zombies just do things. It could be java.lang.zombies realize the player is building a base at the gas station. I think I've seen that script execute a few times. Unironically, I'm pretty sure there's something under the hood that makes zombies walk towards gas stations for no fucking reason. No fucking reason at all. I don't know if that's what we saw here, but I have based next to gas stations enough times that I am almost 100% convinced that's a thing. Did we leave the truck running? No. It couldn't have been running long anyway, even if we did. It could have just been the fact that the... What about this one? We left this one running. Okay. That explains everything. That explains everything. I'm surprised it was still running after all that time. It only had a 2-liter of gas in it. But yeah, if you want to get really good results with AI without having like a super good GPU right now, the remit of my experience is probably, I'm going to say, Flux 1 Schnell. Hang on. I'll write that in chat. It's easier to try to spell it out. And I say Schnell specifically. There's different variants of Flux. I use Flux 1 Dev. Flux 1 Dev is, F1D is, it's basically just the same model, but chunkier. Because I have more VRAM to work with. When I do Flux, I offload the UNet into my secondary GPU and run inference on the second GPU. The clip and the VEI I put into my primary GPU. And then, you know, along with the standard GPU VRAM usage of Windows, that actually kind of load balances the VRAM usage between the two pretty well. Because Flux 1 Dev, the models are like in the 20s of gigabytes. And whenever you do inference, you have to use the model size as a reference and then add a little bit for the context. The context is not usually too big, but it means that you can't just look at a model and be like, oh, look at that, it's 23 gigabytes. I have 24 gigabytes of VRAM, so I can fit it, right? No, you're going to get ooms all over the place if you think that way. Now, that being said, a lot of the people who design these models usually design them with consumer card limits in mind. So most of the things that I've tried to do on a 24 gigabyte card that have actually been designed for it have worked fine. Yeah, know your VRAM limits, and make sure to check what the model seems to be geared for. You'll probably actually see in the, if you're using a model that already is popular, a lot of people will probably be asking, can I fit this on a insert card here? So you can always search through the comments section if it's a popular model. We want to throw out the rotten shit. Rotten goes there, rotten and rotten and rotten. Everything else is salvageable. All gone. Free garbage bag. Okay, we are moving inside now. Base establishment, funsies. Now, having a 24 gigabyte card, the models I use most often are, well, actually, we can see my workflows right here. Downloads, it's in the downloads folder. NS Flux, because it does not say full. It's basically NS Flux is the best that I've found so far. That is Flux 1 dev, but able to do non-safe for work stuff. Now, every single fine tuning you'll ever come across that can do non-safe for work stuff is going to be, it's going to produce people who look the same every time. So I have, in my experiments to explore the limits of those models, I've seen the same face so many different times with only subtle variations. I don't know why exactly that is. I think some people who do the trainings, I don't know if anybody who has done trainings of fine-tunings, rather. They're all fine-tunings. Nobody's actually training. They're all fine-tuning. I don't think any of those people have actually published the data sets they use because, well, it'll be a cold day in hell when most people publish the AI data sets they're using because everybody's stealing copyrighted shit for that. I'm gonna say the quiet part out loud. 100% of all the popular models in AI have been trained on stolen copyrighted shit. And no, it's an open secret. Literally Facebook. I think Facebook actually got busted. I think Facebook got busted in 4K training one of their models on some stolen stuff from LibGen. I don't think anybody fucking cared. I don't think anybody has tried to press charges. Or if they have, I don't know if it's gone anywhere. I mean, what can I say? I'm not allowed to advocate for piracy on YouTube, and so I do not advocate for piracy. I refuse to condemn it, though. You'll never catch me condemning it. Not in this economy. Not in this economy. There would have to be something very special about a content creator for me to be like, no, you shouldn't pirate those specific people. No, just do what's economically sensible for you. That's all I'm going to say. Do what is economically sensible. And in that economy, that's probably saying more than YouTube would want me to say, but I have not advocated for anything specific, so they got nothing on me. They would have to really stretch to make something off of that. Okay, so we've got everything on this wall cleared up. I have many times in the past, I've been like, I'm going to use those magazine stands for something. No, I never have and I never will. I'm going to delete them. They don't have enough storage to be good storage. They barely have more storage than a garbage bag. I'm just going to delete them when the time comes. So the current operation is to just get everything that I want to keep into my backpack. Everything I don't want to keep, probably on the floor or the trash can. That is kind of the order of operations I go by when I'm establishing a new power center of any sort. Things that are potentially useful but are just getting in the way go on the floor. and anything that is not potentially useful, like these rubber gloves. I have enough pairs of those elsewhere to last me for the rest of my life. Those are going in the trash. Safety goggles, maintenance 2, going in the fucking trash. These lunch boxes, they'll go in the trash if they're empty. Alright, you know what? They match the aesthetic of the local area. The lunch bag goes in the trash. I don't think funnels are currently used for anything. There's a voice in the back of my head saying, keep one funnel at every base in case an update comes along that makes it so you have to use funnels for something. So make of that what you will. I am constantly on the lookout for things that are not currently useful, but might be someday, or like might be required someday for something that isn't currently required for. Because the devs have got a lot of shortcuts in the game that are not going to be here forever. You got to think in that terms, right? The crafting system is very incomplete, and when they say incomplete, they mean they have not introduced roadblocks that they intend to introduce. That's how you got to read into what these devs say. Yeah, I've got opinions about these devs. I don't think they're bad people. I think they're good. I think they're pretty good. They made a great game. I don't know them personally, so I'm not going to say anything further about them individually. I do think Lemmy has had some public crash outs that he should probably not have in the future. Kind of embarrassing. Kind of cringe. Kind of cringe, Lemmy. Just, he's paying community managers to deal with us so he doesn't have to. Keep it that way. If it really bothers him to deal with us, if he's going to crash out and threaten to sell the game to a AAA studio, then yeah, just don't talk to us, dude. Let your Jannies handle that. That's what they're there for. It's what you're paying them for. I need some place to put this stuff. We're just going to put everything that we're currently picking up that's going to stay here is going to go in the corner. The only separation I'm going to do right now is literature, miscellaneous, and food. So there's literature, here's miscellaneous, and here's food. Because I kind of like doing my kitchens in the back walls here. There's already counters. That makes perfect sense to me. It's out of the way, not blocking anything. We're actually really hungry. We are going to eat the rest of this stir fry here. That'll put us straight back into weight gain. Oh yeah, we're 2,600 calories into weight gain right now. I'm just going to put the griddle pan right here too. So just a really basic separation of loot. Just miscellaneous, literature, food stuff, and then cooking. Those 4 categories, probably more than enough. Sometimes I'll roll food into cooking, like early on in base design. But, yeah, nothing about that is particularly important. Like this tarp, for example, I picked it up because I saw it. But I might use it to build a rain barrel here. You can use tarps instead of garbage bags now. Okay. Now I need to see, can we get rid of these shelves? The game does not let me hit the disassemble button on these shelves. That means they're going in the trash. Like, literally going in the trash. They can fit, right? Nope, they can't. None of the trash cans here can fit something that weighs 20. You see why I don't like these fucking things? They weigh... Oh, they weigh more than they can hold. These blue magazine shelves weigh more than they can hold. 20 for each piece. And collectively, they can only hold, like, okay, 26 for both parts. So they've only got, like, 12 more storage total than what they fucking weigh. Useless. Absolutely useless. Just hide them back here out of sight for now. We'll find a dumpster later. Alright, I have an E-tool in my backpack, but I only need that for a couple of select specific tasks that I'll handle now. I wanted to get these stop signs out of the way now that my entrance is decidedly on this side of the base. To pick up a stop sign, you just need a shovel of any type, really. Placing stop signs is weird. You can put them, you can't put them on anything but a dirt tile. But once you put them in a dirt tile, you can replace that dirt with pretty much anything. So it's inconsistent, and that annoys me. But that's all right. We'll just put them here for now, because we're not going to drive over that corner anyway. So now we've got some killing to do. We're not going to get hungry anytime soon, so let's get to it. We're still not in a position where I'm going to be shooting anything. Yeah, that's right. I did go very far out of my way to make sure they stay in the pile. We don't have a lot of real estate in this area. There's not a lot of safely drivable terrain. So I am making sure that what terrain we have is as unmolested as I can keep it. I also just generally don't like corpse piles where I'm going to try to build a base. Personal thing. Just a personal thing. We're going to do a perimeter check after that. That was a bit of noise. Looking okay back here. Oh, these guys are getting close. I think it is time to wipe out this group. Let's try to split them up a little better. We did the sneaky sneak, so our feet didn't pull too many of them initially. This thing definitely needs a sharpen. Switch into the machete until we're ready. Remember, the moment we discharge any guns, this entire apartment complex on the other side of these wooden fences here, that whole thing is going to come moseying on up and start smacking the fence. And I'm not interested in dealing with that anytime soon. In fact, if I can just delete most of that fence in the future, I probably will. But until then, we just don't want... We don't want it. I've never once seen zombies break one of these tall fences. Never once. And that should be saying something, really. With how much time I've spent in this game, 2,300 hours total. About maybe 600 of those were build 41. So we're actually approaching. We're not far away from 2,000 hours just on B42. And I have still not seen, since bendable fences were introduced recently, I've still not seen a single one actually break. I've seen millions and millions and millions, billions and billions of zombies smacking the fences. Never actually seen one break or even look damaged. So, theoretically, I'm sure they can break. I've yet to see it happen. And partially, do I really want to stick around and watch it happen? Do I want to put my character through that? My girl's got a particular problem with fences and making noise, so what can I say? We don't want to stick around fences very long. Okay, next stage of the operation, empty these shelves and delete them. Because these shelves you can actually disassemble. Most of these shelves are going to have foodstuffs, so I'll put the foodstuffs in the backpack, and the non-foodstuffs, most of them on the floor. There we go. Miscellaneous gets all the first aid we picked up. Lots of food into the food bin. Water is a different category. I used to be in the mindset of I would save 1 liter water bottles, because you can make, if you have a 1 liter water bottle, you fill it with gasoline. There's a platform for a very, very cheap firebomb. I just haven't had that all this time. I have no opportunities that have really crossed my dashboard for a firebomb, so that is not something I'm going to go out of my way to do anymore. Not at the moment. I am somebody who has never lowered himself to drinking toilet water, or I've never made my girl do that, and I'm not going to ever do that in the future. I would sooner watch her die of thirst than have her drink toilet water. We'll just call that a headcanon moment. That's the kind of girl she is. Because honestly, in this game, if you ever have to actually reduce yourself to drinking toilet water, something very horribly has gone wrong, and yeah, I've never had things go that wrong. Alright, fine. So, do I really need those? Not really, but sure, why not? Yeah, we've used up the entirety of this toilet water already. And now we can use up this one. And all we're doing is washing, like, rags, dirty bandages and stuff. Yeah, that's true. That's true. The tank is actually not as bad. The principle of the thing. It's the principle of the thing, too. Especially since this game doesn't actually specify. If you really wanted it hard, you could have it be like, I don't know, there's maybe like 6 liters in the tank and like 3 liters in the bowl, and have them be separate. And have the bowl actually have a high chance of getting you sick because, well, it's been standing out in the open. So even if it's not the fact that it's a toilet, there's other things that are more likely to get you. Standing water is always not a good thing long term. We will wash weapons. I don't mind washing my weapons in the toilet, and that is both the toilets used up. So we've made use of the water, but we've also not let it go anywhere near our drinking supply. I'm never so bad that I will just completely waste it, but I also, yeah, I think I've made my stance on that quite clear. Now these sinks, I've got a whole bunch of empty gas cans with no generator to fill them yet, so actually the sinks are going to be emptied into those gas cans. When I saw that these shoes didn't have holes in them, I actually, I'm saving them because you never know. You never know when your military boots are going to have a hole in them. I learned that recently. 100% scratch protection, 100% bite protection. That does not mean anything for random holes, apparently. I don't know how it happened, but I got a hole in my military boots at one point. Zombie never touched me, but I guess it didn't need to. I looked one day. This is one of the reasons I monitor my protection window. You can see my left foot and right foot, 100, 100. Big, solid green numbers. The only reason I noticed was because one of those turned to 0. Shouldn't have to be that way. You should kind of, have some sort of feedback if you're fucking hole in your shoe. But that's not the game we're playing, unfortunately. We're playing Project Zomboid. Your sword breaks and you don't even hear it. Okay. Don't know where this guy came from. Interesting. The pathing tells me they were trying to go around the fence. The only reason a zombie would be trying to go around the fence is if they heard something on the other side of the fence, or more likely, we're trying to group up with other zombies on the other side of the fence. So what we can actually extrapolate from seeing that zombie movement just there, we may actually have a group near the fence now, somewhere. That's what that movement tells me. I could be wrong about that. Sometimes zombies just do shit and you don't... Sometimes they do shit and I can't figure it out. But I do have some explanations for their behavior. interesting that these two are just chilling by the corpse pile. They probably heard the sounds of combat. That means there could be more inside to the south here. Or just some sensitive ones in the corner. Yeah, that, again, that sure is... Are they all random wanderers, or have we started executing java.lang. Zombie should shuffle towards gas station now? Parentheses. Yeah, I don't know. I've actually not actually looked at behavioral code for the zombies in this game. Everything I'm yapping about when it comes to zombie behavior, just all observed. I could be talking out of my ass with some things, but other things I'm pretty confident on. Like the group up mechanic, I mean, you know, there's sandbox settings for group up mechanics. So you can actually infer from the sandbox settings a few things about how the group up mechanic works. I don't even remember all the features off the top of my head, but if you were to like open a new game right now and just look at the sandbox settings, there is a whole bunch in there related to zombies and how they group up, like what distance, how far do they have to be from the leader, that kind of thing. How distributed can the groups be, because the groups will actually walk away from each other. Yeah. Southeast by the back of that building. Wouldn't surprise me if it's not actively walking toward. Yeah, if it's not actively walking towards us, I'm fine with it for now. It'll make its way up here eventually, whether by noise or by zombie walk towards gas station.exe. They'll make their way up here. We'll deal with them then. I'm currently just operating under the assumption that steady stream coming here until we actually clear the place, which I do kind of want to wait to do until we've moved some more stuff here. I'm fancying this place as a replacement for Reed. Right now, Reed serves all purposes except for crafting. Or except advanced crafting, rather. Like, that's, if anybody here is watching, if you were here earlier when I built the pipe bombs, that was at Reed. Reed has got my pipe bomb building infrastructure. I want to move that down here. I'll move that down here, among other things. So I can basically continue attacking the Grand Ohio Mall and any other major POIs in the area, and not have to travel very far between fights. So this is to empty the sink. We've got 2 gas cans, that's 20 liters. So that is everything out of this sink right here. So those 20 liters that were in the sink are now in these gas cans. Got ourselves a ghetto sink to hold us over till we get a rain barrel established. PSA, if you're new to Build 42, any large container of water, you just right-click on it and act as if it is a sink. Just place it in the world somewhere where you can right-click on it. Lots of garbage bins at this particular gas station. Forget exactly how many we're up to, but it is a number. Yeah, there's like 4 over here and now 3 on our person. It's a lot of gas cans. Sorry. That is a lot of garbage bins. Okay, so I did because I had to. When I first broke through the checkpoints, I basically went to the first residential building that I could find, which is right here. That was how Foxtrot Base was born. And my progression through Louisville has basically been 31 West, 1st Street, to LSU, and then we deviated over here and then got on North 1st Street. There's a weird gap between South and North 1st Street, but generally speaking, 1st Street, 31 West, that's been my progression. So I cleared St. Peregrine Hospital because I couldn't drive past it without billions of zombies coming out. So I fully cleared the place, but that was mostly because I had to. I might be able to get around it in future runs, and I might do that in future runs. Water under the bridge for the current run. I don't regret doing it because it was great. It was great practice. It's isolated from a lot of the other multi-story buildings out here, So if you need practice clearing multi-story buildings, it's actually great for that. Probably second only to the... I would actually say that the sanatorium, which is right outside of Riverside, which is where I like to start, that was actually the best practice I got for doing floor-by-floor sweeps of multi-story buildings. I mean, yes, good med loot. I mean, if you need it. How often do you get injured? And how often do those injuries not result in an infection? Those are the questions you got to ask yourself when you're thinking about lots of medical loot. Like, yeah, definitely lots in there. I've got almost an entire bin full of medical loot at Riverside that I've never touched. I think the funniest thing about medical loot is that one of the most serious injury we ever had on Annie here, the most serious injury she ever had was a fractured ankle. And despite having an entire crate full of medical supply loot, there was not a single splint in there. We actually had to make a splint in like a panic. We were in a panic when that happened. Because if you don't splint a fractured foot and you have to keep walking around on it, you actually will, your health will fall, and it will fall until it reaches 0 and you fucking die. I don't know exactly what that's supposed to be. Maybe you're dying of the pain or something. Because I mean, I'm pretty sure in real life there's nobody who's died just of a fractured foot and just from the pain from it alone. I don't know. Usually, if somebody gets a fractured foot and then dies because it's usually because of the fractured foot made it so you couldn't do something and something else killed you. But no, our health was degrading fast, and we didn't get a single splint from any loot we've ever done. So because of that, we had to, in a panic, make a new splint. We managed to pull it off, but it was tight. It was kind of tight. That was one of the biggest risks to Annie's life has been a fractured foot, and we didn't have a fucking splint on hand. And because the fact that we didn't have one on hand, that tells me that no matter what medical loot you find, you're probably not going to find everything. Because we also didn't have any poultice. Poultice, I'm not sure exactly. Comfrey poultice, Poultice. You can only make it by foraging for comfrey or growing it yourself. I've never seen that anywhere, and that actually rapidly increases the speed of your broken bone healing. I completely forgot about it when we had the broken foot. Yeah, no, that's, yeah, if you do get injured a lot, sure. I would not recommend, if you're still in the phase where you're getting injured a lot, I'll be real with you, I don't recommend going to Louisville. But, I mean, yeah, if you want to go hard, you want to trial by fire yourself, sure, you could do that, and you'll get plenty of medical supplies. Not something I would ever do, but, yeah. Nothing stopping you from learning it that way. We've got this one here, and then another to the south here. This is why I think, because again, we haven't been making that much noise up here. I just think there's a wander mechanic that says, is there a gas station nearby? Go towards it. There's a whole new system for like zombie movement. Whole new system, and it even works off map. Like outside of the render range, zombies can move in groups if they're awake and moving around. A lot of the zombies that are currently awake we've killed. There are a few dormant groups that we drove past that are probably just kind of walking around their local street. But I also don't, because I don't fully understand what those movement mechanics are like, it's possible there is some sort of mechanic that just draws them towards specifically gas stations. Because I do know there's something that draws them towards urban areas. What is classified as urban? Fuck if I know. This whole place is urban by my definition, but by the devs' definition, maybe that means specific POIs. And if that's the case, a gas station would be, yeah, that would be a candidate. I would do that if I was designing games. Just have zombies kind of wander towards, strategically valuable resources. Just keep shit going. I don't ever intend on designing my own zombie game, but I do intend on designing a survival crafting game. I would never be the lead dev, I'd just be a project manager. I would be the guy who helps fund things and helps keep the vision together. I'd be a PM, I don't know if I'd be a CEO. I would probably hire some sort of financial specialist to help me with funding if and when I got funding. Any game that I would like make of my own volition would be something that would be funded by another revenue stream that is not directly related to the game and is not coming from a publisher. I would not work with a publisher. I think publishers are holding back game design significantly. So I would self-publish, and if you're going to self-publish, you got to get money somewhere. You got to pay your devs somehow. What I would do is if I could actually afford to pay a dev, which I'm shooting for the moon here. I don't know if I would ever be able to do that from any other revenue stream that I could secure. My day job isn't going to cut it. No amount of career jobs would ever do that. But let's just say overnight YouTube decided to promote me to the entire planet, and I just became a super famous YouTuber. I do have plans that I would execute if that happened. Plans, a lot of them just styled after what Louis Rossmann does. If anybody watching is familiar with Louis Rossmann, love that guy. Fantastic. He's one of the reasons I have a Clippy in my profile picture. He is one of the few YouTubers that I think of a YouTuber and I'm just like, yeah, that's actually a decent guy. He doesn't even like it when people call him a decent guy because he's like, he's got the mentality that if he starts believing in his own hype too much, that it won't be good for him. And I actually respect that. That level of self-awareness is very rare in this day and age. Even some of the other content creators that I genuinely respect are not the kind of people who would think that way, and are actually susceptible to thinking that they're a little bit more than they actually are. You're a YouTuber, dude. Make the funny video. Don't get too overinflated. You're not gonna be Prime Minister. That wasn't a specific shout out to anybody. There are several people who could use that. Use to be reminded of that once in a while. But I digest. I have plans of what I would do if I actually met a fraction of the success of some of the upper echelons of this platform. And my expectations are on the floor, right? I'm currently scoring 30 concurrents. That's the average. I'm 25 right now. I don't need to be famous. I don't want to be famous. But if just the stars align, I got plans for that. And if they don't, I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I got plans, just regular plans. And unfortunately, none of those plans involve being starting a game. Unfortunately, as much as I would love to. This gal has got a firefighter axe embedded in her. I've showed it before. I won't do it right now, but I have an entire folder on my desktop dedicated to ideas, some of which I'm actually rather proud of just hybridized mechanics from different video games that I know would work well together. That I probably know a little bit better than a lot of people, just from experiencing them. 7 Days to Die has got a lot of great mechanics. Project Zomboid has got a lot of great mechanics. But neither of them have things like the NPCs from Conan Exiles or from RimWorld. Now Conan is not a model of how to handle NPCs, but it does actually have a model of how you could, if you wanted to be the brutal warlord who would enslave people, Conan's at least got that for you. Ark got a lot of good mechanics that I've not seen in other games. Yeah, it's basically just a hodgepodge of things that I know would work damn well together, that I know we'll probably never see somebody else do. I say probably. I mean, somebody could come along tomorrow and make a game with all the mechanics I just stated. I'd be a very happy person. I would be even more happier if they also made it open source, because that's part of my goals. Because I don't know if I ever could actually support full-time developers on staff, like paid full-time developers. That the money would run dry for that eventually. Like even if I got to be a super popular YouTuber, most of the time when they make money, it's because they aren't exactly blowing all their money right away. And I wouldn't want to be the kind of guy who blows all of his money on something unsustainable. So I would absolutely not try to get a whole, game studio on staff. Fuck no. What I would do is an open source project and then have just a couple of devs that I can have as paid contributors, so they can have that as their day job, probably on like a yearly contract. Like a yearly contract, not the most attractive prospect, a yearly contract, every year you've got to have a review whether you're going to have a job for the rest of the year. But that is something that I can actually foresee myself being able to do if I had the resources to do it. Absolutely, I could probably manage that given the resources, but I would never, like, start up a game studio or anything like that. Fuck no. And of course, that way, if the money dries up, if the project's not very successful, or if just the funding just doesn't pan out, then the same developers who were on paid staff, their contract expires. They can move on to other things, or if they like what they do, they can continue to contribute as a open source developer. Just because it'll be open source from the start. A lot of open source projects already operate like that. Like it's usually nonprofits. Nonprofits that have money streams that I'm not the biggest fan of how nonprofits work. I really don't like how nonprofits work, but I don't know. I mean, Rossman himself has a couple of nonprofits. I would probably follow his model if I had to, but he's the kind of guy who can secure funding from big money people if he says the right words. He actually one of his foundations is currently being backed by an ironic billionaire. So. Our current goal is to get rid of these fridges. We should have dismantled this a while ago. We can dismantle it now. Why does it say it has item? Oh, okay. So we got a duplicator. I don't know why this happens, but it just spawned another shelf. I think if we highlight it, it will spawn duplicates. And it did it again. Yep, it did it again. It's a shelf we can't see that's full of stuff. Okay, what about now? Let's try that one more time. Disassemble. There we go. And look at that. It spawned more. It basically duplicated itself. I don't know why it does this. Right now in the game, multi-tile objects there's problems with them. Thankfully, nothing close to what we experience with pianos. Very much thankfully. Basically, you just got to assume that these shelves have kind of merged into each other and scroll through all of them repeatedly each time you try and fail. There we go. Good riddance. So we already have a drivable spot there. That is a very drivable spot. Four tiles wide. 3 tiles is usually good enough for me as a bare minimum for driving. But I will gladly accept 4. 4 actually gives me a little bit of wiggle room. Not enough to turn around, but enough. Enough upgrades necessary. Yeah, I mean, especially because my current plan... now, when I took a lot of the notes that I initially took for... I'm just going to... The running title is USG. I actually have an actual title. In mind, but I'm not even going to publicly state the actual title I have in mind until I'm a little bit closer to being at a position where I can trademark it. Because the way the model is going to be, the code base of the game is open source and unlicensed. Anybody can steal the code base and use it however they want. What they can't do is use the name and the art assets. The name and the art assets will be copyrighted and trademark protected, all the usual protections. Just the code base will be open source and unlicensed. We will use the unlicensed as part of our model. So people, if they want to, could copy the entire code base of the game and just try to build their own game with blackjack and hookers off of it if they want to. I want that to be a thing because I want people who think they can do it better. I want them to have every incentive to try. And because we're using unlicensed instead of MIT, if they want to, they could try to do it better than us and paywall it. And if they can actually do it better than us, good on them. I suspect they won't be able to, because I don't think proprietary can compete with open source. But boy howdy, would this be a pretty good experiment to figure that out for sure, wouldn't it? Because right now, almost every open source project will... Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! Get off the window! Get off the window! Get off the fucking window! Blood on it, but that's okay. I parked a little too far forward. I think those guys got attracted by the sound of me disassembling furniture. That's the only thing that makes sense to me right now. Fucking fatigue. God damn it. Alright, I'm drinking a coffee. I'm drinking a coffee. The devs wanted me to be surprised by the fatigue moodle. Good job, guys. You did it. Are you happy now? Even with the stat bar, I still get surprised by it sometimes. See, when you can't kill a zombie in 2 hits with a sword, something is very wrong at this level. One cup of coffee and I'm one-shotting everything again. Magic. Fucking nectar of the gods right there. Anyway. Can't wait to see what will attract the next group. If this seems like a lot of work, yes. I also just kind of want to make sure that I can still do it. It's been a little while since I've set up a base and a hotspot. Usually I go nuts with securing it. Right now, in my calculus, it's actually not worth it to keep this door accessible. I don't want another situation like that. We are going to completely block off 100% of this corner. We need a canary in the coal mine. We need a canary in the coal mine that will catch them if they're coming around that corner. So we're actually going to use some furniture that I don't want. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to use some furniture that I don't want right now. That's what those magazine racks are going to be for. Hell yeah. We're going to take these magazine racks, and we're going to use them to block the corner there. I don't really have... It's not going to last very long, but it does need to. It's, like I said, just a canary in the coal mine. It's going to let us know when zombies are approaching from that direction, because they will stop and start attacking it. And I can't pick up the other side of the magazine shelf until I get under 30 encumbrance. There we go. Yeah, so we just put it right here. Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, I don't really care about this thing. They can break it if they want to. And they probably will. But they will start smacking it. Oh, no, they won't. It doesn't block player... Oh, okay, fuck. Well... You couldn't make these things more useless if you tried. Fucking... I'm pretty sure these garbage cans would block more movement. And I'm pretty sure they will. That's what we're going to use. Yeah, that's all we need. If something comes around the corner, they'll start smacking that first. And I will hear them smacking it. And that will be my notification to go outside and clear whatever is out there. Oh, now I can... Looks like it didn't work because this one probably came from the south, but this one I just saw. Hello. Ye from the south, this way, please. Still a couple inside here, and these couple inside here are probably the most likely candidates to come visit next. Whatever. There's just going to be a steady stream of them from the south. There's, I won't be stopping them anytime soon. So remember, the moment I start shooting guns, this entire fenced area is going to go nuts and render the area inoperable unless I get rid of the fences somehow. Which is what I'm trying to get myself in a situation where I'm comfortable to start putting holes in the fence up there. And then I can go loud. And then I can go really loud and wipe out everything in the area. But I do not want to start doing that until I have this place nice and secure, and, you know, I can also sleep here. I want to be able to sleep as well. We are just one trip away from Reed to be able to do that. I think I'm done with the axe and the E-tool for now. Axe and the E-tool can go back into my field kits. Soaking that detonator, actually. Forgot I had a spare axe, too. That's one I just pulled out of a zombie, I think. One of these I pulled out of a zombie. Okay, this goes into the... No, it can't. It can't go into explosives because the van has taken so much damage. Shit. Well. Any duffel bags laying on the floor out here? Not immediately. This is why I get so angry when I take damage on my vehicle. I've not been very good about actually avoiding it recently. Skill issue, 100%. But this is why it gets me heated, because when you lose storage space and your vehicle's supposed to have stuff in it, well, I feel like most people would understand why that's infuriating. Especially when it happens over something stupid, like a fucking rat. Which has happened, by the way. Yes, we have had rats run into the side of our vehicle. Thankfully, it doesn't happen too often. Usually, if it's going to be a rat, it's going to be the front. It's been the side before. As unbelievable as that sounds, we have lost storage space in our most valuable vehicle because of fucking rats. Welcome to Project Zomboid in 2025. I hope you have a high tolerance for bullshit in its current state. I've said it before, I will say it again, this game is a colony simulator without the colonists. They're balancing the entire crafting system they're working on right now towards multiplayer and NPCs, but there are no other players, and there's no NPCs. So that's why it just feels like absolute dog shit to play by yourself, if you're not here for, you know, I'm here for the combat. I'm here for the combat, so I don't mind, extremely inefficient bullshit most of the time. As long as I can get to the combat, all these dominoes being set up is still somewhat rewarding for me. It's not to say I don't get annoyed by it sometimes, though. I very much do. Okay, the last thing I want to do right now to put the sealer on the deal for this place to be traversable with vehicles is to get those fridges out of the way. And in order to do that, I need to drop a lot of storage space in my inventory so that I'm below 10 encumbrance. So I need to take off, I've already taken off most of my kit, now taking off my guns. And that, yeah, that does it. The machete is fine. We're at 9.59 out of 20, 9.59 encumbrance now, which means we can easily pick up a encumbrance 40 item. I am going to move the arcade stuff. I do want it. It's a nice decoration. Can't do anything functional with it, but I'm going to put the arcade stuff somewhere else and put more shelving on this wall. Oh, I can't put shelving on this wall because my hammer is in the backpack. Oops. We want at least one fridge. So I can actually just put this one in the correct location. The correct location is going to be in the corner here. So I will start by putting it right here. And I'm going to have to get my hammer. Stove and fridge right here. Vehicle key for a local vehicle. Just leave that right here for now. Okay, these two can be moved. And that fridge that I picked up can now go in the correct location. $10.04, really? Like, really? There we go. Sometimes this game does silly things. There we go, much better. My sword could use a sharpen. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. Hammer's going to go back on my belt. First time it's been there for a while. I haven't needed it for... I haven't been doing heavy building activities until now. But now, with my belts resorted like that, I can pick up more stuff. Those two cabinets we just put down over here, that's where the double fridge will go. Sometime in the future, I may actually use the double fridge. We did do the math at some point in the I don't remember when. We did the math at some point, and if you have enough stuff that would go okay in a fridge, a double fridge, one of these large commercial double fridges you find, actually is less... there's a total of more storage between the two of them for the same gasoline cost of two regular fridges. So if you actually have a justifiable reason to have two fridges, you will get more for the same cost of the gas if you just go for the large commercial ones, the double ones. You'll still be expending the same amount of gas, but you'll be getting a little bit more refrigerated storage. So if you are doing an advanced base, that is something to think about. I highly doubt we'll have to consider that here, but it's why I'm not immediately throwing out those, not immediately throwing anything out here. Parked the ambulance a little close. See, look at that. Our headlights are technically on right now, but because light doesn't bounce at all anywhere, ever, you would not even notice. We can do this, though. That's just yet another lovely thing you can do with ambulances in this game. Anything with a light bar, really. And again, I can't stress this enough, the fucking headlights are on. But there's just some quirks with the headlights right now that we are not getting anything out of them in their current state. I'll come back and sort through that shit later. For now, I just want to get it out of the way. the cabinet ending flush with the wall here. Yeah, okay. That feels good to me. So we're not expending any more space on cabinets. I don't know if I ever will use this, but I will put it in here for now. I could foresee this being a pretty decent workshop area back here. Could foresee the bomb making kit going right here, maybe. TBA. I'm getting ideas in the back of my head of what to do here. We got the double spawn here. Oh, look at all that. Yeah, shit's going on the floor for now. I just want to get this furniture out of the way. Come back and sort it later. Okay, that is all of the movement blocking furniture in the main floor. We're doing a quick perimeter check because we just made some noise. They're creeping. They're creeping. I wonder why they keep creeping in this direction. Big think right there. What's making them creep in our direction? They're way too far away to have heard anything we just did, and yet they're creeping. What an interesting phenomenon. I wonder what's going on there. I don't want to blow a sarcasm fuse. I will definitely blow a sarcasm fuse if I keep acting like I don't suspect that there is something specifically drawing them towards gas stations. I've bitched about that enough. We need to sledgehammer this news rack. This news rack that was on a cabinet is actually a fixed object in time and space. Not only does it look ugly, I don't know if we can run into it with vehicles. So I'm just not going to risk it. I'm just going to get it out of the way. This actually may make enough noise to pull some people in. Sledgehammers are very loud. What I'm going to do is leave the sledgehammer on the floor right here. And I'm just going to kit back up, because I'm done moving heavy shit right now. So the bandolier goes back on first. Backpack goes back on next. We put away the tools that we are done using for the moment. And the guns back in the holsters. These 35 nails that I'm carrying around need to be used here, but I don't need them immediately, so I'm going to drop them on the floor. Along with any other nails that I have in the ambulance on the driver's seat. I already replaced those with a box, good. Nails anywhere else? No. The box of nails that's on the driver's seat needs to stay there. That's for like field emplacements or whatever. I'm going to cease indoor operations for the moment. Next order of operations. A few tasks, but I'm trying to prioritize. We need to get our water situation sorted back out again. I put my water down somewhere. That was an oopsie. We're good on calories. We don't even have to think about calories for a while here. But we do need stuff to shut the hunger up. I'll take some soda for that, because that will also help us keep the whatchamacallit, the fatigue at bay. Look at this. Look at this. Right at our doorstep. I'm going to lure some of them away and kill them up here. And the rest, that will leave the... Yeah, we split them up enough. We'll kill the rest down there. That was just a little more than I can handle all at once. If we get a one-shot with the sword every time, we can handle a rather insane amount of zombies just with the sword. But I don't ever want to rely on that too much. Because the sword will start randomly failing to kill them at the worst opportune moment if you let it. Alright, maybe a couple more. Or is that the whole group? That's the whole group? Okay. And they all seem to be fast. Interesting. Well, once again, we're testing my limits. Limits of melee combat here. I hate fighting from the south as well. What is... Oh, fucking fatigue again! God damn it! What happens when I don't sleep for a couple days? The coffee, it doesn't get diminishing returns, but it can't compensate for sleep for too long. I am paying the price. I'm paying dearly now for not being able to sleep. Okay, we need to be able to sleep. We can't keep this up. We're out of coffee. We're gonna kill this bitch here, and then we are gonna go to one more incoming. I'm gonna leave that one as is. I don't need the ambulance here, but I also don't want to take it with me because it is useless as a hauler. I'm going to probably use the Charms Flowers. Probably going to use that to go back and forth, and use the ambulance here to block the doors in its stead. Okay, and we're going to take out of the ambulance, we're going to take one bottle of gas. That'll be enough to that'll get Charms Flowers back up north. And we're going to go straight to Reed. I think Reed is... As the crow flies, it's actually the same distance. Yeah, as the crow flies, French Bread and Reed are basically equidistant. Just go down Trotter Street and then straight down Main Street. So what we're going to go get, we're going to get a bed, we're going to get a generator, we're going to get a couple of other things that we are in need of. Is that north or... Where am I? Should turn south. Okay. So we need to make sure to take a left at the car sales area here. For a second there, I was thinking about going back to French Bread, but I have no welding resources of French Bread right now. And because of that, I can't repair the trunk of this step van to get it in a situation where I can haul a lot of stuff with it at once. This, I believe, yeah, this is Main Street right here. It's not going to be traversable very long. These buildings have not been wiped out. Yeah, these buildings have not been wiped out, so they're just going to continue to spill forth zombies. The more we drive back and forth. We will get diminishing returns on Main Street until we actually clear it. If we actually clear it. I don't know if I will. I don't think I've woken up High Street Apartments here. I don't think I've actually gotten close enough to this building and looked inside to spawn the interior. And because of that, I think we're actually dodging a rather large amount of zombies that would otherwise be in this particular area. I think the same is true for this this office building here. The Bateman building. I don't think we've actually gotten close enough to the interior to spawn in the Zeds. This one we may have. Yeah, all the windows are busted out. Yeah, this one has been spawned in. You can see at a glance the difference. It's rather significant. the light that I toggle on and off, that is one of the most important parts of my kit. I will show you when I get to my base here. I'll give you a closer look. It is, it's an angle-headed flashlight is what it is. If you've ever watched The Last of Us, that is one particular piece of media where you'll basically always see an angle-headed flashlight on somebody's chest, which is, you know, that's basically what you would see in an apocalyptic scenario where everybody's got a little bit of military gear in order to help them survive. Yeah, angle-headed flashlights would be really important because it goes on your suspenders, and it's on your chest, so you can see, you get light everywhere you look very easily without having to hold it in your hand. Or like having it way down your head like a helmet light. But that light that I'm talking about, the angle head flashlight, requires a Alice kit, Alice belt and suspenders. So it's a little hard to see, but it's the black flashlight that's kind of like, it's kind of floating in front of my chest almost. The Alice kit, the Alice belt and suspenders is something you're only going to find. You'll find plenty if you go to a military checkpoint of pretty much any size. I like to do the one in Brandenburg. If you look in, like, I don't know, part 2 of this character's life, this character's journey, I think in part 2 we did the assault on Brandenburg. It was either part 2 or like kind of broaching into part 3 maybe. Military checkpoints can be found Brandenburg and Louisville. Those are the big ones. Where is my B42 map? B42map.com should be on my screen most of the time, but it wasn't today. Video B42 map. Brandenburg military checkpoint is at the bridge over here. And the Louisville checkpoints, which generally I don't think I would ever recommend this to somebody who's still kind of getting acquainted with B42. I do not recommend the Louisville checkpoint. And the only reason that I recommend the Brandenburg checkpoint is if you hit the Brandenburg checkpoint early game, you've got a lot of place to drive around. That's actually, I guess that's true of Louisville as well. If you get here early game, this field will still be open. None of this beautiful open grassland that we're looking at right here, none of this was here when I got to Louisville. When I got to Louisville, we were like a year and a half in already. So this was all covered by small trees. So you got to think about that when it comes to military checkpoints. What you want is the ability to lure everybody out of the checkpoint and bunch them up into a manageable horde, and not have to fight 100% of all of them. Because if it's early game, you don't want to have to fight an entire horde just for your gear. I prefer to get my gear by pulling the zombies out of the Brandenburg checkpoint and using the massive farm field next to it as a place to traverse around with vehicles to lure away the zombies that I don't want to deal with. And actually, I will probably, this is one of the few times I recommend ramming zombies with cars. You can ram zombies selectively if you spot one with a military backpack, for example. The backpacks are usually the ones I go for, like the one on the floor right here. The one I'm wearing is actually a recolor. We made a recolor of the green, ugly puke green backpack, and made it very, very nice black that matches the rest of our kit. Because you only get 2 color options for the Alice belt, and you only get 3 color options for the backpacks. So I don't like that. And the Alice belt and suspenders are basically, I would say my playstyle, it's mandatory. Because it has more storage collectively than 2 different fanny packs put together, and it gives you 2 slots. The slots 4 and 5 on my action bar at the bottom here. Slots 4 and 5. The knife is on my chest on the left side, and the flashlight is on my chest on the right side. So every time you see me hit 5 and turn my flashlight on and off, it's because it's right there on my chest on that slot. I would not have that slot if I didn't have the Alice belt. And so that's Alice belt is something I go for within the first 20 hours of any character's lifespan. The first thing I do, the very first thing I always do, is a map tour, because that is a very strong ticking clock in the game. If you don't tour the map and view things early on, you have a much, much higher chance of everything being looted and trashed when you get to it. Like here, we're getting almost, I don't know, a third or so of the buildings that we come across have already been looted and trashed. and therefore their loot is substantially reduced. For us, the rest of the map hasn't been like that because we got to it before it got that bad. Most of what you see when you see my map being explored here, all these roads and the small areas inside these places, Irvington is the best example. I have not gone back to Irvington since like the first week of the game. We were in Irvington from Riverside. From Riverside, we made it down to Irvington just to explore the place. This is also where we found one of our good ambulances. That's one of the many things you can find just by doing an early game map tour. I highly recommend doing so if you have the resources and the experience. If you don't, you can always try. It'll get you some experience. It's good stuff. Alright, so we just repaired the trunk of Charm's Flowers here. And that means we've got 208 encumbrance to work with here. It's beautiful. I like it. Garbage can get the crap I don't need. A lot of what's here can stay here. I do still want this to be a functional base. I'm not collapsing it or anything. But I am taking some stuff. Especially some things like axe heads. Just 2. There's not a lot of trees to work with. I use firefighter axes for tree chopping almost exclusively. Most of this is RTB, which means I do need to go back to Jericho. In fact, I probably will go back to Jericho before I go back to the gas station that we're putting together. I kind of have to. Jericho has not been visited in a long time, and it needs the generator checked, and I need to check the potatoes. We are about to June 20th here, and I don't remember exactly when the potatoes are gonna run low on their lifespan. I think they're valid all through June, but I'm not 100% on that. I mean, if they're not valid through June, then we're gonna come back and all the potato plants are gonna be dead. That wouldn't be the first time. Let me put it that way. Wouldn't be the first time. So, unfortunately, a lot of what I actually want from this location is actually just kind of already loaded into these vehicles. These 2 vehicles right here are all of the ammo, most of the ammo on the map. If anybody watching is not familiar with my strategy, these are my ammo dump vehicles. This one has got 138 encumbrance of the lesser used calibers, and this one has got 141 encumbrance of the more commonly used calibers. I have exactly 2 cartons of shotgun shells left. We have blown, we came here into Louisville, I think, with a little over 12 cartons of shotgun shells. It was fucking amazing. I kind of wish you could, like... So, a carton is 12 boxes, right? I kind of wish you could go crazier with that. I wish you could take 12 cartons and make a pallet. That would be pretty cool. Just fucking come to Louisville with a pallet of shotgun shells. Yes, 100%. I would do that in a heartbeat. And I know I'm not the only one. Alright, first thing we're taking with us is the bed. The large medical bed is very easy to transport, only weighs 30 encumbrance total. We are going to take we're going to take both generators. This place has already got its own generator on the roof, so we don't need... Reed will continue to have its own generator for now, until we are actually ready to close up shop here. Today is not that day. I'm not giving up on central Louisville just yet, just because I'm pivoting a little bit. Oh, I should have done a time check. We're at 9 hours already. Or coming up there on. These are all construction materials. Some of which were slated for improvements here at Reed. And that never really came through. That's okay. Right now, the trailer here only has my duffel bags. Everything on the floor here is... Ooh, steel rods. So, steel rods are my preferred usage for metal bars that you can put on windows. So we've got a lot of windows at the gas station that we're going to have to put metal bars on. And that's literally what these steel rods are for. This is a very recent innovation, but you can now, in certain recipes, I think they've only done this with metal barricades, you can use different resources. We can use steel rods, iron bars, or steel bars for metal bar barricades on windows. So these windows right here that are barricaded with bars, some of them are iron bars, some of them are steel bars, some of them are steel rods. They all look the same and they all function the same. But we have alternative material streams now. I eagerly await when the devs get that expanded elsewhere. For now, it is just limited to barricades at the moment. Now, all these iron pipes, we're just going to take 8 with us, because we need 8 if we want to make one of those double tall wire fences. The rest I'm going to kind of conserve, because iron pipes are useful for both pipe bombs and construction projects, so want to limit consumption of those as much as possible. This trailer that we're rocking right here is basically always supposed to have been a sort of a welding and construction focused trailer. I think with everything in the trailer right now, I could actually make a everything except for the hardware, the whatchamacallit, the knobs and the hinges, of which I have plenty still. There were enough. Yeah, there were enough destroyed doors in this place that I will never be hurting for doorknobs or door hinges in the local area. So now, with everything in the trailer, I could literally just pull the trailer up and put together a double tall wire fence gate. So that is very much by design. That is functioning as intended. And the trailer is basically full now. So, perfect. Perfect. We're going to take the floodlights, toss them in the trunk here. Some gas stations don't have lights under the little rooftop that they have for the pumps. I don't know why that's the thing in this game. And it depends on the gas station. A lot of the stuff that's in this particular container is going to stay here. What is not going to stay here, we're going to take like half of these receivers and like half of these electrical parts and just a little bit of the medical stuff. Because we've already got some medical stuff at our destination. Yeah, okay. I try to be in the habit of carrying radios around with me. There's no objective purpose for it right now. In the future, I've speculated about this before, I'm pretty sure that in the future, we are going to need to, when we communicate with NPCs, for example, we are going to need to do so with radios from a long distance. Right now, this duffel bag is sort of a hybrid explosives and sewing kit. There does not need to be a medium range remote controller. That might as well be a decoration. The long range remote controller is already not good. Like I said before, the word long, no, it's not actually that long. It's like it's a guy trying to hype himself up long is what that is. All right, explosives duffel bag loaded up. I'm gonna take the next lightest duffel bag I got, and we're gonna fire that up with explosives auxiliary. And that's where most of the tools are gonna go, and the ammo. Like I said, this is basically just a decoration. And I do want to leave some sewing equipment here just a little bit. Just a little bit. There's no need to leave leather strips here. We're right next to a store that only sells leather jackets. Hugo Plush right there. Only leather jackets. I don't think we will need anything else that is here. This is all silly crap that's not necessary. Okay. Yeah. Tempting as it is. No. Okay, we've got another like 40 or so encumbrance to work with. We'll probably spend most of that on this stuff that's on the floor right here. So, boredom builds up. There's a couple of weird rules with them. With boredom, and I think it has changed. It definitely has changed significantly since P41. If you are running around indoors and sorting stuff, I think even running around indoors is actually enough to get rid of a little bit of boredom now. I'm pretty sure in the past, boredom would never get reduced by running around indoors, but I think now it definitely does. There may be other things other than just running around that are at play. Nothing is jumping out at me immediately, but I definitely think there is something else at play for that. We already got a pipe wrench. We've already got more than enough tarps here. It's welding rods, wire, steel bar, that's all going into... Okay, mason's trowel, yeah. And then all the rest of this does stay here at Reed. If I do feel like building up Reed more, that's what this paint is for. Already got a pipe wrench here, and we've already got a crowbar loaded up. I'm just going to leave these on the floor here. I know where they are in the future if I need them. One of these car battery chargers. Believe it or not, a ball peen hammer is used very specifically and cannot be used. Sometimes you need a ball peen hammer instead of anything else. I didn't know that until recently. So a ball peen hammer specifically will be used in some of my crafting locations. Seeing as I am going to be doing crafting at our new location, that has been loaded up. This is a machete that is the kind that I can't build. The steel, you can compare the steel of mine to the one that's on the floor. The steel is much prettier. That's because the ones that you can forge are ugly. The ones you can find are pretty. I don't know if I'm ever going to use the pretty one, because once it breaks, I can't use it anymore. It's gone forever. Alright, now, this is where you get into hyper logistics with Zomboid. We need to go to my primary base in Louisville, my primary power center. But there's no point going there with a full trunk of stuff that needs to go elsewhere. So we're going to leave Charm's Flowers here, actually. And we're going to do the RTB that we should have done a while ago. Jorgensen & Sons here has already got some RTB in it. This is actually supposed to be one of my forward haulers. It's not. And that is because I keep... I keep leaving it behind when I really shouldn't. On the subject of radios, we picked up 2, so one is going to stay here. And the other is going to go The other is going to go with us to our new location. Trunk is full, but we've got plenty of room elsewhere. We're really hungry. That is not lost on me. I know she is hungry. We are going to feed her. I would never do this to my girl if it made her unhappy, but no. She doesn't get unhappy for this because she knows what we got to do. That is something I do to myself in real life. So every once in a while, I'll just get really tunnel visioned on something and forget to eat for the rest of the day. But we always feed ourselves eventually here. Even if it is just a bunch of soda. But yeah, I think the boredom never builds up because it just gets reduced by running. That is my current theory. So Jorgensen & Sons is loaded with stuff that has to go back to Jericho. That's why we're taking Jorgensen & Sons back to Jericho here. Now, as for what of this actually needs to go now and what really should have been sorted through a little better, open to interpretation. I think a lot of this stuff can actually, yeah, all three of those garbage bags could go in, and that constitutes a full trunk. And that just leaves us with this military backpack on there. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That only got like half of the stuff. Okay. Yeah. I see how it is. That being said, we've got military backpacks on the ground here, and they're not full, so we can put them in our hands. When you have this, just a pro tip for everybody watching, if you're not familiar, if you have a military backpack on your back and one in each hand, and you are somebody with the organized trait, you can carry almost as much as a frickin' trailer. Just between the three bags and then your own inventory, you actually have a little bit more room than an actual frickin' trailer. That is the power of being organized and having a bunch of military backpacks. So a lot of what's in this leftover bag here is stuff that I don't really need to bring back to Jericho. In fact, a fair bit of this stuff just should stay here and probably go forward with us to our next base. Just the memorabilia, the keepsakes. Basically everything else here can go forward. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So we are departing from Reed Base back to Jericho. We will do what we need to do at Jericho. That could be very little, because we've already got most. You know what I'm actually going to do? I'm going to screenshot the contents of the trunk, because Charms Flowers is what we're bringing first to the new base location. So now I know exactly what I'm actually bringing. So when I get back to Jericho and I start thinking about what I've already got slated to go there, I don't get it confused. Now, if we see respawns on this road, tough shit. I have not. This is 1st Street North, full of fighting positions. We've already cleared it once, but there's going to be respawns. There always are. In this case, I think the south is going to be better than the north. But I spoke too soon. That is okay. We actually should have turned right there. Now, this area I have very rigorously cleared, but it is probably the most liable for more respawns. This is the train yard. The average outdoor density of the population at the train yard here is about equal to the frickin' military checkpoint itself. So even though we've cleared it, respawns, 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 and respawns, I expect to see a not insurmountable group in the not too distant future down here somewhere. And even if we didn't see them, the mere fact of driving past them may pull them out of the woodwork where we didn't see them before. But in any case, we just drove... what we did is we made a hole in that fence back there and then cleared a bunch of obstructions for this little residential park, and then just connected the train yard road to the residential road here. Now this is less than expected right here. Or I mean, I did not expect this. The frickin' this is very close to Jericho, those zombies up there. Because we're about to get off of this road and then we will be at Jericho. Jericho is a grocery store converted into a base. Jericho is actually operating on the same principle that makes the gas station valuable. There are two massive corners of the building that zombies cannot enter from. So everything on the south corner here, this whole side of the building, 0 doors or windows, and then the north, basically the northeast and southeast sides, completely invulnerable to zombie traffic. So anything that wants to come at us from either of those two directions has to go all the way around. And usually they'll start making noise by flipping over this fence. Or at the south, they'll just start trying to break into the wire fence that I've got at the other end. So this is an example of like a scaled up version of what I'm going to eventually have at the gas station. Like the gas station is going to be like a severely scaled down version of this place. And the way it is currently operating, I just take all the loot that was slated for RTB and just leave it on the floor in the corner here. Sort through it when the time comes. In a perfect world, I would have sorted through it before dropping those bags, because now I can't pick them back up again. But I've got to get the generator powered up, and I got to check the crops ASAP. I have a sinking suspicion in the back of my mind the crops may be close to dying, but I don't know. We're gonna find out. We've actually got 2 generators running here. The one we just turned on in the roof, that's the lights in the main fridge, which we don't normally need to keep running. We have a second generator out here that we keep running all the time because we have already had 1 harvest of kale. And that kale harvest needs to be protected in a freezer. So that generator out there that's been running since before we got here is currently keeping these garbage bags filled with kale, frozen indefinitely. We tossed them in there the second they were harvested, so those have a extremely long shelf life, thanks for that. The potatoes don't look like they're immediately ready to harvest, but it could be soon. So that's on the horizon. First order of business, we need to get both of those generators repaired with electrical parts. Like some kind of a doofus, I am not keeping electrical parts next to those generators. That is what a doofus would do. A non-doofus would make sure that they've always got electrical parts next to their generators. Here we go. Scrap electronics. We're just going to take like... Yeah, 28 is more than enough. Oh, did I just freeze? Okay. I think we just froze. Let's do a check and make sure it's not dumping the save. Refresh. This is our saves folder. No new folders created in my saves folder, so that means that it is not dumping the save to disk. If it was, we would have to sit here for quite a while and wait for it to dump. But it's okay. It's not dumping. Game's frozen, unresponsive. Normally, this would be a very dangerous thing to do. In previous builds of the game, for the longest time, just killing the game like that, just you know, Alt F4ing hardcore, that would cause a lot of instability in your save. Because up until like build 42.8, something in the 8s, Before 42.10, I know for sure. At some point in the early 42 builds, they changed a lot about how things get written to the disk. So the things that would cause your saves to get like the time would get broken, and certain containers would not be up to date, and just basically certain things wouldn't save. Almost all that's gone. Almost all that's gone. The only thing that's vulnerable right now, if the game crashes unexpectedly, any changes to vehicle inventories might not get saved. But we have not emptied anything from the vehicle yet. Jorgensen and Sons has just been here. We have not actually removed anything from the vehicle. We dropped our backpacks here, but they were hand carried. They were not in the vehicle inventory. So anything that any player inventories and any world inventories that get updated, those get written to disk immediately. I don't know why vehicle inventories have not been added to the write to disk immediately pool of things, but whatever. I'm not worried about it. We can just pick up exactly where we left off. Fixing generators. This one got as low as 51% integrity, which is some of the lowest I've ever let a generator get, to be honest. My Riverside generators have had the opposite problem, where I've actually let one of my Riverside generators run completely out of gas once. But I was more diligent about keeping its repairs up than I was its gas. And because of that, we actually didn't lose any crops specifically because of that. Because it ran out, I guess, before anything could go bad. Because everything in the freezer was still good. There was no rotten. Almost as if it had just turned off when we got back. And I was perfectly okay with that when that happened. We are leaving that gas out there. Because we need to leave that out here. We also need to leave like half of these electrical parts. Okay, this generator is completely taken care of. We'll get the roof one next. The roof one is way less used because, like I said, it wasn't running when we got here. I would just like to top them both off since I'm here. I didn't immediately check the crops because they're still pretty. You can actually tell just by visuals. If there's something wrong with the crops, they'll start to turn brown before they start to die. Like there'll be some discoloration. It'll be an ugly desaturated green that looks, you know, first year gardener would understand that a crop looks unhealthy when it's like a desaturated yellowy green. And we don't got none of that. Water levels might be low, but we'll have no problem filling them up. Yeah, water level is fine. Still weeks to go. Oh, these are ready to harvest. Okay. I think I can't remember if potatoes were the kind of crop that started going bad after the ready to harvest phase. You know what? I don't care. I don't care. I have so many potato seeds that I don't care. We're not going to wait for them to bloom. We're going to go ahead and harvest them now. That slightly changes my calculus. Not too much. So when I first came here, I came here with a lot of freezers and a lot of generators. Because what I would do is have like one generator powering just one of these icicle freezers. By doing that, by having one generator per freezer, I don't have to babysit the generators as much. The fuel consumption is really low. The condition degradation, because these are yellow generators, it's already really low to begin with. But because I don't have another yellow generator to work with, my yellow generators are all over the place, the ones I brought with me. What I'm probably going to do is take the one off the roof of the base. I think I still have like triangulate a position for the other generator. The freezer is still in the correct location. It is the generator that needs to go here. So this generator, because of its location, If you're not familiar, generators power based on their location. So this generator is only able to reach the freezer that's inside on this back wall. So I put another generator right here on this tile that I'm standing on, and that generator will only power the freezer that's right inside to the right. So I marked it with the gas can there. This freezer right here. This will be the only thing powered by any generator that I put out there. Okay, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and have a bite to eat of something. I know something easy. Something very easy. We got a bunch of eggs here. We're going to take all the eggs they got to give us. Hey, look at that. We got hatchlings. Hell yeah. Okay. 4 chicks made it. We got 1 male. 2 male. 1 female. And another male. Damn it. Okay. So, we only need 1 rooster. There can be only 1. Otherwise, they will start fucking killing each other. So I'm going to put... I'm just going to put kill KK. So that I remember to kill the males. Yeah, their lifespans are really not that bad either. So I'm just going to kill all 3 of the males now. Because if I wait until they're juveniles, they'll actually start killing each other. I couldn't tell you exactly why we had to wait so long before these eggs actually started hatching. Because we have had fertilized eggs over here for a long time. And a lot of them just did not hatch. But now that we finally got 4 hatched, that's cool. The animals are set for life on food and water back here. Okay, maybe a little less set for life on food, but water they are good for pretty much forever. All these troughs out here, all these troughs catch rainwater. I'm pretty sure that all those troughs will be fine for the next rain. Most of them have not been touched yet. The eggs that we just picked up are going to be... Okay, you know what? We are going to go ahead and harvest 1 load of potatoes here. Just 1. And that got us 19 potatoes. So eggs and potatoes it is, boys. Eggs and potatoes. So those 19 potatoes will be the only ones that don't go straight into deep freeze. Maybe. I don't know. It depends on how many we actually get. When it comes to potatoes, very rarely do you actually need to freeze them. Potatoes last so long that if you just refrigerate them, I predict they'll last multiple years just through refrigeration. Okay, now look at that. Look at that. Isn't that interesting? We just packed 12 eggs into a carton, and that carton is now instantly rotten. Interesting. I have no idea why. This is not the first time this has happened to me either. Certain food items that I create seem to be instantly becoming rotten. My current suspicion is that there is some mechanic out there that's going through and making things rotten because a certain amount of time has passed. And whatever that system is going haywire and causing us to have things go rotten instantaneously. Because this happened previously when I tried to make some jars of food. And that really sucks. I mean, well, it sucked a lot more for the jars of food. When it comes to eggs, I walk outside and I'll get more tomorrow. The 3 eggs that I have in there now, that's our daily bread for now. We'll just whip those together in a stew or something. Soup. We want to do soup. If it's just veggies, that's a soup. Soups cook faster. Stews are for your meats. So that is actually coming out to be pretty chunky. Now, I absolutely despise leftovers. So, those leftover eggs and potatoes, we're going to throw them in the oven too, right alongside this soup. We are good on weight gain for the most part. I think we'll fatten this up just a little bit. We'll put some thyme and maybe just like parsley to get it out of the list. How about 1 unit of olive oil, because I got a ton of that. And you know what? That's it for now. Yeah, that's it. 1 unit of olive oil and something that chunky, that'll be fine. So we'll chuck all this shit in the oven, turn it on. The only thing we gotta babysit is the eggs. The eggs will cook really fast. We can come back in a minute for the potatoes. Oh, no, potatoes actually cook fast too. Fascinating. That's only about twice as long as the eggs. Cool. Okay, and the soup itself, not going to take too long either. I have not finished my calculations, how we're going to handle the generator situation yet. There's a couple ways I could go about it. What I'm currently theorizing, I'm going to take the yellow one off of the roof that we currently have here. I'll take the yellow one off the roof, put the yellow one down here, and go get the, borrow the red one from the gas station. We have Lima, gas station Lima right here. I have a red generator right there. I could replace the one at Lima with the blue one that I have elsewhere. Later, because right now I don't need a gas station at Jericho immediately, because I got golf in this direction, and I'm gonna have, well, I haven't marked it on the map yet because I'm an idiot, but once I get it marked on the map, it's this one right here. Yeah. I actually don't know for sure, so I'm just going to put a little marker, just a random marker there. I'm 90% sure that that's where the gas station is, but because I'm a doofus and I forgot to mark it, I actually don't know that for sure. So we... oh shit, the soup, fuck. Don't burn, don't burn, don't burn. I got a little tunnel vision there. Whew, got it before it burned. Okay, we're good. Yeah, it was only a third of the way there. We are good. This came out to be 80. Hell yeah. That is an 80 soup, and we can actually just go ahead and straight up eat half of that, because we are really hungry. See how the soup is just a little bit brighter orange than our hair? It actually kind of makes me jealous. There are brighter oranges to be had in this game. I must figure out my hair dye someday here. Today's not that day, but someday. Alright, now everything else currently in Jorgensen & Sons is slated just RTB, stuff that is not important to bring forward, and just needs to be left here and sorted through. Very, very, very little of the stuff here will ever come out of Louisville. When we're done with Louisville completely, and we want to go elsewhere, we will centralize almost everything except for a very small amount of token supplies in each of the field bases we've established. So that if and when we ever want to use those field bases again, they will have very bare basic essentials, and probably not generators. Almost all the field bases I've built here have been built so that they can handle offline infrastructure. So, you know, a couple of fire pits and whatnot, and everything gets left at them is non-perishable. Okay, so everything left in the vehicle is furniture that I gotta find a home for. On the floor here is gonna be some broken stuff. The broken sword needs to be pulled apart, get the hilt off. And put all the steel from the swords and whatnot over here at the forge. And these double barrel shotguns we picked up, I don't really have a home for them yet. Our shotgun blocks are over here. All of our shotgun boxes are full, so we're putting them on the floor in front of the boxes. We found a lot of shotguns. That's just an artifact of hitting the police department here. Okay, that's preliminary sorting done for everything. We're not necessarily on the clock for the potatoes. Some of the potatoes have weeks, the others are days. So what that tells me is my prediction was basically correct. Potatoes are supposed to be harvested before July, and we're on June 19th right now. So we're on perfect track, really. This is full of animal parts. Louisville Motor Shop. Oh, look at that! How do you forget about a generator in this game? I know so many folks struggle to actually find one, but we lost track of one that was in the trunk of one of our vehicles this whole time. I'm going to put it right here and wire it up. I'm not going to power it yet. This gas can is empty, so we will yeet another one here. I do want to keep the empty ones separate from the full ones so that I don't overestimate how much is left next to each one. Okay, I do have to step away IRL briefly. What I wanted to do before I did so was get everything situated here so that when I come back, we'll have a night's sleep done and we can actually kind of come at this with a fresh focus, figure out what our priorities are for getting things brought back north once we get the vehicle emptied. So we want to empty everything in the trunk of the current step van we have with us, and then come back north to Reed. And actually what I'm going to do when I get back to Reed, I'm going to use the current step van with stuff in it to tow the other step van. We're gonna spider step vans. That is technically the you can never move more in Project Zomboid in vanilla without mods than using one step van to tow another. Normally I'd never try, but this has got my best engine in it, so yeah, we'll give this one a shot. It'll be slow going, but we can manage, and we can't tow forwards. To tow backwards. Oh, no, we just ate. We're good. Food has been taken care of completely. So we're going to catch a night's sleep, and we are going to have Annie rest for a minute, and I shall be right back. I should keep track of the stream here. We're at 9 hours, 27 minutes. I don't have too much on my schedule today. I kept my schedule pretty clear. My numbers aren't, like, super crazy for a Saturday. Saturdays, sometimes I will have as much as 600 views on a live stream. I've currently got similar concurrence to what I would normally have for a live stream. So what that tells me is YouTube isn't recommending me to too many new people today. And I don't fully understand that. I'll have to think about that. I'll have to look at some of the analytics and the dashboards and whatnot. But I suspect it might be a thumbnail thing. I've been reusing the same thumbnail a few times. I think YouTube might not like that. Just a almost baseless theory. That's just the one thing that's different about today, is the fact that I've reused the same thumbnail a few times, because I have not... It's been a little hard to convince myself to go back through the footage when I'm missing one whole segment of footage. But yeah, that's things I'll be thinking about. Anyway, put my little AFK message here, and we'll be back momentarily. All right, catch you guys in a moment. All right, we are back. If there were any zombies coming, we actually would have heard them by the animal stress noises before we would have even heard them attack anything. So while I was AFK there, I was listening for the clatter of panicked hooves on the asphalt there, and I didn't hear anything. I'm gonna be honest, it's a little bit of a flex that I just leave the game running while I'm AFK. It's a little bit of a flex. I don't have to. I could pause it. Pausing it wouldn't interrupt the music. I know a lot of people enjoy the music and keep this game's got a great soundtrack. I know a lot of people like that. But, yeah. There's part of me that just wants to keep it going. There's not a lot in these bags that I actually care about right now, but I will do a cursory scroll through them. Frickin' 30 garbage bags. I was carrying around too many at one point, and now I'm not carrying around any, so I'm going to take some of those back out. Okay, I'm not going to try to sort through that right now. That's going to be way too much work. I was just there to pick out a couple specific things like gas cans. First task, we're just going to find a home for the furniture that's in the trunk of this van, because I can't really get it out any other way. These are all empty cans as well. Okay. A lot of my furniture storage is actually full. These crates are all furniture storage. Some of these crates are... some of these crates have got furniture in them that I never really needed to keep that furniture. But I needed to get it out of the way. I wanted to kind of separate those boxes, but I also I hate storing on a south wall here. I hate stacking things too tall, because then you got to deal with the fact that your character has to be clipped behind them. I like to do my storage on the walls to the north here, to the top of the screen. Okay, so we got one box on this side and then one on the other, and then there's a separation there. Okay, that's good enough for me. Let's just back the thing up and park it in front of the boxes. Okay, everything but the flags for now. I don't have a lot of good places to put flags at Jericho here, believe it or not, despite the fact that there's a lot of space to work with. These north walls are walls that I kind of don't want to block too much. The warning signs I got a home for, I'll put this in my backpack. USA flag is a 3 tile, I think? It's wide. It's super wide. The stars and bars here, NK, Kentucky State. Thus far, I've kind of just been putting all the flags that I pick up, I've just been leaving them at Reed. Because Reed is a place I've felt like decorating more. What better place for the big stars and stripes than up here at the gun depository? Absolutely, 100%. Stars and bars go up here. Yep. Shouldn't have even been a question. Fucking, what is more American than this top corner of this building? That is stereotypically American right there. I can feel the freedom radiating from that corner of the base. Smells like napalm. The warning signs can just go with the rest of them. We've already got a couple back here. Now we're going to have a couple more. Are these the same or are these bigger kind of warning signs? Not all warning signs are made the same. Nope, these are the exact same. Okay. In that case, we will distribute them a little bit, I think. Put one in this corner and one on the other corner. Okay, my inventory is mostly sorted out at the moment. I have a quick bite of soup here. And we're going to go ahead and do the potato harvest. The way that's going to work is we need a bag in our offhand. And we're going to go until the bag fills up. When this bag fills up, we will come down here and power on this generator. Actually, let's power it on now really quick. I thought I tested this. I thought I actually tested this corner. I haven't. If I had, I would have known that all the fucking appliances in this townhouse complex are actually being caught by it. Okay, so we're not doing the harvest just yet. I need to get this generator sorted out. Because otherwise, where am I going to put all the stuff I harvest? It's too much to bring with me all at once. And we've got a freezer waiting for it. So our first task is going to be we're going to need to get rid of some fridges. Because of that, I need to gear down here. Fridges weigh 40 encumbrance, so all of my heavy stuff needs to come off. Machete can stay in my hand. Sword, if I drop that, yeah, we're definitively below 8 now. So I can now pick up fridges easily. I'm just going to pick up local fridges that are being caught by the generator. There's 4, I think. Yeah, this generator is powering way too much right now. It's being... Wait a minute, what the fuck? Is it catching the other popsicle freezer? It's not supposed to... No. It's catching 4 popsicle freezers right now. And I don't know why. Hang on a second. I have sometimes seen it where sometimes a generator will power, like, it is possible in this game, I think, to get double billed for your power, as silly as that might sound. I think sometimes if your generators are too close together, two of them might try to power. No, it still thinks I'm doing 4 popsicle freezers. What the fuck? That should not be happening. It should be too far away. Okay, I swear I had pre-measured this. I swear I had pre-measured this. I have a better idea. Let's go the other direction. Go the other direction. We could put the freezer inside our new garden area. This garden area was not here when I first put this base together. If I turn it on here, it's only catching a fridge and a pair of lights, most likely from this house over here. So now if we go grab the freezer that it's supposed to power and put it in the corner of the garden, it is being powered, but I need to make sure not being caught by this generator. This generator might be too close. Yeah, this generator is powering 3 popsicle freezers now. So this generator is actually catching half of the freezer we just put down. We might be able to get around that if we do pick it up and move it maybe here. I really wish generators were more of an exact science. Okay, so now this generator is only powering 2 popsicle freezers, just as it should be. And this generator here is powering 2 popsicle freezers and some other shit that we need to take care of. So, the freezer generators have been sorted out. Now we just need to make sure that we're not wasting anything on this house right here. The lights that are on are just the porch light. And the red fridge right here. I'm surprised that it was able to reach that. This house is currently actually housing a cow. This cow was permanently stressed at one point. She's calm now. Holy crap, boys, she's actually calm. Okay, so, Athena here. One of my best cows. One of my best cows. Unfortunately, during transit from Foxtrot to our new location here, she got stressed. 0 to 100 somehow, and I don't know how. Because the other cows and the chickens that we brought, everything that is currently in the animal zone on the top right corner of the screen right now, everything that was up there, all those animals, never got stressed at all. There were not very significant differences in exposure to zombies. In fact, when we brought this first cohort of animals with us, we stopped and fought zombies much more than we fought with Athena here. I don't know what happened. Now, here's the thing. Petting them does reduce stress, but Athena was glitched. We couldn't pet her. Let's see what happens now. I go to Athena, I click pet. Nothing happens. I click the pet button, and I can't pet the cow. I don't know why. This is just probably something that... Probably, it might even be related to the reason she got perma-stressed for no apparent reason. Oh, you know what? Okay, let's use we use the V menu. What about now? No. If I stand in front of the animal and I hit V, nothing happens. I just get a little bar appear over my head for like a millisecond, and then that's it. So, that's okay. We are going to take Athena back to the other cows. You may notice there's a bunch of hinges and knobs on the floor. That's because when animals are stressed, large animals are stressed, they'll attack whatever's in front of them. That's why I put her here, because all these walls are non-attackable except for the door. And yet she still found a way to attack the door multiple times and broke fucking through the door. So I just put a bunch of replacement parts for new doors on the floor in case she kept breaking out. But she's calm now, so that doesn't happen anymore. I don't have a rope, but I don't need one. When an animal trusts you, you yell, and the animal will come straight to you when you yell. So all I gotta do is just waypoint her a little bit here. Funny thing is, she would even do this even if she was stressed.
Hey!
And also the animals who are in the pen here will actually try to come to me. Except for the chicks. The chicks will not try. The chicks will try to run away. The chicks they've just been born, so all they hear is a loud noise. They don't know me. So the chicks are going nuts, but that's okay. They're not going to be too bothered. I think now, if I walk in, I just need to make sure that the chicks don't come running out. This will be a little complicated. I'm going to yell one more time and open the gate for Athena. Come on.
Hey!
Got it. Before the chick got out. Now, normally in real life, you wouldn't want to do this. Don't put your chickens in with your cows. Just because there was a 90s cartoon called Cow and Chicken does not mean cows and chickens would actually get along. Cows are not very aware of themselves and will very readily step on chickens. And cows are very heavy. One step and they're done for. You don't want mashed potatoes of your chickens. But thankfully, that's not a mechanic in this game just yet. I'm sure the update is any day now. But that was easier than I was expecting it to be. I thought we were going to have to go into all these houses and pull the fridges, but now it's much easier. You just put the generator over here. I kind of wanted this lawn to be drivable lawn, but this generator is actually kind of between parking spots, so that's actually good. Alright, so Jericho now has 2 generators running, but they have the same load. So these generators, as long as I maintain them both at the same rate, no problem. Let's just double check that. This generator is just 2 freezers, and this generator is just 2 freezers. Just as God intended. That is a little phenomenon that the electrical engineers will call load balancing. Except it is possibly one of the most ghetto forms of load balancing you'll ever see, because this video game, in this universe, in this reality that we occupy here, power is something that just radiates through time and space from a fixed spot where the generators are. No wires are involved. We didn't use a single wire wiring this shit up. Wires are unnecessary. The way these generators work, they're fucking microwave generators. We've got some early 90s microwave tech here. But yeah. So we still need to do the harvest. Well, the harvest will be even easier now. Less real estate to walk through. So trash bag back into my hand. And I'm going to call this garbage bag potato. Oops. Rename item garbage bag potato. Boil and mash them, stick them in a stew. Now, potatoes, I think in the past they used to weigh more. Now they just weigh the same as pretty much every other crop that you harvest. 0.2 each. So these 50 I just picked up only weigh about 10 encumbrance total. I think we're right on track to have a... Oh yeah, now it's inconsistent, the amount you get. Generally speaking, one full garbage bag will equal one, we'll kind of do a whole row here. But then there will be leftovers. So we've got one garbage bag that's completely full, and I think we'll get another garbage bag that's completely full. These freezer spots can take 1.5 garbage bags each. And those ratios actually remain the same regardless of your traits. So I always take organized, but because organized affects all containers, garbage bags will change along with whatever trait you take. So sometimes I just think of encumbrance in terms of garbage bags. And that actually is... That's something you can communicate to other people, and it'll actually be sensible if they take different traits. Because if you're disorganized, garbage bag will still be the same proportion to a container that you put it in. I think we got more kale than we did, yeah. Okay. So it's still way more than we could afford, than we could put in anything other than a double freezer here. And again, freezers for potatoes, like I said, potatoes probably don't actually need to be frozen. If you refrigerate them, they will probably last well over a year. It's the fresh to stale ratio with potatoes that I'm not 100% sure of. I think they go stale a little faster than I would expect, but they stay in the stale portion without going rotten for a lot longer than I expected to. So I think that's the secret to potatoes. They go stale, but they don't go rotten anywhere near as fast. Okay, this garbage bag right here. Okay, 12.8. 12.8 in one garbage bag, and the other garbage bag is full. That will fill up an entire half of a freezer. So this freezer is now 39 out of 39. We name this garbage bag Potato Half. And so we've basically got a little over, about 4/5 of this freezer is now full of nothing but potatoes. And all that's left after that is 18 loose potatoes. That's actually perfect right now for my consumption rate. All 18 of these potatoes are going to go in my fridge. I don't know if there's any June crops. No, I have decided I am only going to plant potatoes and kale for the immediate moment. There are some crops that can only be planted in September that I may mess with, but nothing else that gets planted or harvested during the spring and summer. I don't care about none of that. The kale I do care about. We're going to water the kale, and we are going to eliminate the dead potatoes at some point. That's not even a priority, really. The kale just needs to get watered. The next growth stage... Oh, look at that! Some of the kale is actually hours away from its next growth stage. So we actually are almost ready for another harvest of kale here. And I know I've mentioned this before, but it bears repeating. Kale is one of those crops that you harvest it and then it continues growing. Definitely a superfood. We need buckets, and the large bucket is too heavy to pick up, so we are going to use these smaller buckets here. This pitchfork actually should go with us. You can use a pitchfork to get rid of crop plots and dig new ones. We don't need to dig new ones, but I do want to get rid of these. Pitchfork is actually one of the best spears in the game, under certain conditions. The attack speed is actually a little bit faster than the longer spears. So if you're just trying to kill a shit ton of zombies on the other side of a chain link fence somewhere, you might actually nail them a little bit faster with a pitchfork than a regular spear. Just because spears do a lot of damage. But the condition degradation on spears has been ridiculously increased. So using spears at all is probably not something I would do. I'd sooner just fucking shoot them. And I do not see anything looking ugly, so we don't have any any diseases to worry about. Now, some people will give you the big brain treatment on diseases, crop diseases. You should space your crops out so much that they don't. I like rows of 10 personally. If I get diseases, I'll just treat them. Treating diseases is not that hard, and if you're really early game, you don't have the skill yet to treat diseases, just find the ones that are diseased and kill them. At that point, it's just not worth it. If you cannot treat them, then just kill the ones that are infected. And yeah, it's fine. If you plant enough, it won't be an issue. I don't like sacrificing real estate just so that every crop has a slightly increased chance of survival. Especially not in the current paradigm where crops will die for no fucking reason. That is another thing that has turned me off of most crops. Kale and potatoes never have this problem, but other crops will die for no fucking reason before they make it out of the seedling phase. So you till the ground, you plant the crops, you keep them watered, you never let the water fall below the minimum level, and they'll still, some crops I've had as much of a 30% attrition rate, where they will just die for no fucking reason when they should have gone from seedling to whatever is next, whether it's young or like seedling but a little bit bigger. Depends on the crop. But yeah, lots of crops have that problem right now, where they just fucking die for no reason. And I got so fed up with that, which is why I'm just planting what I know works. I will stand by kale and potatoes. They work really well. Very, very few other crops right now. No. Even something that I would like to plant. I would like to plant strawberries. I would have if I didn't. Strawberries need to be watered more often as well. These crops, kale and potatoes, I can leave them for quite a while without watering them. They'll be fine. Strawberries, not so much. I think strawberries will last half as long as these crops without being watered. And Jericho, as nice as its position is, I don't want to be coming back here like every week. I would like to give it, a little over a week before I have to come back to Jericho again. But that's just a little window into what my current logistical situation is. This soup is actually perfect to maintain our calories. Yep, we are still in weight gain, and we are about to sleep. Yeah, we're about to sleep. I need to... This van is empty now. So this van is slated to start moving up to the gas station. I just need to figure out what I actually want to take with me to the gas station. I have not quite decided on that, so we will... It's 8:30 a.m., and we need to sleep again. Our sleep schedule has been absolutely trashed by the gas station activities. Or, we don't necessarily have to sleep. We could also do... This actually is where all of my coffee is, right here. My biggest storage of coffee is between this place and, French bread. So I'm going to make 2 coffees right now for the backpack, and 2 coffees just to drink. 2 coffees will... That's almost a full night's sleep for a restless sleeper. 2 coffees, that's almost a full night's sleep for a restless sleeper, so... Coffee with the white cups. I've been very bad about distributing all these herbs here. I've got a bunch of herbs. Mint, parsley, and thyme. I've got almost 100, halfway to 100 of those. That's just all spices that I grew myself. And actually managed to preserve on the drying rack. That was interesting. All of these were done on drying racks before we had the ability to do more than 1 crop at a time on a drying rack. So every single one of the spices you're looking at here, these mint, parsley, and thyme, all of those were dried 1 at a time. I just built a shit ton of small drying racks. I still have them back at Riverside. Just a bunch. It's supposed to be in my theater. The space that is occupied by all of those drying racks should have been occupied by a movie theater back at my base in Riverside. But no, of course. Beautiful. That basically, yeah, our sleep schedule is fine now, as long as we keep up with it. Yeah, as long as we keep up with it. I'm going to put away the other mugs here that I'm not using. And these 2 that I other brewed, those go in my backpack and stay there for the inevitable next time that I need to stay awake without having to sleep. For food for the immediate moment, we're going to take a bowl and just put together a salad here. out of the cooked stuff. Yeah, that's just that's another hungerful of bite right there. Look at those green bars. Our girl is really happy right now. I like seeing. There's a reason I have the stat bar that has absolutely nothing to do with like keeping things efficient. I just like seeing those green bars. That tells me my girl is happy. If only it could be that easy in real life, huh, fellas? We have fun here. We make jokes. The brain meat is telling me that I should be bringing more than one vehicle back with me, but then I wouldn't be able to spider. Wouldn't be able to spider from Reed. Want to be able to spider. When I say spider, what I mean is take a vehicle that I normally wouldn't tow with and actually tow another vehicle with that, like the step vans. Step vans are not towing vehicles, but I still use them for towing. So some of these kales are going to be ready to harvest in hours. Others are going to be ready to harvest in days. What that tells me is that I should probably come back. I should probably come back here like when it says days, that just means more than 24 hours is all that means. But when it says hours, that means less than 24 hours. So some of these kale will be ready to harvest 24 hours from now. Others will not. This is the privilege of being level 10 agriculture, I can tell this. I think actually that's level 6 agriculture, you can tell that. But we went straight to level 10 because we massively overplanted. We massively overplanted, and I'm perfectly okay with that. I don't want to spend a whole day here, not when we've got good weather. Here's what I'm going to do. I have not used my watch in-game, the alarm clock on my watch. I have not used it in a very long time. I'm actually going to set it for 9:30 a.m. And the reason being is that is going to remind me. That's going to remind me when it goes off tomorrow morning, I will remember, oh, that's why I set the alarm. And then I will remember to come back here and check on the crops later that day. That's what I'm going to do right with that, because remember, most of the time if I forget something, it's not that big of a deal. Most of the time if I forget something, it just means I'll do it later. One of the very few things that I have a ticking clock on right now are these crops. If I don't harvest them within their ready to harvest window, if I don't catch them pretty soon after that, problems will occur. They will go rotten pretty fast. We don't need a reforging of swords right now. We do have swords that we could rebuild, but we don't need to. There's actually not a lot here at Jericho that we need to bring forward with us right now. Fun fact, if I wanted to build a forge in the field, like let's just say, you know what, okay, so Jericho is our power center in southwest Louisville. The new gas station base could be our power center in northeast, on the opposite side of the city. However, I don't think I want to go that hard. I don't think I want to go that hard, because like I said before, once we're done with Grand Ohio and Fossil Oil Field, we're already done with the Expo Center. I can actually put a nice big X on the Expo Center, because there's no loot there that I know of. There's pretty much no loot, and we've killed all the initial hordes in it. So Louisville Expo Center, one of the major centers, is all done with. It's a major source of zombies. I suspect Fossil Oil Field is going to be the same. I don't expect there to be a lot of loot. It's probably just going to be a place that looks cool and spawns a lot of zombies. Grand Ohio Mall is going to have a little bit of everything in it, so that's actually going to have loot. So that's one of the reasons we're bringing Jorgensen & Sons with us. This is a loot hauling vehicle. Oh, I know exactly what I need to do. I know exactly what I need to do. Kill these fucking zombies first. This area is a logging area for, whatchamacallit, for, forge operations. We're not at risk of running out of trees. There's still plenty of trees to destroy for logs. These trailers. I'm going to take one of these with me. I already have a trailer up there with me. I already have a trailer, but now I will have 2 trailers. Believe it or not, the uglier of the 2 is actually in better shape. The less ugly of these 2 is actually my rope hauling trailer for logging operations. And this is the only place where I'm going to be doing logging operations in this base. Okay. Gotta close the doors, of course. We've already got plenty of floodlights. We don't need to bring any floodlights forward. In fact, I know where to find more floodlights in the area where we're setting up at the gas station. So if we need more floodlights when we're at the gas station, we can walk outside and get them. There's a hardware store like right down the street from it, I think. We'll take the perishables out of the freezer here. Oh, you know what? I was just talking about how I was bad about bringing some of my own herbs here. It's pretty bad about bringing my own herbs with me. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a handful of each one of these herbs. Just a handful, not too much. Mint, I even need less of because mint can only be placed in drinks right now. Parsley and thyme can go in almost anything. There we go. A little bit of everything there. Now, coffee. I've got 9 coffee right here. I've got even more at French bread. So actually, it's actually okay if I leave a lot of storage space in my current vehicle. If I leave a lot of storage space in my current vehicle empty, that's actually perfectly okay because I will fill it up at. French bread. We're not going to fully disassemble French bread, but like about 80%. We're going to mothball French bread. Okay, maybe not 100%. We're gonna pull the power infrastructure from it. We're not gonna fully mothball it. We'll leave a little bit of stuff, but it is not going to be in active use now because okay, not too active of use. Slightly active for the gray zone. Glue and duct tape. I need to go through these bags on the floor right here and take the glue and duct tape out of them, if there is any. Wood glue doesn't count. I wish it didn't. I wish this wood glue could be useful, but no. I think we have enough duct tape. Now we do. $20 different duffel bags in this duffel bag. I'm going to take one of the prettier ones and use it to store the stuff that I'm carrying with me now that needs to go forward. Because it doesn't all need to be in my backpack. This military jacket can actually stay here. It's going to be a long time before I need to start thinking about wearing that. Or, you know, anything of the nature. Because military jackets are for fall and winter. It is decidedly summer now. 3rd summer of the game. Because we start in summer. We've gone through another summer, and now we're on our 3rd. Yeah, so the only stuff we're actually taking out of Jericho here is just one duffel bag worth of stuff. I need to get another 625. Reed has got a bunch of guns at it already. So I don't need to go nuts with guns. One E-tool spare. And that is it. For now. That is it for now. Because we are going to be coming back here in the not-too-distant future. When that alarm goes off tomorrow, I'll remember that. Yeah, everything else we're good on. Shutting off the roof generator as soon as I get the perishables out of the fridge. Yeah, we did an entire art museum heist. That's where these statues came from. We got some pretty statues, and half of the crates on this back wall are filled with art paintings and stuff that we picked out of the Hey, look at this. 4 tubes of glue back here. I knew I had more. It was a question of where. I suppose we could put the perishables in my main backpack. Anything that's on the table right here is probably just going to stay here. Yeah. This is all local use tools. M625. I'm picking up one. Because I don't remember if I had an M625 in the gun repair bag. That is the big iron, by the way. 625 is the big iron. Now, this step van here has actually got a field kit. Fully fledged field kit, so it does not have room in the passenger seat. That is okay. So the current logistical direction is... Actually, the animals are okay. Because remember, I'm coming back here. I need to... I've already started to forget that I'm coming back here. Sometime soon. We're not mothballing this place in the slightest. We will be back here relatively soon. So I should be second-guessing myself a little bit less about what I need to get done. In fact, what today is... A lot of time is going to be spent today specifically on clearing this road. This road needs to be cleared every time we travel it, because we need this supply line. As a little refresher on our map here, we've got blue arrows. The blue arrows are stuff we are actively keeping track of. And suppressing all respawns that we come across. So we're starting here at Jericho, going up past our former defensive positions, Zulu, Yankee, X-Ray, and Wilco. Reed across from X-Ray there, and French Bread at the very end of 1st Street. And then taking a right at the end of 1st Street, Louis Expo Center's cleared. And I think I will probably eventually add a couple more arrows for Jackson to Trotter here, because I think that's how we will get back to our... Probably Tanner, yeah. I mean, honestly, these roads up here are a clusterfuck. That's probably why it took me so long to kind of get a solid route established. And I still don't exactly have a solid route. We'll get there. We will assess that when we get up there. I appreciate everybody sticking around. My average view duration is well over an hour today. Glad to know that there are people enjoying me long enough to stick around for a huge portion of the stream here. Because basically what that tells me, because I have 187 views at the moment, but if the average watch time is like an hour, that tells me that like some of my viewers are watching just, you know, the whole thing. When they turn it on, they watch however long they're going to be there for. And then, of course, on top of that, there's a lot of drive-by viewers who see it in their recommendations, and they're like, hey, maybe not. My retention rate for people who see my content for the first time, probably not very high. It's hard to make this game interesting to, well, anybody but a niche set of folks who like really cozy stuff with lots of yap in the background. That's already a bit of a niche subject. If people are going to be watching YouTube actively, you're definitely going to need more interesting content than this. This is not the this ain't your TikTok right here. We don't do low attention span stuff. What we do, we got to pay very close attention to everything. Can't miss too many beats at once. And half of the time when I say things out loud to explain what I'm doing, almost half of the time, I'm also just refreshing my own brain. It's not just for you guys. It helps me. I perform now that I've actually gotten used to streaming. I actually perform better in this game than I did solo. Solo, sometimes I will go down rabbit holes of just doing irrelevant things for hours on end. It's not to say I haven't done that on stream before. I've done that before, but a constant state of explaining myself and keeping up with what I'm doing so that people understand what they're watching, that has actually helped me maintain focus a little better. Some of my old footage, which I may or may not upload someday. Before I started streaming this game, I recorded myself. I practiced streaming, just talking to myself. I still have all that footage. Everything from my like 5th character that I started in B42. When B42 first dropped, it was like a close to Christmas or a little bit past Christmas. I don't remember exactly, but it was December of 24 when it dropped. And I spent a lot of time doing the thing that I would do. Well, actually, before I even started recording anything, I would just try new characters. I spent a lot of time trying new characters and traits, combos, and I would start over a lot. I don't think I recorded that, but the first character I went long with, yeah, I've got all that footage. A lot of it is just me sitting there staring at, and my face wasn't on the screen. I didn't get the face cam set up until a little bit into Barb the Builder. So we are going to get out and fight everybody to the south. The parking lot spawns up here. Some of them have been here for a while. The rest, because of their current movements, may need to go as well. Yeah, dark. You're pretty close there. I would say that the way I play is probably a little over the 80-20 ratio. 10% pipe bombs. Yeah. No, that's 100%. It definitely it has the appeal. So like what I would always do in the past is I would if I was doing something that needed a lot of background noise, I wouldn't watch as many live streams, but I would watch super long form content that some of which has been live streamed in the past, like EFAP, Mahler and the crew, where they just spend hours and hours and hours on end very slowly watching through a piece of content. And it could be anything from a movie to a YouTube video, and just pausing it all the time and just yapping about things and getting off topic. It was actually kind of watching those guys kind of is what made me think, okay, I could live stream and it would definitely be interesting to some people, because the sheer number of folks who are interested in Mahler's streams, those guys get off topic almost as much as I do, if not more. And I honestly, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I think I'm a little bit better at trying to make whatever I get distracted about relevant to Zomboid somehow. Those guys will get distracted and start talking about things that have less than nothing to do with what they're trying to focus their stream on being about. But people still love it, and I still love it. I fully understand the appeal of just listening to those. That's all about the conversation, though. Mahler and Rags, just those two, freaking great chemistry. Frengy as well. And then they always bring guests on. Once in a while, they have Critical Drinker. Or I really enjoyed ER when he would show up, even when he didn't talk as much. ER is definitely better as a edited video content creator. One of the best on YouTube, in my humble opinion. He does some really good cut jokes. If anybody wasn't here when we did Fighting Position Zulu here, I didn't know exactly how to handle these buildings. So when we did Zulu, I went and collected a whole bunch of cars and slapped them all together, and this created a funnel. So everything that would come down First Street, massive groups of zombies, you can tell by the little bloodstains all over the road. Those bloodstains will never go away. We killed a lot of zombies here. And what we did is we funneled them all together into this little funnel here, and we got some very glorious pentakills with the shotgun. This is actually where I first realized that I was getting as many as 5 kills per shell, because I would just stand here during this down this kill course, just aiming down the range, and just they would be so clustered together because of their movement. They'd come around that corner and then come around this corner, and the cars completely blocked their movement, so they would just come around the corner of this white car right here. The corner of this white car did some really surprising heavy lifting for me. That was a fun time. This was a lot of effort to build, though. Like, a lot of effort. A little bit more than it was probably worth. I'm getting a lot of enjoyment out of those defensive positions I've been building after this. The only reason I haven't built more is because, at this point, pipe bombs are working better for me. The pipe bombs, I didn't get quite as much good use out of them here, because when I was clearing this street, I didn't actually have enough maneuver room to realize that I could just use an ambulance. We have so little room to maneuver out here that I could probably not have quite as easily replicated what I've been doing this stream with the ambulance and just driving circles. That phenomenon has been made available by all the parking lots that are accessible to us. What parking lots we do have access to are much smaller, and probably surrounded by buildings like this one here. That parking lot I just looked at there is basically surrounded on all sides. Yeah, we would never be able to do that here. The parking lots are just too closed off. Everything's too tight. Claustrophobic, even. A quick bite to eat of soda here. That'll keep us going. The Louisville Animal Hospital actually has a minor sleeping spot there, but I did get rid of it. It was using one of my medical beds. Medical beds are a little too valuable for me to leave at a temporary spot. But yeah, if anybody watching today didn't catch it, these fighting positions are great. They're great, especially if you're into guns right now. What we do, when they flip over the fences, they are uniquely vulnerable to gunfire. So anybody who comes at us, which right now is just a very tiny amount, they flip over, and the crosshair collapses to nothing on their head. And you almost always, even when you're lower aiming skill, so people who are not quite as skilled with firearms can actually get great results from a design like this. See, they're coming at me from many directions now, but it's honestly no threat. Honestly, it is no threat. I am going to pull out the 9, but that's okay. I've been needing to reload it anyway. 9, 7, 6, 5, 4. Double checking this. 2. I was off by 2. And 1, that was a double shot. Blew the one in the chamber, so we're at 14. 13, 12. That's more than I expected from that direction. That's okay. Fighting position is what it's here for. 11. 10. 9. 8. Now, when zombies have flipped over a fence, they're actually a little bit more vulnerable than usually the crosshair is what you go by. The tightness of the crosshair is usually how you can tell whether you are going to get a good shot or not. But it's deceptive when they are flipping over fences. When they flip over fences like this one, they are much more vulnerable than the crosshair would suggest. We've got 4 shots left before I have to reload this. I would like to go ahead and expend this magazine. These fucking fences are why we are stressed. You may have noticed. You may have noticed my stress has gone from 0 to 100. Why did that happen? We couldn't even fucking hear it while we're fighting over here. Do you guys hear zombies smacking fences anymore? Because I don't. But apparently we're somehow within audio range of them smacking the fences. And every time they slap the fence, that's +1 stress point. And there's like 5 of them over there, and that's all it takes. And now, because we're at stress level 100, our aiming is actually shit. Comparatively speaking, look at this. Look at how wide that crosshair is. Compared to what we can normally get with a handgun, that's fucking dog shit. It's almost a waste of ammo. The only reason I'm continuing to shoot is, of course, we're actually getting okay shot when they flip over the fence. Thanks to the unique vulnerability of them flipping over fences. Alright, that was 2 and 1. We are done with this magazine. I'm just going to sword the rest of these guys. And we need to read a very nice book. That's way more respawns over there than I had hoped. I mean, the damage is done. We're at 100 stress now. What are they going to do? Stress me past the breaking point? I can't wait for that update. Usually I like to prevent it from getting this bad in the first place. But, well, like I said, damage done. We fully cleared this building, by the way. There are no zombies that are coming out of this building. Everything we're killing are respawns from the parking lot. Alright. I didn't have to do that, but it's a little cathartic. Shotgun kills seem to de-stress your character quite a lot. Look at that. We lost almost 60 stress from those shots. I'm gonna take that as a W. I'm not here for a big fight. I really am not. This was never a very well-placed fighting position while that fence is up. I should have deleted that fence. I should have deleted that fence completely. That's okay. It's annoying, but we're okay. It's the last of my cooked food. We actually do have chips on the driver's seat, but like I said, I'm not here for a fight. Get out of there. Oi.
Hey!
Now, when your character is stressed, if you get to it in early enough time, if you don't stay stressed for too long, and you don't try to shoot while you're stressed, it's almost not a problem. Read yourself a good book, and the stress will disappear. If you don't catch it, if you let it stay built up, you get depressed. Depression makes you do things slower. And that includes attack speed and weapon switch speed. For me, for my playstyle, that is objectively unacceptable. So we're not just keeping our girl happy for the sake of roleplay. I like to keep my girls happy in video games, generally speaking, but it's not just for that. There's a very strong objective reason. And that's because weapon switch speed is very important to me. I need to be able to switch between weapons, and I need to know exactly how long it takes to switch between weapons. And if I were to suddenly get depressed, that would get cut in half. That has probably gotten people killed, and I'm gonna bet that some people have possibly died because of that, and they probably didn't know exactly why they died. There's probably an unknown number of people out there who have died because it just kind of got into their muscle memory. I can attack at this speed and I can switch weapons at this speed. And because they didn't know that silly little factoid about the fact that if your character is depressed, everything gets cut in half, yeah, that has probably led to several deaths that have just gone completely unsolved. But it has never gotten me killed, luckily. It has led to some really silly situations, though. There have been times where I didn't realize the stress had built up into sadness, and I was like, wait a minute, why the fuck did that just take so long? Kind of an annoying thing to keep track of sometimes. But that's alright. You lose 2 stress points every time you kill a zombie with a melee weapon. And I don't know if you guys saw, but we erased a whole bunch of stress by shooting zombies through a fence with a shotgun. I actually feel like there's something unique to the shotgun. Something about the shotgun getting multiple kills. I think that actually reduces stress by a massive amount. An outsized amount, actually. But, as fate would have it, we're actually not far off from a sleep point here. I do want to empty some of this garbage bag here. The really low priority stuff can go on the far right-hand side here. Most of the rest of this garbage bag can actually go forward with us. Yeah, actually everything in this garbage bag, that's going forward with us. A lot of tools, a lot of other random stuff. We've got a little bit of everything in this truck. And I should also keep in mind, we don't have to fill anything up here. We don't have to fill anything up. We're leaving behind the trailer. We'll come back for it with a different vehicle later. We're just leaving the trailer here. And we are becoming the new trailer. We are going to tow Charms Flowers with Jorgensen and Sons here. And this is what I call spidering. It's kind of like with backpacks, where you carry more backpacks than you really should. You're over-carrying. You can go up to 30 miles an hour if you've got an okay engine, performance tires on asphalt. You'll go about 30 miles an hour in reverse. Be careful about it, and you'll be fine. This is one of the many reasons we keep our streets clean, so that when I want to do things like this, tow a vehicle in reverse down a street, I can do it easily. This will probably not be the last time that we do it here with moving stuff. Most of these are just empty duffel bags, actually. I know there's something I needed here. We aren't actually going to sleep yet. I know I said I need to sleep, but it's a little early. I'm going to read a book, one of these magazines really quick. Oh, the weapons duffel bag. Yep, we've got a duffel bag here full of weapons that are either for repairs or for active use. We have like 15 units of coffee here. That is way too much for one base, especially a base that is of uncertain future use. So we're gonna take half of that. Actually, most of this should be in Meals on Wheels. I haven't talked about this a lot lately. Meals on Wheels is this green van right here. I call it that because this green van is basically completely full of non-perishable food. It's got more than an entire grocery store's worth in it, and it's almost full of nothing but non-perishable foods. So coffee is perfectly valid to put in there and come back for later. I'm just going to take I'm not going to take any. I'm going to keep it in Meals on Wheels. There's even more coffee to be sorted through at French Bread, because we found unusually large amounts up there. And it wasn't even in the coffee shops. There's a bunch of coffee shops in the area. Most of the coffee we found in the area didn't come from the coffee shops. It came from the fucking bakery stores. In this universe, bakery stores are better equipped with coffee than the frickin' coffee shops. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. That's another one of... That's a better design fighting position right there, in my humble opinion. This is one of the best I've designed right here. I've got a couple of others that I've built, but this one where it's just metal fences in the center and a couple metal fences on the stress points, because most of our time spent killing here was dealing with the ones coming out of this building here, this multi-story upper class apartment building. Yeah, most of that was spent killing zombies over here, and the 3x3 of 3x3 cells was great. So what you're looking at is 3x3 tiles of fenced-in areas, and then 3x3 of those fenced-in areas. So a 3x3, 3x3 design, and then just some auxiliary fences for people who are likely to come from other directions, and around corners. I made fences around corners there. There used to be an iron bar fence like there is in the bottom right. That iron bar fence used to extend all the way around this, all the way up to the corner of this building here. We just got some welding torches and fucking deleted that. I was not going to put up with all that fence thumping, and I'm glad I didn't. This is just a couple of M9s just laying on the ground here. There's also a bunch of law enforcement gear. I'm not going to try to sort through all of that. I will just take... And the shotgun on ground here has got some ammo in it. I'll take that. I will take every shell of shotgun ammo that I can find. That was why I left this on the ground. I peeled it off of a zombie's corpse and left it there, because I knew I would come back for it eventually. Prophecy fulfilled, as it were. And look at that. I also pulled the duffel bag off of a zombie, so now I have something to put all this shit in. It's almost like past me knew that future me would be in this exact situation and decided to account for it. To be entirely honest, future me should have dealt with this particular area already, but he didn't. That's okay. I never got that stupid military jacket out of my backpack. I wouldn't have had it. I wouldn't have had a place to put it anyway. Jericho has got an unusually large amount of military gear for its location. So the fact that I just brought home a bunch more garbage bags of it, it almost doesn't make sense. But Jericho is just the place where I bring things right now. If I've picked it up and looted it, it goes to Jericho eventually. Or it's something that I have so much of that I can afford to just leave it laying around at one of my field bases. Nothing ever wrong with leaving a field base well supplied. Nothing ever wrong with that. I have run into situations on this very character where I unexpectedly found myself going to a field base that I hadn't used in a while and was better served for it. Doesn't happen as often. I have a feeling that in the future, when this game is a colony sim, you might actually leave NPCs at field bases too. They had a name for that, if you ever read the World War Z book. The Rediker plan. People who play this game hardcore, on all default settings, when NPCs get added, I have a feeling that the Rediker plan will be executed by people who have never even heard the term before, because it'll just be a thing that people do. They'll get NPCs, and they'll have a little too many to put on the same place. So they'll distribute them across the map in certain bases, you know, little field outposts. Hell, my theory about needing ham radios to communicate with your NPC allies across long distances, that probably would, you know, I'm really using my imagination here. An ideal form of that would be relay stations. Like, you know, you could do the beacons of the beacons are lit between Gondor and Rohan. I forget the exact name. The beacons, except with radio, ham radios. You've got to have ham radios, and they've got to be situated apart from each other at the correct distance, so they're not too far away. Because I don't think you can, even with a good military ham radio, you can't reach all the way across the map with it. You got to have some relay stations. And the civilian ham radios, they're like, I don't know, half. The civilian ham radios reaches half as far as the military ones. So yeah. Alright, here's French bread. We've got a lot of shit here. got a lot of shit here, and it's ambiguous how much of it I want to move right now. In fact, a lot of it won't be moved, but some of it will be. Triage time. The generator here is still running. I left the battery charging too. Hear that fucking electrical sound from a mile off? Generator here is probably still pretty good. Everything in this box right here is going to stay here. This is slated for local supplies. Here is the local perishables. Some of these will come with us. A fair bit will actually stay. The canned food can stay. Evolved recipe stuff is going to come with me. Why is there only 4 coffee here? Have I really actually been using it all? Or I may have put the coffee somewhere else. TBA on that. TBA on that. I may have overestimated how much coffee I have here. I'm just going to take all the tea. We can leave the tortilla chips, the candy, and the large form food. We will just leave like 1 full coffee unit here. That's fine for now. Part of me wants to just not leave any coffee because if I'm in this area, I'm going to find more. It will not be hard to find coffee in this area. We've found so much already. But that's neither here nor there. The whole point of a field base is to leave it somewhat equipped. Margarine for that, and olive oil. That's it. Most of the rest of the stuff here can go with me. More than half of those mugs. We can leave a couple pots behind. And we will also leave behind the bed for now. You know, I probably should have picked up a pillow when I had the opportunity to do so. That's actually something that I don't have yet at the forward position, and I probably won't have yet for a while. We'll take one of these car battery chargers with us. The generator that's currently running here is going to continue, or no, we are going to take the rest of the perishables out of this fridge. There's not that much. There's not that much. Yeah, everything else here stays. Perishables, perishables, perishables. We can actually eat both of these salads right now. I almost forgot about these salads. Okay, now we can shut this generator off. We've already got another generator in our Ford van that's going to go with us. So this base is not fully mothballed, but it is no longer running a generator. Because I should not have to be coming back here specifically for generator stuff yet. Duffels go into the trunk of this bad boy. Now the perishables that are in those are in my backpack. They may thaw and they may be thawed for a minute. I've already got a fridge. That's not a problem. There's literally a fridge deployed already at our destination. We just need to make sure that the destination is actually secured before running a generator there. And we can do that by... hang on. These lamps here, these floodlights, are all battery powered. So, I will leave one behind, I do not intend on taking my all of my vehicle supplies with me to any new location. This place up here will be vehicle repair for Louisville for a while. This is this right here. This is actually my most well-equipped garage in all of Louisville at the moment, even better than Jericho at the moment, because there's a lot of stuff that I've found up here that I haven't been able to bring back to Jericho. But when the time comes, anything here will eventually go back to Jericho. We don't need to bring it forward with us. If we need to do vehicle repairs, we'll come back here and do them. Oops. So, not a full trunk, but honestly pretty close. We do not need anything else from here right now, especially if we're not going to be doing vehicle repairs anytime soon. I'm already carrying around quite a few steel rods. Those are in the trailer, though, so they're no good to me right now. There are no steel rods in most of these piles. Because I already picked most of them up. 6 of them in this pile. We'll take these 6 here. And actually, I did see another steel bar, so we'll take some steel bars and rods. We'll be able to bar up a couple of windows with these. But the rest of the defenses, we'll have to wait until we come back here with the ambulance and grab the welding trailer. That is our current order of operations. We bring both of these vehicles with us. We leave them there. We get the ambulance, come back, grab the... Oh, I'm out of water. That's not good. We need water. Let's do that now before we get any more committed to that, because it's going to take a minute to go further with that. It's actually my bedtime right now, 22:30. I don't think it's going to hurt us if we do a commute. Even a spider commute at night is not a bad idea right now in this area, because this area we have been very diligent about killing zombies in the north right now. So I'm just going to shut the engine off and we will continue the, well, no, I got the perishables, shit. Shit. That's okay. I'll put the perishables back in the fridge, that's okay. The generator is up top. I'll just power it back on. Because right now I'm going to get fatigued momentarily. Because it's my bedtime right now, I should be getting to bed. And if I show up fatigued to the gas station and there's a bunch of respawns there, and I got perishables going bad, and I can't put the generator down to get the... That just sounds like a recipe for disaster. It's much better. Shut that engine off, go back upstairs, fire this one up for another night, and get started on that overnight. I'm going to get as much into the freezer as I can here. I mean, it's all potatoes, really. I've been carrying around a snail and a worm for a while now. I don't really have to be doing that, but those are for fishing bait. And because the Ohio River is right there if I want to go fishing. A snail will actually get you some really good results if you have just a little bit of fishing skill and a good fishing rod. That will actually get you, you'll catch something nice with a snail, surprisingly. Okay, we will get one night's sleep. Geez Louise, I'm glad I checked. We're at 10 hours and 50 minutes now. So I have less than an hour left in this stream. YouTube will, the way it works, if anybody's not familiar, YouTube lets you stream as long as you want. I think it doesn't actually like kill your stream hard cut off until like 24 hours. So you'll sometimes see live streams that go on for longer than 12 hours. But when it comes to video replays, which I like to make it available for people who might be interested in just watching how things go, even after the live stream. See the description. All 69 parts before this one are in the description. But YouTube stops recording after 12 hours. And it's actually not a hard cutoff at 12 hours. It actually cuts it off at like 11 hours and 56 minutes and 54 seconds. Something weird like that. So basically, you just want to stop streaming before you get to the 11 hours and 50 minutes mark. Consider that a hard cutoff and you'll be safe. If anybody ever actually does it. I don't recommend it. It's not healthy. I'm only doing this because I have almost nothing else going on in my life currently. If I had a family, if I had any trouble with keeping up my bills with my job or anything like that, I would not be doing this. Not at all. I'm doing this because I'm in a comfortable spot and I'm just trying to pass time. Speaking of passing time, I actually am going to... We've only got like an hour and a half to burn here. I'm just going to read a book. I'm going to reread a book, actually. And it's a little early. I normally like to go to bed a second time at 4 a.m. That's fine. We'll go to bed now. We'll wake up a little early. That's okay. I just want to have daylight in case there are a number of Zeds to fight through before I can even put the generator down. I don't know what we're going to be dealing with in that regard. See, it may have seemed like there's a lot of Zeds at the gas station area that we're setting up base at. It wasn't... they were all focused to the south. So what I'm going to do with the generator is put it on a very far north facing. And then after I put it down, I'm going to fight to protect it. And we'll just keep fighting to protect it until zombies stop showing up, basically. That's the long and short of that. We're actually a bit low on calories. I'm going to go ahead and eat lots of calories. I'm going to drink a soda. Yeah, okay. That is, we're more or less closing up shop here. We may have trouble finding a pillow, to be honest. In fact, we're going to have, I can already tell you that we're going to have enough trouble finding a pillow down there where we're going. I'm going to just take the pillow that I have here. Yeah. Everything else that's here right now can stay. Yeah. We won't have problem finding a coffee machine. That will not be a problem. Because you can find coffee machines in commercial areas very easily. And that's all we've got is commercial. Commercial till the cows come home. I'm going to pick up the broken iron pipes from that pile. Because those are all potential pipe bombs right there. And since they're broken, I can't build with them, but I can make bombs with them. Bombs don't care if the pipe is broken. I kind of missed my opportunity, but I'm going to check these really quick. Actual steel sheets are coming with us too. Alright, fine. I'll just take a garbage bag. This is the easiest thing to do. Garbage bag, steel rods. Maybe even bars. I think these vehicles, when I dismantled them, I just wanted to get them out of the way. I didn't even loot the 90% of what came out of them. I didn't loot. I think I looted the steel sheets, or the steel sheets, that was about it. But look at that, we've got pretty much an entire bag now. 2 more rods would be amazing, but I'm not worried about it. Yeah, that's a great amount. Ah, yet another pile. I forgot how many burned cars there were on this road. I erased them and forgot about them completely. Look, there's 3 more for that bag. I've already got an even amount of steel bars. We'll just take the broken iron pipes, it's alright. If you want to build a metal door of your own, that would be 3 small steel sheets. Shortly into getting into welding, you can turn a steel sheet into 4 small steel sheets, and vice versa. It just costs a little bit of propane for each conversion, so that is a strategic importance if you plan on building anything out of metal. I don't recommend it, to be honest. Welding is really weak right now. The devs have not given a lot of love to the welding things. I could be slightly misremembering on this, but I was under the impression for the longest time that the highest quality metal crate that you could make with welding was supposed to be better than the highest quality carpentry crate. But everything about that statement is incorrect. In fact, right now, the welding crates that you can build are broken. They don't stack properly. So everything about carpentry crates currently are better than welded crates. They're easier to build. They stack properly. They actually have the same storage amount. Craftsman level crate for welding has the same storage as a craftsman level wooden crate. It's silly in my opinion, because welding is harder by an order of magnitude than carpentry, even if you have no bonuses. It's literally a TV show that'll teach you carpentry. Welding should get you some slightly better stuff. Make stronger boxes, they can hold more before they burst open. I don't know. It just feels a little weird. Feels a little incomplete. If anybody watching has played B41 and you actually did welding all the way to the highest levels, do let me know if I'm misremembering that or not. Because my brain meat is telling me very loudly that B41 actually had like really good welded crates that were better than the carpentry crates. But I might be completely... The mods are throwing off my memory a little bit. B41, my homies, when they got me into the game, I rolled a dedicated server with a lot of mods. And that actually included a very rudimentary blacksmithing system. One of the B41 mods that kind of tries to make its own blacksmithing system. I had one of those in there. It was fun. I do think the B42 crafting system, in its current form, as tedious as it is, if you can deal with the tedium, it is great. If you don't like tedium, I would sooner recommend messing with the sandbox settings to get rid of the tedium than going back to B41. That's just my personal recommendation, but yeah, you do you. Whatever is the most fun. I would generally recommend B42 with modded sandbox settings over B41 at this point. B42 just gives you so many better technologies. You know, the lighting system, my god, it's beautiful. I have very few complaints about the lighting system, aside from the inconsistencies of the vehicles. The headlights are a little silly. Other than that, it's fine. For that alone, I would just you know, it's something that you actually look at all the time. And the fact that you look at the lighting all the time, it's something always on screen, and I like it when things on my screen are pretty. It's something that people may undervalue at some point when they start playing games like this that are made of pixel graphics half the time. And I am vindicated on my belief. My belief was that the north area of the gas station would be perfectly safe to put generators in. And here's why I'm vindicated. It's the north area of the gas station that we blew up 1 billion zombies. So there will be very, very, very little resistance to us if we position the generator correctly on the north face here. We'll just have to deal with whatever can actually hear it when we do so. As predicted, everything that was in the freezer has unfrozen. So we do need to think about getting a generator down right now if we can manage. B from the flour van. Alright, the fridge is in the corner here. Not the best placement, to be honest. I'm going to put it right here and connect it and see what it powers. Cannot reach the fridge from here. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something a little lazy here. I'm actually going to take I'm going to take the blue generator out. I'm going to take the blue generator out. I'm going to put it over here next to Jay's Chicken and power one of Jay's Chicken's fridges. Because there are so, you know, like I said, I wiped this area out with extreme prejudice. So if I put a generator up here, it ain't going to be causing me anywhere near as many problems as just a little bit further south. I'm going to put it right here and connect it and see what it powers. Except this one has no fuel. This is the first time I've used this particular generator. That is... that's a thing. I know I have gas cans somewhere. There, we got a few on the ground. We have a friggin' gas station. You would think I would just fire up the generator and take some gas. You know what? I'm in a position where I'd rather just fire up the generator somewhere a little further away and get some gas. Because all of my vehicles in this area, pretty much everything in this area has its gas supplies at suboptimal levels. Now, did you guys see that? These signs just spawned in. 3 signs that say out of gas just appeared. They weren't here before. Interesting. Now, when they spawn in, or, you know, these things will tell you which pump is out. Oh, oh. That's my watch going off. And that's going off because we need to remember to go back to Jericho later today. So I am setting another alarm. Right now at Jericho, half of the kale is ready to harvest. So I want to give it a little more time and see if I can get that to be all kale ready to harvest. So I'm going to put my next alarm for like 16:30. This thing is full of shit. This out of gas sign is full of shit. Neither of these pumps are empty. Lying little shit with your bullshit sign. Fuck you. Yeah, look at this. Both tiles here. Okay, so a gas pump, if you're not familiar, every gas pump has 2 tiles. The red pump and the yellow pump. And if you right-click on one might be empty. If you right-click on the other might not be empty. None of these pumps are empty. I don't know why these signs spawned in. They're all fucking lying. So not only did they appear out of nowhere, they appeared out of nowhere for no reason. Frickin' wild. Maybe they didn't appear out of nowhere for no reason, and those pumps actually have like 2 milliliters of gas in them. I don't know. I will come back and grab these later if that's the case. As I feared, there are no... there's no lights. This is one of those gas to goes that does not have lights underneath its oh no, it's powering 8 lights right now. I don't know where those 8 lights are. Whatever. Figure that out later. We don't need to be constantly... Oh, they're in the ceiling. Okay. It's a little hard to see, but you can kind of see a little bit of white clipping through on the blue ceiling up here. That is because there are lights underneath the overhang there. Great. As there should be. Riverside doesn't have one for some reason. I guess us Riverside plebs don't get to have light safety at night. $60 lights. This generator is powering 60 lights right now. Jay's Chicken is one of the most inefficiently lit buildings I've ever seen. I'm not going to track down all those lights and turn them off. This is a temporary solution. A very temporary solution. Fucking 60 lights. That is some absurd shit right there. Okay. I don't even know where the other fridges are, and I don't even care. We are putting all of our stuff in this freezer. With the exception of maybe one of these cuts of beef and the chicken. That is what we will use to do a little bit of cooking. Yeah. Let's chop that chicken. Okay, perishables are now fridged. Very temporary. We are not going to keep this generator running for more than a day. We would not be able to keep it running for very long at all. Not with this. Not with 60 fucking lights powered. Again, it's these light bars up here. These little. Every single one of these tiles is its own little double fluorescent light, and it's not even the kind we can pick up, which that sucks. I don't like that. Whatever. Whatever. So that generator is not going to be pulling... I don't think it's going to pull anybody. Anybody it would have pulled is currently in the skeletal phase of desiccation. However, this is a very different story up here. I don't know exactly how I'm going to proceed with this. I've got to do something about this fenced community up here. Because as soon as I try to dig in at this gas station, this building's going to wake up. And it's going to suck. So let's get ahead of that now with some... eat some food real quick. Should have some food right here. Should have tons of food in here, actually. And we're still trying to put on weight. I'm going to drink this whole liter of cow's milk, actually. That put us right back into weight gain. And next time we get hungry, I will drink some soda. Until I'm ready to build the gate, which is not quite yet, I'm going to pull this truck forward. Which I can't, no battery. It might not look like it, but this truck has actually got some surprisingly solid defensive value, even in its current state. Because all I got to do is pull it forward as if it is my gate, and look at that, no longer possible to get inside. Just gotta, there we go, right like that. I think that'll do the trick. If I hit Y and try to do walk to, Annie will try to go. She'll try to go through a window that can't be opened. Yeah, so there's actually no way inside for her pattern right now. Because the doors are blocked and all the windows are unopenable. So we shut this truck back off. This truck is our gate now. And if we want to get inside the base, we just do this. Oh, wait a minute. Is there... I put the road cones on the passenger seat. Of course I did. There we go. Now I can just go through the driver's seat to the other side, and that's my way in and out until I get a gate put up. I did this when I put Zulu together. There were like 6 or 7 ways in and out of defense position Zulu that you could only get through just by speed hopping in cars. I went a little nuts with it over there. Alright, this is a bit of a risky maneuver. We're going to do it anyway. We want a hole in this fence, just one. Okay. Zombies now have a way to get through this fence. That is a strategically important fact. Because this fence, they would go very, very far to go around it. Now, I think I mentioned this before. I don't know if this building is even awake. I do see some broken windows, but not all of them are broken. So if this place was looted and trashed, they would all be broken. But the fact that only some of them are broken, that tells me that this building is probably awake. The Zeds inside are active. We just need to make enough noise and they'll start coming out. Yeah. Yeah, about that. We're still in a bit of a precarious situation here. Still in a slightly precarious... I don't think I have enough time left on stream, honestly, to get into a ground war right here. But... yeah, I'm now... because right now what's going on in my brain is I'm concerned more about the duration of the stream than anything else. There's an order of operations I have in mind for this place. I could probably get it done before the end of the day in-game, and at the end of the day in-game we'd go back to Jericho. But we have a lot of zombies to deal with right here. I have absolutely no idea how many are left inside Sammy's here. Sammy's is a grocery store, a rather large one. I expect there's probably still quite a few of them in there. Okay, here's the plan. I have a plan now. Something resembling a plan. I need to get the ambulance out of being a defensive thing. Move it out of the way here. The ambulance is our combat vehicle. Under no circumstances must the combat vehicle be lost to inaccess. If I have to start fighting a massive group in this area, and I lose access to all these other vehicles, like these step vans right here, that's fine. There's nothing in these step vans that can't wait until we've retaken everything. So these step vans can be purposed as defensive position vehicles, blocking access to these windows, and I will lose nothing as long as... yeah, I'll lose nothing. Now the placement of these other windows is a little annoying. Because this window is technically accessible, and so is this one. Don't let the fact that I put a bunch of trash cans back here fool you. We very much cannot actually, I'm gonna have to move all this and get another vehicle in this corner. We do not have any trunk space left in the truck here. These shelves can store 65 encumbrance. That's actually very significant. These are some of the strongest shelves I've seen in the game. The tobacco shelves that go in the back of a, just a frickin' gas station. 65 encumbrance. That's more than metal shelves, I think. Large metal shelves can do, what, 39 when you're organized? That's whack. I can take all of this furniture that's blocking me out here and put them all in that one spot. And when they're on shelves, they don't take up any space. Shelves are non-blocking storage units on the wall. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to I'm gonna actually, I picked up some steel sheets. I'm gonna take my, welding torch? Welding torch somewhere, I think. I'm just gonna fix up the trunk of the truck there. Okay, if I did have a welding torch, it's not in this one. It's probably in the other one. So we'll take the flower truck and park it parallel with the wall right here. Block up these 3 windows and the 4th here. Actually, we got stupid soda machines out of here. Oh, the fucking trash can, too. I missed one. Oop. We've actually got room in here. If it ends up that we're over-preparing for this, if we're over-preparing right now, and we actually don't end up fighting quite as many Zeds, I am perfectly okay with that. I am perfectly okay with over-preparing. Even if it may seem like it's resulted in wasted time, that's okay. I want this place to be well defended. If I don't have to defend it immediately, then that's also cool. If I never have to defend it, that's also cool. Threaten me with a good time. I like combat to happen on my terms, and not on my turf. Okay, all of these windows should now be inaccessible. Damn it! I hate it when this happens. Because of the telephone poles right there, I couldn't drive too flush with the wall. Now I've got to get even closer. The downside to trying to use vehicles to block something is when you try to do a corner like this, it takes a little bit of finesse. Alright, how about now? Front inaccessible, back inaccessible. Okay, everything here is blocked up now. Now we've only got one gap, and we can't use the ambulance to fill it, because the ambulance is actually important where it is. We do not have any spare heavy-duty vehicle batteries to work with right now. No, we do. We do. I brought one. Specifically brought one. It's going to be in the trunk. One of these two. Past me knew that future me would need this. Car battery. Heavy-duty vehicle. So we just gotta go find a heavy duty real quick. Easy peasy. I probably need a throwaway vehicle, to be honest. We're gonna need to go back and forth between here and French Bread. It looks like the only heavy duty in the area that has not had parts pulled off of it is this one, which is partially wrecked, isn't it? Oh, look at this. I think this is like a hunter truck of some kind. Bunch of gun in the back. Neat. Engine's absolute dog shit, but it doesn't need to be that good. Just no gas, so we need to slap the new battery and get some gas. Oh, the key was already in the ignition. I love when that happens. So the engine quality of this bad boy was 46. Yeah. Hello. 46 means it will fail to start 54% of the time, so more than half. This guy's got a Luthix. That is the second Luthix I have found on this character. I've only found 2. That said, of course, I wasn't looking really hard. We've passed some jewelry stores, but that's neat. Luthix is like your Rolex. They are extremely rare. A digital watch, but even more than the metallic, golden metallic ones. Alright, all possible entrances to the gas station have been blocked off with some cheesy mechanics here. I am 100% okay with the cheese at this point. You could not pay me to be upset about the fact that it's a little gamey that zombies can't go around vehicles. Because there needs to be better ways to make bases impenetrable. With enough layers of steel, we should be able to make walls that they would be very hesitant to attack. Because, you know, extremely basic pathfinding should tell them to go try to get to the player another way. Even 7 Days has got mechanics that will make zombies not try to attack extremely well-fortified routes if there are not well-fortified routes that they could be using. This is a bit off here. That's okay. Gonna cut the engine here. Key on the driver's seat. And I don't think they can't get to it from that direction, but that's a little imperfect. Interstellar has shown you just how bad imperfect contact can be. So we're just gonna give it a little nudge. It is now completely flush with the wall. There's no way in or out without going through this truck right here. Perfect. Perfect. What are we at? We're at 11 hours, 24 minutes here. I think our current stream schedule is we're going to get a generator in place for this particular base. And then we have to go back to Jericho at the end of the stream and call it there. At the beginning of next stream, I'll handle any tasks that I need to handle at Jericho and then come back here. Next stream will be very focused on actually looting the Grand Ohio Mall. We still probably have a few Zeds to kill at Grand Ohio, but we've eliminated almost all of them in this one stream earlier on. If you guys missed that, great watchings early at within the first couple of hours of the stream. We were starting by about 2 hours in, and I think the last big detonation was about the 5-hour mark, so we spent pretty much the good first half of the stream just blowing away zombies in massive amounts. We may have to do some more of that tomorrow, but it depends. Today, yeah, I want to get the generator put together on this place. And I also want to kill any of these Zeds here. Yeah, oh yeah, we're definitely getting close. And the sad thing is, if YouTube didn't have those cutoffs, I'd probably keep going. I'd probably keep going if YouTube didn't have the cutoffs, just because I made sure to clear my schedule for today, so that I didn't feel compelled to stop by anything else that I had on my plate. I took care of most of what I need to do IRL throughout the week this week, so today was As far as Saturdays go, I was quite free. I'd say it was mostly worth it. It probably might have been more worth it if I was not getting diminished returns on YouTube right now. We're going to definitely sort out everything to do with my prior video thumbnails and my current one, and we're going to get a new thumbnail that accurately reflects what we've been up to and what we're going to be up to tomorrow. Because it's going to be very Grand Ohio Mall themed. Now that we've got a place to sleep right next to it. So there's still some groups in front of Sammy's. And I predict that there's still a few inside in many locations. Sammy's is very big, so trying to make a... We're not gonna... It's way too exposed to even consider making a base out of it. Yeah. We will loot it, though. We'll definitely loot it once we get all the Zeds out of the way. Okay, that's my next alarm going off right there. We can actually turn that off completely now because we're on track. We're on track. That alarm was just in case I forgot what I need to be doing. Oh yeah, I'm glad to help learn a few things. Glad to dump some of the random trivia out of my brain and hopefully have it go somewhere good. All right. The plan for this place is to put some stairs in. I think I can get the stairs situated before the end of this stream. Definitely. I've got about 20 minutes to work with here. I can do that. We've already got plenty of planks indoors. It's the planks outdoors. So, if you want to build stairs on a building that doesn't have its own set of stairs, and you don't want those stairs to be outdoors where zombies can just wander up them by themselves. You don't want that. I want stairs to the roof inside my base. And we can have it, but we've got to do it in 2 phases. So we're going to do 1 flight of stairs here. So I'm going to put the planks for 1 set of stairs right here. I'm also going to get some stuff out of my inventory here. Should have a duffel bag where I can put some of the stuff that doesn't need to be in my inventory right now. Perfect. We have cut a bunch of trees in the area. We just got to consolidate all those logs we got. Now, look at that. See a zombie up there? She's going into the fence. By making that one little hole in the fence up there, what we've accomplished with that is now zombies will pass through that fence from very long, very, very far distances sometimes. Like that zombie who we just saw walk into the fence there for a moment, she may have come from all the way on the other side of this cell, like from almost outside of movement distance, or visual distance. The off-map movement system may have actually pathed her towards us. I don't know if that's how it works, but it's not outside the realm of possibility. Because this fence seems all-encompassing right now. I'm gonna laugh so hard if this is actually one of those fences that can't be attacked, and I actually screwed with myself a little bit by making a hole in it. I don't know yet. I haven't confirmed that. I am actually pleasantly surprised that it has not been attacked yet. I have no data to indicate that it will or will not be attacked eventually. It takes just a little bit over 4 logs to put together a staircase. And we've only got 3 logs worth up there, so we're going to cut a couple more of these trees to get them out of the way. If I'm going to build a base anywhere, it's not going to have very many trees in the way of driving space. come back for those logs later if I need them. And this axe was locally sourced as a, I found it in a zombie. I'm just going to leave it locally as well. I need more logs, I'll come back over and chop there. That axe did not come from any of my field kits, so it doesn't mess with anything to leave it there. I'm going inside to get nails. Assuming I have some. My building menu keeps popping up because the same key binding for build menu is bound to move seats. Silly as that might sound, that's how I'm operating right now. I thought I had a bunch of loose nails somewhere. I guess I don't. It's okay, we'll crack open a box. If I did leave a bunch of loose nails, they would be over on the floor around here somewhere. And they're not. So I did not leave any loose nails here. Nails, 52. I knew I left them somewhere. And there's that welding torch. I'm going to leave that where I can see it. Variety of uses for that. First door needs to be outside. I know why the brain meat was telling me to go inside. Because I need to get the sledgehammer. We can now build stairs. And we build them... We're going to dismantle these stairs shortly after building them. So it doesn't quite matter where we build them. Basically what we need to do is get these, oh, there's the nails. They're on the floor behind, it's kind of hard to see them. They're on the floor right here. I knew I had nails somewhere. I think I'm just going to do the, stairs flush with the wall right here. Right next to the gate. Yeah. Okay. In which case... we would actually need to move the planks. Because, when you go to build stairs, you gotta go to the base. And these are too far from the base. I do this because the free floorboard that's going to appear on the ceiling is not very well placed if it is beyond the edge there. This little floorboard I'm standing on right now is a free floorboard you get when you finish building stairs. Interesting, okay. 1, 2, 3, right there. Okay, so we're gonna build... We have a couple leftover planks. Build a wooden fence right there. Sledgehammer goes in my hands. And I am going to sled... Oh, interesting. We can actually see over this fence now. Do y'all see the shadow flying across the screen? That is the shade of a glitched zombie. A glitched zombie that has probably fallen from a upper floor somewhere. I don't know where. There's no upper floors with like holes in their windows, but yeah. That's a glitched ragdoll right there. Their shadows show their true location. If you can even make anything from that. So, we are going to destroy 3 floor tiles right here. Because all we're doing is we're rebuilding the stairwell just on the inside of the wall. On the inside of the wall from where we just built this one. And now that we've opened up a few ceiling tiles, we can do that. So I'll use the sledgehammer again sometime soon right here. Now we just need to pick up another bunch of them there planks. I'm not going insane. Did I just hear mouth breathing? Quick perimeter check. I don't think I heard that guy all the way down there. It doesn't really matter. We're good for the moment. We've got 8 planks there. We need 5 more. Hey, look at that. 5 planks. So here's our actual stairwell on the inside instead of the outside now that we've opened up the roof. So we delete the one outside because we no longer need it. Disassemble. That only gave us 2 planks. I'm suspicious about that. I wonder if it dumped a bunch of the planks upstairs. Nope. It just... bunch of planks just vanished. That's whatever. I don't know if I could accidentally fall off the stairs by going in this direction. I don't think I can, but I kind of regret deleting that floor like I just did. I kind of regret it because now, I don't know, I probably should have just built some wooden fences right here, here, and here. It's whatever. I'm okay. Now we can just park the truck right back where it was. And the truck resumes blocking the entrance for everybody. And now the roof is also still blocked, but we can access the roof, they can't. So the old paradigm of, you know, zombies can go up any stairs you build, well, if they can't get to the stairs, then it's not a problem, is it? Just build your stairs indoors, not outdoors. I think that's good. Let's double check this. Yep, Annie has no idea how to get inside if we use walk 2. Okay, we've got roof access on our base, and it is completely blocked off in every direction. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a successful establishment of a field site, if I do say so myself. We are now, we need to go back to Jericho and end the stream because we are coming up on 11 hours and 40 minutes. We're in the danger zone once we're past 11 hours and 50 minutes. So we are... You could almost say that we're in the highway to the danger zone, as it were. How many more planks do I have here? It is a little early to be thinking about rain barrels. But I will go ahead and move the planks that I have up to the roof, because why not? Yeah, I don't know exactly where I would want to put rain barrels on this base, because I don't... Well, actually, no, I do. I do. Over here somewhere. Emphasis on somewhere. I don't know exactly, but over here is where the sink is going to be. Because this is already where the fridge is, where the food storage is. The sink will be somewhere nearby, so we just leave the spare planks up here. Augment them later. Nails can go up here, too. It's 2050 right now. So if we just spend another couple of moments here getting everything situated, we can put down the bed and catch our first sleep before we deploy back to Jericho. That would actually leave me in a great position, because what I usually like to do on the streams is, if I can manage, I will end the stream so that it's at the, you know, the morning of the next day. If I can do that, 2 thumbs up for my planning and procedures, because that's a morning start always feels good, as opposed to, you know, I don't like, nobody would want to start a session, just a play session, even if you're not streaming, and then just be like, all right, how close to my bedtime am I? In a perfect world, you wouldn't even have to think about something like that. So, the better prepared we are for that, the closer we are to perfection. Hello, drink it, please. There we go. She didn't want to drink the soda until I picked it up. That took care of a bit of fatigue, and it put our calories back into weight gain. So if we were to go to sleep right now, we would be weight gaining all night, and I'm very okay with that. So we are going to get the bed put down and initiate sleep. I'm sure the ambulance is actually shut off. Of course it isn't. Why would I shut off my ambulance? I'm so bad about that. So bad. How's my sword? It's gonna come with me to Jericho where I can reforge it. I just need to remember to actually do that. The flower van has my medical bed in it. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. There's a bunch of other stuff in the flower van there that will be used for base construction at some points, but we don't have time for that. We are down to the wire here. I'm not going to think too hard about where I put the bed. It's just going to go right here for the moment. And pillow. Again, just to reiterate, it's currently impossible for zombies to get to us, just thanks to a fluke of vehicles. They could crowd around the base. Like, let's just say a huge swarm of zombies came at me right now. They would surround the base and not be able to get in. That's because of the vehicle shenanigans. I would prefer that there was a way that they could get through things if they had a direct incentive to fight through things. The only reason I'm doing this right now is because there's no other way to shape their movement properly. I would prefer not to have to do this. It's silly. It's silly. There should be ways of just disincentivizing certain zombie movements. Really don't want them on my front lawn over here. Once again, lots of them are just trying to go through that fence hole that we made. And I don't care about that. She can go ahead and do that. We're just going to empty the perishables out of here. And, yeah, there's no need to keep this running. The perishables are not that... There's not that many of them. We'll take them back with us, because I don't know how long I'll be at Jericho tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, both in-game and in IRL. So this generator, which is sort of just temporary here, it already burned through 10% fuel in one night. That's wacky. Alright, so all we're going to do is just make a beeline for Jericho. And we are going to make a beeline for Jericho and hit the sack and then end the stream. Because we are actually really tight on hours now. We don't have the time. We do not have the time to get out and fight anybody. And that's okay. We are going to run into some Zeds on this road that I've chosen here. I'm not worried about that because we can get around them. And this is not a road that I need to keep clean. This is this is actually Main Street. The goal was to keep First Street clear. Main is just the intersection that I care about. I looked at that parking lot and I'm like, wait, that's not the one that had the D6 in it? No, it's not. I will find that D6 someday. I know it's out there. I just want to find it and look at its engine. Hello. I could not see that zombie there because the building was in the way. Also, we're getting frame rate drops. Frame rate drops, yet another reason that we are glad to be almost done here. These guys are actually surprisingly close to Yankee here. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, this is Wilco. Yeah, this is Wilco. That's actually the last 3x3x3x3 that I built. I have not needed to do so since then because we have been largely doing pipe bomb shenanigans. We've been making use of the increased real estate that we can drive around in. We are currently, the frame rate problem that we're running into right now is actually causing the ambulance lights to kind of lag behind the ambulance itself. So that's funny. These are genuine stutters. This is not just this is just a memory leak of some kind. I can hear my CPU fan spinning up. This would be solved by a closing and reopening of the game, but it is time to close the game. We're almost to the limit, but we are still under 11 hours 50 minutes. I might just barely make it under the 50-minute mark. I don't think we're actually genuinely at risk until over the 50-minute mark, but yeah, I think my previous streams would go for like 11 hours 56 minutes and like 56 seconds or something like that. They would because I have streamed past the limit before. And then that's why there's a 39. There's a part 39.5 for Anime's Journey, because that 0.5 is basically part 39 that I went over the limit. So I had to upload that separately from my own footage because YouTube literally did not record it. It broadcasted it during the live stream, but it didn't record it in any form. We are turning the light bar off. I don't even need to. Well, okay, yeah, I'm gonna fire up the generator. I do need to get my perishables into the fridge. Oh, there's still 10 potatoes left in here. That's funny. That's because I completely forgot that my backpack was full when I was emptying this fridge initially. I mean, that's okay. Potatoes, their shelf life is so long that these particular potatoes probably didn't lose anything. Nothing to write home about there. There's for the freezer. And here's for the fridge. And we fire up the generator, we catch a sleep, and then we are out. Moon. A little early for a second sleep, to be honest. That's okay. We're fine. Ending a stream just a couple of hours early in the morning is no big deal. As long as we got daylight, that counts as morning in my mind. So, it is June 22nd, 1995. The game's canonical start date is July 9th, 1993. Very close to that 2-year marker. So we have survived for 1 year, 11 months, 24 days, 3 hours. This counter, fun fact, this counter only counts months as having 30 days. So it will actually tell us that we have survived for 2 years, a little over a week ahead of time. Because the game's calendar remembers that some months have 31 days, but the day counter there does not. So that's a fun little fact. There is Annie bidding everybody farewell there. And I always like to screenshot the progression of my bases, even if I didn't make too much progress here at Jericho. Last thing we always do on our streams is back up our save. Every single time I end a stream, with the exception of that one time I lost power. So we copy this is our save folder. We still had it open from the crash check earlier, so we copy the whole folder and go to Zomboid backups, current save, and I'm creating a new one called 70. Because this is part 70 of Anime's journey through build 42, and that is going to take a while to copy. We are up to almost 400,000 files total in the save. We explore a little more into Louisville. We'll go right over that, because basically your save file gets bigger with every single map tile you explore. So, all right, folks, I shall catch you all in the next one tomorrow morning, hopefully, and I shall see you there. Peace out.